Good morning from Edgbaston. It's Adam Pinder-Smith and Don Topley with you here for the third day of this Rothesay County Championship match between Warwickshire and Essex. We've had 2 days that have been interrupted by rain. We lost nearly 2 hours on Saturday yesterday due to the inclement weather, but the forecast, going by the BBC weather app at least, is that we should get a full day in. And the good news is as well that we're going to be making up time here at Edgbaston for some of the overs that have been lost. There will be 104 of them that are going to be bowled today. And we're a few minutes away from play. Very good morning to you, Don. How are you? How was your curry in the city centre last night?
A very good morning to you, Adam. Very good morning to all the listeners, whether you're in Warwickshire, Essex or wherever you are. I hope everyone is well. Well, it was a lovely evening, actually. It was rather late because Essex had that nasty 11 overs, didn't they, at 6:15 after that rain break. But I've had a word with upstairs. It's Sunday, and I'm pleased to report that there is no rain or inclement weather forecast for today. Right. So the curry, as you would expect in Birmingham, it was a lovely one. We went to one in Broad Street, which is a very famous street in Birmingham, as you would know. It was particularly busy, the whole place. It was lovely, the poppadoms and even the starters. There was a nice group of cricketing fraternity there.
Lovely. Well, without saying the name of it, I think most people around here would know which one you were at last night, because there is one iconic Indian restaurant on Broad Street, and it's a lovely setting as well, isn't it, where the canals are, if anyone's ever in the city. And it is sort of the heartbeat of Birmingham on a Saturday night. Broad Street, many an evening I frequented the strip, as it's known around these parts. And
it is the main road, the main drag, isn't it? Broad Street. You've got the trams.
Yeah, you've got the canals that run under you. If you remember when Gladiators used to be, the first time round was in Birmingham. That was at the National Indoor Arena, which is sort of the other side of the canals. Then coming down to where the BBC's based in Birmingham at the Mailbox, you've got Symphony Hall, where they have all the big concerts. And
well, our hotel was hugely busy because Prodigy were in town last night.
Fire sticks are plenty, and sort of all those glow sticks are plenty.
I have to suggest, I think the clientele that went to visit were probably, some of them were closer to my age.
Probably were. I mean, they were. Firestarter was number one in the late 90s, I would say. So if they were mid-20s then, they're going to be well into their 50s now, aren't they? So,
but I have to confirm, not my genre.
No, I was going to say, do you often find them on Spotify or something if you're doing a long drive back from an away day, the Prodigy, or are you more of an Eagles man?
I'm more of an 80s man,
Bit of ABC,
yes. Oh, ABC, Duran Duran.
Well, we're in Birmingham, so you've got to like Duran Duran.
And may I suggest, I still hanker after an 80s mullet.
Well, now that's what I call Don Topley, is available in time for Christmas across all parts of all good bookshops and record shops and things like that. As for the cricket, well, the not out overnight pair for Essex are striding to the middle at the moment. Talk us through who they are, Don. Talk us through how they played yesterday. You know them, you see them week in, week out.
Well, listen, Essex will still be happy having bowled Warwickshire out for 190. They trail by 80s. They're on 110 for 3. Allison played really well yesterday. Charlie Allison, I thought, played nicely off the back foot. He played some crisp back foot drives through the offside. There was a wonderful shot off Barker where he played off his hips into the leg side to the Hollies stand. He looked really good. So did Paul Water. Paul Water looked really strong, playing down the ground, playing straight. But every so often he would look to manipulate it into the leg side, and I'm being honest, the coach probably has had a little word. Just keep reminding yourself to keep playing straight ball, because he was looking to whip the ball, play into the leg side, and got a leading outside edge that went to backward point.
It was a bit of a nothing shot, really, wasn't it? And it just sort of...
wasn't a great dismissal.
It was a very tricky patch, though, wasn't it, those 11 overs last night?
It was.
So.
Captain Cook came out, 6 overs as night watchman, and he survived to even farm the strike, which was a great effort from the Essex night watchman. He would like to be a menace, a nuisance this morning to Warwickshire's bowlers.
We're going to get away bang on time as the clock strikes 11 here in Birmingham. The big clock on the famous scoreboard over at the far end, as you know, moves round to 11, and it's going to be Ethan Bamber to get things going from the Birmingham end for Warwickshire. 110 for 3 Essex are in their first innings overnight. It's Allison that is on strike and Bamber is in, and Allison is forward in defence, so a dot in the book to get things going here this morning. At the non-strikers end is the skipper, Sam Cook, doing a stellar job last night as night watchman. 104 overs to be bowled here today. You're listening to the BBC Sport website and app. Ball-by-ball commentary from Edgbaston of Warwickshire against Essex in the County Championship. Allison waits for Bamber, who's in, and this is a straight one that's worked to the leg side. First runs of the day come for Essex. They'll be back for 2 as well. Good running between this Essex pair, and Alex Davis behind the stumps picks up the ball and tosses it to second slip. As well as Don Topley, another voice you'll hear today, familiar voice to anyone that's followed Warwickshire over the years. It's Clive Eakin. Good morning, Clive.
Good morning, Adam. Yeah, nice sunny day. Hopefully we'll get those 104 overs in, as long as the light holds at the end of the day, and this game will move on. It's nicely poised. Essex at the moment have the initiative. There's still plenty of time to go either way.
Third ball of the over from Bamber is defended on the front foot by Allison for no run.
Essex will be looking to establish a first innings lead, put pressure on Warwickshire batting second. Warwickshire, on the other hand, will hope they can get some wickets this morning and try and keep Essex down to parity.
It's 2 slips in place for Ethan Bamber, a fairly typical field for the opening session of a morning, as Allison taps his bat on the ground and waits for Bamber, and it's into the offside, defended this time, and backward point, which is Malik does the fielding and tosses it round to extra cover.
Yeah, I mean, Essex got the best of the bowling conditions. That's why they opted to bowl first. It was overcast and grey, and the ball was doing a fair bit on the first morning, albeit we'd only got just 1 and a bit sessions of play, but good bowling conditions, and Essex took full advantage of them.
Allison, 42 not out off 89 deliveries, waits for the ball and a play and a miss. A cracking delivery that from Bamber, right on the money, and around 4 stumps, something like that, and Davis takes it behind the wicket and he survives with no run.
Yeah, decent ball, a little bit of bounce as well there. Allison's just prodding the ground.
First time I've seen him bat in the flesh yesterday, Charlie Allison. I must say, very impressed with him. He looks very solid. Don was saying yesterday that despite there being no Wesley, he is the regular number 4. It's not like he's been moved up the order for this game. But 1 ball to go in this opening over. It's bowled by Bamber now, and it's a play and a miss. It's one that climbs on Allison, and it's taken around waist height by Davis. First over of the day done. 2 runs from it, and Essex move on to 112 for 3.
Yeah, in the end he was trying to get his bat out of the way, but he left it very late. Charlie Allison, brother of Ben, of course, the Worcestershire bowler, who hopefully will be fit for Worcestershire soon. It's one of the reasons why Ollie Hallen-Dolby's gone to Worcester for a couple of games was his injury.
So I'll be doing an update in a minute on the radio. So that'll be coming up in a second.
Yeah, so his brother Ben, I think he's playing in a second level match, but as a batter only at the moment, but he's not far away from being fit.
And it's going to be Nathan Gilchrist to get things going from the pavilion end here at Edgbaston with the score on 112 for 3. I'll just go and update our radio listeners. Good morning, this is Adam Pinder-Smith at Edgbaston, where play has just got underway on this 3rd day of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Essex. 110 for 3 overnight, Essex were replying to Warwickshire's first innings total of 190. They've added 2 runs in the first over so far. If you want to listen to us, it's ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. This is Adam Pinder-Smith at Edgbaston. And that first ball was played just down to the boundary for 4. So a lovely straight drive that by Cook, who opens his account for the day and moves the score on to 113 for 6. Don is back with us now here at Edgbaston, and a solid start for Essex.
Very much so. We saw a little bit of playing and missing as well from a decent delivery off Bamber, where Charlie Allison played and missed. So Essex will be interested to see if it just keeps happening a little bit. But yes, I was coming back in from talking to the parish in Essex. I didn't see that boundary from Cook. In comes Gilchrist outside off stump, and there's a genuine play and miss, which we saw Cook last night. When you bowled straight at a tail ender or a night watchman, he played very comfortably. He knows he's got a very sound defence, but when you shift the night watchman or the tail ender to play on off stump and just outside, he looks a little more vulnerable. Those tail enders never know where their off stump is. Gilchrist on his way in, bowls but short, and this is pulled by Cook, who's looking for 2, and he will take 2. That was a nice shot again from the Essex skipper, who's night watchman. He's played a cross bat shot to a short delivery. He's not tried to hit it too hard, and he's hit it well in front of square.
Yeah, big gap there, isn't there, in front of square on the leg side. You've got a deep square leg patrolling the boundary in front of the Holly stand, and there's a massive gap through to where Keith Barber's stationed at mid-on, so fairly safe shot.
This time he comes forward, Cook to Gilchrist, plays out to backward point, sensible shot. Yes, well played Sam Cook. Gosh, I saw Sam Cook briefly this morning as I shot a little preview video downstairs, and he was behind us, and I just happened to say to him that good luck, skipper, you're going to enjoy this today. Gilchrist is in, and that's a good delivery, quite straight, it's bounced, it's moved away, gorgeous delivery from the Warwickshire seamer, and Cook simply has to play and miss. And Sam, I said, you love night watchmen. I used to enjoy night watchmen, and he said, yes, yeah, I really do. It's
particularly away from home, I think, as well, being able to just sort of
at a test ground.
Yeah, and just sort of get up the order.
I used to dream about batting up the order, going out to bat with one of my proper batsmen at 11 o'clock. This is another good shot played. That was a pretty nice shot played wide of mid-on, where he takes and calls his partner through for a single, and he keeps the strike to Sam Cook. That was a good over for Essex, and Cook, he's moved to 12. Allison is just simply watching at the moment, 42, and the score 119 for 3. I think there aren't many bowlers who don't enjoy their batting. It's an opportunity, you're not too much under pressure, but if Sam Cook as night watchman can be a menace, can be obdurate, can be annoying to Warwickshire, then that will eat into the time. He can bat, he's not a fool, he's not a mug, he's got a sound defensive technique, and he's going to face Bamber.
3 slips in for Cook, and it's a bit of a ball that climbs, a bit of a bouncer. Cook thought about trying to hook out towards where the building site is at the moment, in front of the indoor school here at Edgbaston, but just at the last second didn't fully commit and let the ball go through to the keeper.
Yeah, he did have a go at it. It's the bigger boundary really on that side of the ground towards the building site. It's all very quiet today on the building site on a Sunday.
Yeah, they all scarpered at bang on midday yesterday as Bamber is in once more, and this is defended and just sort of worked into the leg side really, where Keith Barker moves in from mid-on to do the fielding, so it stays 119 for 3.
I should imagine the contractors who, in their high-vis jackets, will be having a well-deserved lay-in this morning on a Sunday, because I think they're in for sort of 7:30, 7:45, aren't they?
That's certainly. They looked yesterday when I got in that they'd been well and truly on shift for a time, so about that sort of time, and this is driven through the offside, and that'll be runs for Cook. Might be 4 of them as well. Malik chasing the ball out towards the boundary, but he won't get there. The ball beats him to the Holly stand. So another boundary to Sam Cook. He moves on to 16 off 30 deliveries. The partnership up to 20 now, and Essex have moved on to 123 for 3.
Well, at the moment, if you've turned up as an independence cricket fan, you're probably looking out there. If you didn't know who's playing, you probably wouldn't know which one's the night watchman, because Cook is looking quite competent with the willow this morning. That was a push drive. It was a genuine half volley, but it was caressed through the covers for 4.
Bamber in again, and this is a bit more of a risky sort of leave, that one really. He pulled the bat away at the last second, did Cook, and it was one that squared him up, and it goes through to the keeper for no run.
That was in that little corridor of uncertainty, wasn't it, for that tail ender? It was just outside the off stump. We look out now to the large acreage that is to our left, which is Cook's leg side. There's a man back 15 yards in on the long boundary at deep square leg, and there's a man at fine leg 15 metres in the 2.
And this one is all edged and safe down towards the third area, which the fildering's done by Ethan Bamber. Sorry, by who's that down there? Can't be. It looks like Ethan Bamber, but it can't because he's bowling.
Is it the Australian?
It could be Bo Webster, yeah. He's quite tall, actually. Yeah, I think that is Bo Webster, patrolling the third boundary at the moment. So cuts off just in front of the rope, and they just take a single this time to Essex and moves the score on by 1 to 123 for 4. Last ball of the Bamber over coming up now. He's in from the Birmingham end, and it's into the leg side. This might be at least a couple. It's going to be. They're coming back for 2. They're not fussed about the strike. Allison has faith in Sam Cook to take the strike at the beginning of the next over. So 2 runs off the last ball of the over there. Worked into the leg side quite comfortably by Allison. He's on to 44 off 92. Cook alongside him, 17 not out. We've still got 101 overs to be bowled today. And it's only 10 past 11, so we're going to be here well beyond 6 o'clock, maybe even beyond 7 o'clock tonight if the light holds on. But as long as we're here, it'd be great to have you with us. We're on the BBC Sport website and app. Me, Adam Pinder-Smith, alongside Don Topley with the score for Essex in the first innings, 126 for 3.
Well, Sam Cook has hogged the strike for a good couple of overs now as the night watchman. He's going to face Gilchrist. Charlie Allison is simply having to watch from 22 yards away. This is played into the offside with an open face bat. Probably not exactly where he was hoping to push the ball, but he's got himself a single, and he brings Charlie Allison on to strike, who hasn't received a ball for a couple of overs.
Just checking his guard. Looks like he's taking middle and off. It might just be. We're not quite behind the bowler's arm here. We're 2, if not 3 pitches to the left of that, so it might be he's taking middle, but it looked like middle or middle and off to me at his guard for the right arm over bowling of Nathan Gilchrist.
In comes Gilchrist, tall, and this is quite full, where Allison smothers it. He plays a model forward defence with bat and pad tight together where there is no run. Finds the fielder at cover. 127 for 3.
Very full that though from Gilchrist. It was right on the toes of Charlie Allison, but he defended it well.
He's looked good for his 44. He's got a good temperament as the young man from Colchester. This time that's a good delivery, and I think he's been given. He didn't look behind him, but clearly he nicked it. The bowler and the slips and the keeper were adamant there was a little nick, and the umpire eventually gives him out. And Charlie Allison, after making a very, very fine 44 in 94 deliveries, has to depart. Essex have lost their 4th wicket. They're 127 for 4. Cook, the night watchman, still there on 18, but the wicket that's gone, Charlie Allison for 44.
Bit of late swing there from Gilchrist, just does the damage, I think. Trapped on the crease was Charlie Allison. No real foot move. It left the bat just outside his pad. A little feather through to the keeper. The early breakthrough that Warwickshire were wanting here. They're still 63 behind our Essex. And as me and Don were talking about, if you were with us last night in that 11 over session after the rain delay, there's a slightly longer tail for Essex than normally would be with the injuries to Tom Wesley. And
we haven't got VN Mulder here, so
yep.
We were short of a number 3. Benkenstein's gone up the order to 3, and we're playing the extra seamer in Atkar, and he's coming in about 8 or 9, which means Harmer goes up to 7.
So we've got, obviously, things shifted around a little bit with the night watchman as well in terms of the batting order, but it is going to be Critley who is the new man. Just having a chat with his skipper. Doing a bit of gardening as he heads towards the striker's end. Number 20 on his back.
Did look a good delivery, that. That was a good delivery from Gilchrist, who claimed the wicket. He's got 4.3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. So, yeah, he'll be excited and also gain confidence from that last delivery.
Just the 2 slips in place, though, for the new batter. So not overly attacking. It is attacking, but not uber attacking.
Gilchrist is in, and good forward, solid defence where Critley pushes up to mid-off, no run.
There's third, a fine leg, deep square leg, mid-on, mid-off. Backward point and a fairly square kind of extra cover. There's a big gap between mid-off and the man stationed at extra cover.
Gilchrist in. This is driven down the ground, but it's well fielded. Good looking shot from Critley, but Keith Barker stopped any signs of a single there. Dot ball.
127 for 4 is the current score, so they're still 63 behind at the moment, Essex, with 6 first innings wickets intact.
In comes Gilchrist. This is driven into wide mid-on, where they do take a single. Barker can't stop that. Critley's up and running. He's on 1 not out. The end of the over, he keeps the strike, and Cook, the night watchman, on 18 not out, simply has to watch. Both teams, Adam, will be keen to try and get a lead. Essex would like to bat on and go past and gain a lead that way by batting as long as they can in the first innings. Meanwhile, Warwickshire have now got 1. Yes, they lead at the moment, or Essex trail by 62, but Warwickshire will say we've just got to eke out a few more wickets and get down to the tail and try and knock Essex over. And if they could get a lead of 40, even 30, you never know how important that could become as the game moves on. Still 2 days left here.
Bamber bowling to Critley, who's forward and defending on the first ball. And one thing I was going to ask you, actually, particularly with Sam Cook kind of out there, is obviously not in the immediate future, but could you see a declaration from Essex?
No.
You think
not
they'll...
at the moment.
No, I'm not saying some maverick declaration.
Not at the moment. I mean, look, they will look to try and get a lead. First of all, is get beyond Warwickshire's total of 190, and then as many as they could, and I'll come back.
And this is played through the offside between the gap between extra cover and second slip. It's fielded at third by Webster and thrown back in. So for
I would suggest that if they can and are able to bat once, that, I mean, that's so far ahead in the game, but if they could bat very well and get to 350, don't forget there are bonus points as well.
Cook waits for Bamber, and this is not convincingly played into the offside, but it was 0 risk. He played it down into the ground when Malik does the fielding at backward cover for no run.
Scoreboard pressure is very important. If Essex only got 50 ahead, say they were bowled out for 240, you know, Warwickshire batsmen have to cope with being behind, and Harmer will come into the game with men around the bat. He only bowled 1 over in the first innings, so there's a lot of cricket yet to play out. We'll have to wait and see.
This one is driven through the offside to mid-off by Cook for no run.
Runs in the first innings are often easier to get than later in the game.
Even, I know we're making up time, but even with how much time's been lost with the rain, you think they'll still, that will be the tactic, is trying to firstly get parity, go past, put pressure on in the third innings of the match, and then worry about if they need to knock a few off at the end. Cook waits for Bamber, and it's a play and a miss this time by the night watchman. Again, he was just trapped on the crease there with Sam Cook in a bit of a nothing drive, really. Could easily have found the outside edge of his bat there, but it goes through in the end to Davis for no run.
You've heard me say it last night and a little bit this morning. Just outside the off stump is an awkward area for the night watchman, for tail enders. We always talk about it, they never really know where their off stump is.
Bamber now to complete his over of the day, and this is solidly defended off the back foot by Sam Cook. He plays it down to the backward point region, so a dot to finish the over. He's still there as the night watchman, 18 off 37. Matt Critley alongside him with 2 off the 5 deliveries he's faced, and Essex still 61 behind on first innings with 6 wickets in hand, or 129 for 4.
If Essex were to lose Critley or Cook, 61 runs, you've just said it, are still a lot of runs to try and eke out to get parity, and then they would perhaps greedily want to have a lead, or a decent lead. Gilchrist, number 18 on his back, bowls, and Critley plays into the leg side. A good forward defensive, but he finds a gap at wide mid on and able to come through for a single. Beautiful day today, Adam, here at Edgbaston. Quite calm. The flags are pretty limp, and we've got a genuine blue day here. Cotton wool clouds. Hopefully we're not going to see any rain or mizzle or inclement weather. It's going to be a nice day for those who are watching. This is driven into the offside by Cook. There is no run. Yeah, there'll be people listening to us on the BBC app, online, or even on the streaming, courtesy of Warwickshire's TV. And, if you're in the garden, in the car, simply in your living room joining us, a very good morning to you all. I should imagine some of you are planning your roast on a Sunday.
It's beef when I get home later.
Oh, playing a miss outside the off stump. Did bounce a little bit from the tall, high action that Gilchrist has. Good delivery, but Cook has simply played a miss through to the keeper, no run. 2 slips for Cook, interestingly. So you've got the extra man in the offside, a ring of 3 on the offside. We've even got a third man, a mid on, and then there's a gap all the way out to the Holly stand where there's a man back on the hook, and a fine leg. There's the bouncer. Cook actually swayed and got underneath the ball. He played that very well, did Sam Cook. A bouncer from Gilchrist. So well played, Sam Cook, and through to the keeper. Dot ball.
Yeah, it was a ball there from Gilchrist that, if he's going to go with that bouncer, I'd like to see him try it with an effort ball as well, and really put a bit of fizz on it and see if he can, just get one to climb up on the night watchman. And if he's going to be going to the effort of doing a bounce, just put a bit more pace on it.
Another short ball. This time he stands up, plays off the back foot with a straight bat. There is no one at short mid wicket, so he's able to take an easy single because the deep square leg comes in and has to field the ball. He stays in now for Critley. There's no man back on the hook. 131 for 4, and Cook has 19 good runs for his team. Critley has 3.
Still a 6-3 offside field with 2 slips in place for Critley. He's on 3 not out.
Gilchrist in, plays with an open face bat, runs it down to the third man where there is a fielder. Critley takes a single, and I think he keeps the strike. He does. 132 for 4. We're in the close to 25 minutes past 11, and Essex have lost the 1 wicket. That of Charlie Allison, who was looking good. And just thinking about 110, we've scored 22 runs this morning for the loss of the 1 wicket.
If you want to get in touch with us here at Edgbaston this morning, we'd love to hear from you. The inbox is open. You can email me, WM for West Midlands, so wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. Bamber starting a new over from the Birmingham end, and it's a play and a miss by Critley. It was one that sort of squared him up. He went to look to drive, then withdrew the bat, and it fizzed past his outside edge through to Davis. You can email Don if you want as well.
You can indeed. Anything to do with anything with our great game of cricket, you can contact us on Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Quite an easy one to remember, that.
You can get us through the usual social media channels as well if you want to. It's Bamber's in once more to Critley, and this one's left alone by the Essex man, and it goes through for no run.
I'm going to read out a few from yesterday as well. We did have a few in.
Yes, we love it when you get in touch wherever you are. We had people from all over the country. A guy off to watch Walsall at Barrow, he was in touch on the M6. We had some people who were down in Sussex listening in or watching in on the stream. You had a few people, as you say, from your parish back in Essex in touch with us. So get in touch. It'd be good to hear from you. Critley waits for Bamber, and this is into the leg side. There'll be runs here, at least 2 of them. No, they just settle for 1 in the end. Critley played it in just in front of square, in front of the umpire, and Gilchrist comes round from fine leg to cut it off about 10 yards in from the ropes. The score moves on to 133 for 4, brings the night watchman Sam Cook onto strike. He's 19 off 41 deliveries, and Bamber is going to stay right arm over the wicket to him. Still the 2 slips in place. We've got a third, a backward point, a very wide extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a catch in mid-wicket, and a fairly square fine leg as well, as Bamber's in, and it's played off the back foot by Cook, and Malik does the fielding at backward point for no run.
We had an email yesterday from Andy Livitt, who's 63 years old. He's also played over 1,100 games for Goresbrook Cricket Club since 1981, and he's still playing. That's great news.
Brilliant news.
He was yesterday after this ball.
As Bamber leaves this one alone Cook leaves this one alone from Bamber for no run.
He listens in, and he was loving the commentary yesterday. Can you wish everyone in the Essex area who are commencing their seasonal cricket friendlies today? Saffron Walden were playing Goresbrook. Now, Saffron Walden play at the American Fields. Very pretty town, Saffron Walden, in sort of central Essex. But the East Anglian Premiership season started yesterday.
And this one is just worked into the leg side to finish the over by Cook. Fielding done by Sam Hain at mid-wicket. So no run to finish that over there for me from Bamber. It was a good one as well. Just a couple of runs from it. A lovely tight line bowled at the Essex pair. Cook's still there on 19. Matt Critley will have the strike at the start of the next over. He's 5 not out. Essex 57 behind with 97 overs still to be bowled today. Have moved on from 110 for 3 overnight to 133 for 4.
Saffron Walden Cricket Club, very nice place to play cricket. They used to be in the East Anglian Premier League, but the only result I'm aware of just at the moment is Swardston up in Norfolk defeated Whittam in Essex. They actually gave them a bit of a trouncing. Gilchrist to continue. 2 slips waiting. He's bowling to Critley. This time Critley comes forward, plays a solid forward defence up to Barker at mid-on. There is no run.
Yeah, lots of friendlies taking place this weekend. Certainly in this part of the world, around most of the Midlands, the leagues get away on the early May bank holiday weekend. So a couple of weekends of friendlies before the season sort of bursts into life for club cricket and village cricket early next month.
In comes Gilchrist, bowls. This is driven in the gap between mid-wicket, mid-on. Barker's running after it. They could get themselves a little 3. They do. Critley does the second, turns and calls his partner through for the third as he is running to the danger end. And he and Essex collect 336 for 4. Stephen Tokley contacted us from Hockley. That's towards Southend.
Oh, not Hockley in Birmingham. No, okay.
Is there a Hockley in Birmingham?
There is, just north of the city.
He says always enjoying the commentary The last time he heard myself was in Sri Lanka, and he was in Shetland.
Okay.
But he goes on to say, Gilchrist bowls and Cook comes forward, plays a good forward defensive to the mid-off no run. He said after the feckless, reckless, legless Ashes performance in the winter, Wisden's words, he said, he quotes,
I was going to say, he's not sitting on the
his.
fence there, is he? It's
I wouldn't guarantee anyone a place. Look at who performs in the Great County Championship. An old-fashioned view, I know. He's right, though. This is out. Oh, what a catch at second slip. Cook goes at the ball. He felt he was going to be able to cope with that bounce, but he did almost give catching practice to a very, very high position at second slip. And I have to say that was a wonderful, wonderful catch from, it could be the Australian, is it?
It's either Bo Webster or it's Rob Yates. They both look very similar, and it's the far side of the ground, and even watching the replay. But what a grab that is. 2 hands in the air. He knows by the celebration what a good catch that is, and it was one that would have flown away for 4 if that hadn't have been caught. So a great snaffle at second slip.
Well, somebody like, was it the goalkeeper Grizovic?
Yes, I know who you
would
mean.
it Peter Bonetti? Was it the West Bromwich goalkeeper Gordon, back in the day?
Before
Gordon,
my era,
there you
Clive
go.
would know.
See,
There we go.
I think I used to have his bubblegum card all those years ago. It was like goalkeeper-esque, going particularly high, and a fantastic catch at slip. Cook stood there and waited because he was, bamboozled by the fact it was taken, and he genuinely thought he was going to get away with that as a legitimate shot. But Gilchrist has got his man, 2 for 33 for the tall seamer, and it brings in Michael Pepper. Technically, these two are our last recognised batsmen. So, and rightly so, Warwickshire will be greedily thinking, can we have a first innings lead? Essex trail by 54, and the new man at the wicket is Michael Pepper, and he's about to take his first ball facing Nathan Gilchrist, and I'm also going to give a warm welcome to Clive Eakin.
Good morning, Dom.
You came on a wicket, eh?
Yes.
Why couldn't you stay off for a bit longer?
Well, I wasn't actually on when it happened, so you can't blame me.
In comes Gilchrist to, is there maybe a thick inside edge onto the pad there. There was a little bit of interest. Michael Pepper has come forward, probably got an inside edge, and he's survived his first ball. Well, the cricket we've seen over the 2 days, Clive, day 1 you were here, day 2 for the period we had yesterday, it was absorbing, it was intense stuff, it was good cricket to watch. Gilchrist, away from us, 2 slips waiting. This time it's driven. Oh, he's been caught, has he? Caught at cover. Another good catch from Warwickshire. At cover, diving to his left. Very low down, possibly below shin height. And Michael Pepper has gone. He's gone for a 2-ball naught. Essex are in a little bit of a bad way here. 136 for 5. Michael Pepper's gone for naught. Critley, the last batsman, technically in 8, scoring 8, and it's going to bring Simon Harmer to the wicket.
You're getting all the wickets, Don. Not me.
Yeah.
You get more than you were when you were bowling. The catch was Rob Yates with the catch, and we saw an outstanding catch on the first morning by Paul Walter, if you remember, when he dived full length at slip to take a very good one-handed catch. But Rob Yates, I think, even probably outdoes that with that catch. That was outstanding from Rob Yates, who is a consistent slip catcher. Losing Pepper so quickly as well has put them in a spot of bother.
It has indeed. I said 136 for 5. It's 136 for 6. Essex are still adrift of 54 runs. And if I was a Warwickshire skipper or bowler, I'd be saying, chaps, we can get ourselves a little lead here if we bowl nicely.
Yes, I'm struggling to keep up with this. So Pepper actually was looking at me scream when Pepper was caught.
He's gone after his second ball. He's gone after a drive, but he's hit it in the air, and it's travelled in the air, but it's only a shin height. And I have to say, Yates has taken a fantastic diving catch to his left. Webster took the one at slip.
No, I think that was Yates.
Oh, was it?
It was Yates at slip. Was it Webster who took the second catch? Yeah. No, Yates took the slip catch. Can't take your eye off this game. Bamber comes in, and that's turned round. I did take my eye off it though, so I mustn't do that. But anyway, it's a single. So Matt Critchley in with Simon Harmer now. And this game moving apace, which is good news. We hopefully get a full day's play today in this match. Well, I feel it will last that long. There was a match here the last time. Last year's match was ruined by rain. It's 104 overs bowled, only one team batted. But the year before that, Essex won in 5 sessions. As Bamber comes in to bowl, and that's defended by Harmer. There is no run. So Sam Cook did a decent job as night. Well, I'm not a great fan of night watchers, I must admit, but he did his job in that role. Before Gilchrist struck twice in an over. Bamber has got 2 wickets in the innings. That's left by Harmer. Outside off stump. Essex just having to rein themselves in now and try and make sure they build. They're not that far behind Warwickshire's first innings total. They're one decent partnership away from reaching it. Quite a morning for Nathan Gilchrist this morning, taking the 3 wickets. Charlie Allison caught behind. Now Sam Cook sensationally caught in the slips. Second slip by Yates. And that's gone past the outside edge. Harmer playing defensive shot at that. Oohs and ahs from the Warwickshire field. Their tails are up suddenly.
Harmer started the season nicely in Southampton. He got 71 in Essex's only innings, and then came down to earth with a 0 against Somerset and made 20 in the second innings in the defeat by Somerset.
Yeah, you can certainly bat Harmer. He leaves that one. There's no run. And Essex will need all their batters to try and contribute to now the end of the innings.
Yes, eke out every run.
Yeah.
Silverwood will be telling his troops. Everyone. We've got a slightly longer tail in this game in respect with the debutant, Akhtar.
That one is defended. There's no run. 37 years of age now, Simon Harmer. Played 14 tests. South Africa is having a late test career. His last test was in November against India when he spun them to victory. He has
qualified in law.
He's got 2 centuries to his name, so he can bat.
I think one of those was at the Oval, which was a tremendous knock some years ago. Simon Harmer scoring 100 at the Oval. Gilchrist on his way in, 2 slips waiting. And this is played with an open face bat, runs it down to third man safely, and Critchley takes the single. Essex moved to 138 for 6. It's been quite an action-packed 40 minutes. Gilchrist has taken 3 for 34, 3 wickets to him this morning, contributing enormously. Barker, who's adjacent to the seamer beneath us, is jumping up and down, stretching his legs. He may follow Gilchrist in from this pavilion end. Gilchrist on his way in, right arm over, 2 slips. This one's played by Harmer on the front foot into the offside. There is no run. Still a gorgeous day. Slight flutter of the flags. The Warwickshire and the Warwickshire Bear is opposite us, next door to the famous scoreboard here at Edgbaston, which is now beneath one of the E-pylon lights, floodlights. Gilchrist in, short and wide, and it's forced into the floor, but it finds Webster at cover, where he picks the ball up on the bounce. No run.
So Warwickshire took 3 wickets for 9 runs this morning, with Gilchrist striking in the space of 3 of his overs, striking 3 times.
Gilchrist turns, he's away from us, he bowls just short of a length, played into the leg side where it's fielded at mid-wicket. There is no run.
It's a difficult balance to strike for the batters. We saw that with Sam Hain, had to work out the balance when wickets are falling. There is a feeling you want to score runs while you're out there, but at the same time, you know, you've got to dig in.
Gilchrist bowls, and that's a good looking delivery as Harmer comes forward, and it probably just moves away just outside the off stump, where it goes through to the keeper. What a cracking delivery that is. 138 for 6. Remember, Essex started this morning on 110 for 3. We've had 40 minutes of play. Gilchrist in, bowls, pitched up slightly straighter. This is going to be driven for 4. You could hear well done Harmy from one of the Essex supporters. The fine leg has to go and collect the ball from the Hollies stand. That's a good looking shot from Simon Harmer. Genuine wicket run scoring ball, and he duly obliges. 142 for 6.
Yeah, good shot. They need all the runs they can get. So they're only one partnership away from getting up to Warwickshire's first innings total of 190. Warwickshire will be grateful for the 45 runs they got off the final wicket, with Sam Hain leading the way. He ended up running out of partners on 88 not out. But we had a bit of a debate in the morning session the first day when I was on commentary with Richard Wilfield. We saw Webster twice come down the pitch, expose all 3 stumps. He got away with the first one, inside edge for 4. He was bowled for the second, and we questioned that. We did have one correspondent say no, that was the right approach. I'll come back to that in a minute. Bamber comes in to bowl to Matt Critley, and that's left. There's no run because it was clearly difficult to bat out there. The theory was score the runs when you can, try and play aggressively, and we got that. It's just that we weren't quite sure whether exposing all 3 stumps both times was quite the right way to go. However,
some people say it's the modern way, where you try
it's
and...
the way he plays is the phrase you get quite a lot.
Try and put him off, or put the bowler off his line and length.
As Bamber comes into bowl, and that's played back to the bowler. There's no run. He just got a little bit of a hand on that Bamber, was enough to stop it. When they say it's the way he plays, I'm tempted to say, well, play differently then.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Quite windy out there. I think the effects mic is taking a bit of a breeze, and it's pretty cool. Lots of sweaters on.
Sports Extra is with us from now, so good morning to you all, wherever you're listening to the Essex versus Warwickshire encounter.
And this one is flicked to mid-wicket for a single. And we've had quite a morning here, with Essex now 33 for 3 on the morning, 143 for 6. Charlie Allison was caught behind, tickled one from Nathan Gilchrist for 44. And 2 overs later for Gilchrist, he struck twice. Sam Cook, the victim of a sensational slip catch by Rob Yates at second slip. Warwickshire only deploying 2 slips. Yates is at full stretch to grab the ball high. Cook, the night watcher, gone for 19, and Michael Pepper lasted just 2 balls. And that one tucks Harmer up and lands by his feet. I think that struck him somewhere. Simon Harmer's got a little bit of walkabout. He's okay. Pepper, I think, will be a bit disappointed. He got caught at cover by Bo Webster without scoring. Simon Harmer's on 4, Matt Critchley on 11, and this game is nicely poised with Essex just 47 now behind Warwickshire's first innings total. And we have a sunny day. So having had 2 days where we got precious little cricket, hopefully we're going to get a full day today with a bit of luck.
It's suggested we will.
Bamber in to Harmer. Oh, that's a bit of an edge. Along the ground, so it's safe enough. It goes down to third. There is a fielder down in that position, which will please several people who get quite worked up about whether there's a fielder there or not. And it's a single, 144 for 6.
Well, the gentleman that's had the largest impact this morning in the 45 minutes play here at Edgbaston is Nathan Gilchrist. He's bowled from the pavilion end. He's taken 3 wickets. Essex lost 3 wickets in 9 runs. Gilchrist took all of them and over the course of 3 overs.
That one is carved. Oh, he's caught a backward point. It's another rather loose dismissal. Critchley has played that straight off. Zen Malak, I think it is, at backward point, who's taken the low catch. And Critchley goes for 11. Ethan Bamber gets his first wicket of the day, his third of the innings. And Essex are suffering something of a collapse here. That's 4 wickets for 17 runs now, 144 for 7.
Well, one great journalist was talking to me last night, and he was saying, and he wrote about the fact that Essex were in the ascendancy. And I argued with him, and, you know, one can bring two, that famous cricket saying. Essex are not entirely confident. We're playing one less batsman because there's no Vian Mulder, there's no Tom Wesley. We're allowing a seam bowler to make his debut, so we've got a longer tail. Listen. This game is a long way from being in the ascendancy. Both teams would like a lead. Essex wanted to bat the day, and gradually go past parity, which is 190, if they could get themselves a bit of a lead. But Warwickshire have fought hard here, in particular Gilchrist and Bamber this morning, taking 4 wickets, and Essex have gone from 110, where they recommenced this morning for 3, to 144 for 7. And as you rightly just said, Clive Eakin, we've had a bit of a collapse, and Essex are going to have to eke out. They're going to have to bore Warwickshire here. Essex are just going to have to fight like fury here to try and get a score of parity.
So that was the last ball of the over. 144 for 7, and the familiar sight of number 13 on his back, made to look like a B, although the 1 and 3 aren't quite as close together as they sometimes are with Keith Barker. He comes into bowl with Essex 144 for 7.
And he aborts his run.
Yeah, well, he was waiting for me to finish. That's very considerate of him.
He was running in from the wrong foot mark.
Yes, he's moved.
The bowler's marker was moved. He moved it back, he's turning, he's coming away from us, and he's coming left arm round the wicket. He bowls his first ball, of which Harmer, very happy to leave, through to the keeper, dot ball, 144 for 7.
Just a reminder of the County Cricket Live page. So many of you follow the games on that. You can listen to us and follow at the same time. Matthew, Ewan and Chris are on duty today, and they will update you on all the matches up and down the country and give you some of the colour, and you can get involved as well.
Great service as Barker comes in quite wide outside off stump, and Harmer isn't really interested in playing that delivery. 2 slips waiting, ring on the offside. And we've got a conventional mid-wicket. There's a fine leg, and we also have a third man, which seems to be quite an unfashionable position these days, as is forward short leg or boot hill, bat pad under the lid. In comes Barker, bowls left arm round the wicket, and this is played with an open face bat. Harmer will collect a single. That third man comes into play, throws well, 1 run. 145 for 7.
And just looking at that service, if you're listening to us online or on the app, all you have to do is scroll down on the. You should find it. If not, you can get there by just going to the cricket page on the BBC website. And of course, they're reminding me that you can listen to us on BBC Sounds this summer, as well as on the website and on the app. If you want to listen on BBC Sounds, get your smart speaker. Can play that. If you just ask your smart speaker, easy for me to say, ask BBC Sounds to play whichever match you want to listen to. In this case, it'll be Warwickshire versus Essex, day 3.
No ball from Keith Barker.
Perhaps he didn't move his marker to the right place. Mind you, it was a shorter run-up, wasn't it?
He oversteps. The umpire has signalled Ben Debenham. Where are the scorers? Are they in this building?
Yeah, so quite a bit further away to the right. I've just popped in there actually to hang hello to someone. They're on this floor. They're just sort of. They haven't got a great view behind the bowler's arm, but they've got a decent view just round the corner there.
Barker round the wicket, bowls. And this is driven nicely up to mid-off. There is no run. 10 to 12. Essex are 147 for 7. Snater is on 0 not out. Harmer is on 6 not out. So we are down to two batsmen who are not mugs but are under pressure here. Snater is normally liking to play a positive outcome. Outside, this time he's being responsible. I don't think there's much swing. If anything, it's going away from the right-handed batsman at the moment, which traditionally Keith Barker normally likes to bring it in to the right-handed batsman. But I don't think there's a huge amount of swing. The ball is 51 overs old. Barker turns a couple of steps before he gets into his run. On his way into his bound, he bowls outside off stump, moving away from the right-hander, and that concludes the end of the over. Barker has bowled just the 1 over this morning. Nathan Gilchrist has taken 3 wickets, and 1 from the other end, which was Bamber. He's added to his 2 to become 3 wickets, 3 for 36 off 18, and I think he's continuing. I think he's just moved a marker. Number 54, He's going to continue with his spell, and he's bowled well this morning.
Let's run through cricket elsewhere in a moment for you. It's going to be Bamber then bowling from the Birmingham end, rather. Gosh, a few years out of date there, according to the City end. The Birmingham end, as that's played a backward point, there's no run. Just 4 championship matches on in this round of games, as we've been saying. Let's see how they're going. So, one other in the first division, and Hampshire building a decent position there. 191 for 3 against Somerset. That means they lead by 141. As in comes Bamber to bowl to Harmer. Oh, he's played a miss at that one. Bamber moving across, Harmer moving across his stumps and pushing at it, and there is no run. Second division, some way to go in the game at Northampton, where Northampton are 254 for 4, replying to Middlesex's 341. Let's see if I can settle that effects mic down a little bit. Gloucestershire 103 for 3 in the second innings. They're still 1 run behind Lancashire, but it looks like they're putting a bit of a fist on to it today. That one is run down to 3rd by Harmer, beats second slip, and even though there is a fielder in that position, that fielder is quite wide and couldn't stop it, so it's gone for 4. Nathan Gilchrist down there couldn't cut it off, and it's 4 runs to Harmer, who's now on to 10. And brings 150 up for Essex.
With these 2 batters at the crease, not strong batters, they can bat.
This next one, Harmer just pushes out to the offside for no run.
I'd have been keen to put a 3rd slip in. I was just chatting with my colleague a few moments ago, and I just think, I know it wouldn't have been a catch, it may have stopped the 4, but I just think Warwickshire are also playing a patience game here. They trying to stop Essex scorer in runs. You could take perhaps out a mid-wicket, put him into third slip, or even cover. I do think a third slip would be a good idea.
That one is defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. 150 came in 310 balls, so it's fairly cautious stuff, going around about 3 and over. It's difficult, still difficult to bat out there. The pitch's edge will tend to get easier as the match goes on, and Essex will have that in mind when they come to bat last. Oh, that's edge and just short. I think that bounced in front of Rob Yates, who's actually getting a pat on the back for the stop. Played it with soft hands, Harmer, and it just died in front of Rob Yates. Not a chance, but a false shot. 151 for 7 after 52 overs.
It was a great effort, that was. A really, really good effort from the second slip, Rob Yates, who's already taken a goalkeeper-esque type catch this morning. High above his head to his right-hand side.
The goalkeeper would have tipped it over the bar.
Yeah, I'd be interested in the third slip. I really would. It's going to be Barker to start his next over, and he's on his way in round the wicket. This is driven nicely up to mid-off. There is no run. Bathed in sunshine. There's a few down at the far end, the city end, and there's a few more perhaps. What do you call the stand towards the scoreboard?
Well, actually, do you know
stand?
what? It's actually called the press. It still has the words press box stand written on the back of it, which is odd because the press box hasn't been there for many, many years. It used to be, but not for many years.
Barker's in, nice and straight, where the batsman is Snater, who defends very, very nicely. Plays the ball back to the bowler. There is no run.
When you say bathed in sunshine, I think I'm not sure people are bathing in it because it's pretty nippy out there.
Well,
so
I checked. I checked last night about the weather forecast today, which was exciting for us for a change because we felt there was no rain coming. But it's only going to get 3 degrees warm tonight as this goes through outside off stump through to the keeper. So if you're anywhere around Edgbaston, I wouldn't be leaving your plants out tonight, your tomatoes or anything like that. There will be a ground frost in certain areas, so I would be very, very cautious about what you're doing with your seeds and your plants.
Welcome to Gardener's World with Don Topley.
Barker on his way in, left arm round the wicket, outside off stump. Who's an ours, but there wasn't a genuine play and miss. Snater was very happy to leave it. He's going to have to change the way he plays, because normally he's quite a positive and tries to influence the game. Today, with Essex 151 for 7 and still 39 runs behind Warwickshire's total of 190, he's going to have to play responsibly. Barker bowls. There's a genuine play in the miss. That looked quite a nice delivery from left arm round the wicket, and it looked to me as if it may have swung away as well. That was a good delivery from the veteran Warwickshire all-rounder, who has returned to Warwickshire after 8 years away with Hampshire.
Yeah, 39 years of age now, Keith Barker. As Barker comes into bowl to Snater. Don's just got to do an update, and I think Adam's going to come in here and do his update as well. As there's no run. The great thing about Adam's updates is you get to hear it on the commentary, because he does it down the line. You won't hear Don's unless you're in Essex. But it will be brilliant, of course. 151 for 7 is the score at the end of that over. Harmer on 10, Snater on 0. Warwickshire at the moment have the edge. Essex trying to rebuild, trying to just calm things down. They've managed to get, where are we, in the I managed to get through a couple of overs without any further losses after losing 4 wickets in 8 overs. But to continue.
It is going to be Bamber from the far end. It's Harmer that's on strike from the Birmingham end. He's in now, and it's a foolish delivery that's dug out off the toes of Harmer for no run. Good afternoon, Clive.
Good afternoon.
It's
good day's cricket ahead.
and it couldn't have gone much better that first hour for Warwickshire, really. Just what the doctor ordered for the Bears, I think it's fair to say. They'll be very happy picking up, what was it, 4 wickets for 17 runs, if my maths is correct.
Yes, I would concur with that.
Bamber in once more, and sorry, it's Thompson started the new over, and it's clipped off his toes, is that one by Harmer, and it flies away just in front of square for 4 runs.
Yeah, so over pitched by Jordan Thompson. Yes, sorry, you embraced the Ethan Bamber from the Birmingham end, but over pitch that. It's played through square leg in front of the building sign. It is a Sunday, there's no one in the crane. There's at least one chap there with his white
Oh, there is in a high vis, yes.
Whether he's just there for security or whether he's actually doing any work. If he is, he's doing it pretty much on his own.
Could be they're getting a delivery ready for Monday morning, perhaps, as Thompson is in once more, and this is again worked to the leg side. A slight misfield, so they think about a single and they're going to take it. Yeah, I think that's Sam Hain at mid-wicket that fumbles the ball a little bit. Keith Barker mops up behind him, and they get through for 1 to bring Snater onto sight. Any clues with the binoculars as to what's happening there?
No, not really. Just standing there having a look. Perhaps, as you say, they're just planning the work for tomorrow.
Halfway through this over is Thompson. Essex still 34 behind on 156 for 7. I'll be updating the radio listeners in a few moments' time, so you get to eavesdrop in on that as well, as Thompson comes in and Snater's tapping his bat and waiting, a play and a miss, and it's a good delivery that, around 4th stump, and it fizzes through to the keeper Davis for no run.
Yes. Delivery from Thompson, who was announced as a Warwickshire signing quite early last season. He was coming in for this season.
No Chris Wokes for this game. We think rested rather than injury.
Yeah, well, he was here on the first day doing 12th duties. Well wrapped up.
Yes, it was rather cold as down the leg side goes this one from Thompson, and it's picked up behind the stumps by Davis. Again, no run.
You do have a moment they're relatively clear of injuries, so they do have a decent amount of resource in the bowling attack. That's why they signed players like Thompson and Gilchrist. They felt they needed.
Well, they ran out of bowlers by the middle of
yeah.
the summer last year, didn't they? Really, that was one of their big problems at the back end of last season. Was getting some bowlers onto the park. Last ball of Thompson's over now, and it's driven down the ground by Snater, and Thompson sort of half fields it off his own bowling, gets his fingers to it and takes enough of the pace off the ball for Keith Barker to mop up, coming round from mid-off to pick up the ball. That is the end of the over. Snater still there, 0 not out, 156 for 7 the score is. And Simon Harper, no, he used to be the character in My Family that Robert Lindsay played. Simon Harmer, the not out batter alongside him on 15.
I was going through the scores. I went through the county scores. There's just one game in the Women's One Day Cup today. It's at Southport, Lancashire. 87 for 2 after 22 overs against Somerset. Good win for Warwickshire over Essex. Was it yesterday or the day before? Games going on in various franchises in the IPL. Jofra Archer's playing for Rajasthan Royals, who are 102 for 3 in the 12th over against the Kolkata Knight Riders. And Moeen Ali is captaining the Karachi Kings against the Multan Sultans in the Pakistan Super League. Multan's innings is coming to an end. They're 186 for 7 with 1 over to go. That's in Karachi. So in comes Barker to bowl the Harmer. Left arm round the wicket, gets the leading edge there, Harmer, albeit along the ground onto the offside. No run. Just open up. Moeen Ali's taken 2 for 30 in his 40 overs, and that's Pakistan Super League game.
Yeah, I'll go and update listeners in just a second. So You won't miss anything from here though, I promise. Good morning, this is Adam Pinder-Smith at Edgbaston, where the first hour of this third day of this county championship match has belonged to Warwickshire. They've taken 4 wickets. They did them in 8 overs as well for just 17 runs, as Essex went from 110 for 3 overnight to find themselves 7 down. They're still 7 down on 156. Simon Harmer 15 not out. Snater alongside him with 0 to his name so far off 13 deliveries. 3 wickets for Gilchrist, 1 for Bamber. Very much Warwickshire's morning. Essex 156 for 7, still 34 behind. We've got ball-by-ball commentary for you on the BBC Sport website and app. This is Adam Pinder-Smith at Edgbaston.
And that one from Barker just played a mid-wicket by Harmer for no run. And it's 156 for 7.
What do you think of him coming round the wicket to the right-hander, Clive? I've not seen much of Keith Barker since he's come back to Edgbaston. Has this been a tactic he's employed?
Yeah, he often bowls that way. That's pushed out the offside, there's no run. In fact, Brian Halford and I both take some credit for Warwickshire winning the championship back in, was it 2013? Because we were at a match at Durham, and Ashley Giles, who was the head coach then, was sitting in our box, and he was trying to get the window open because he wanted to get a message out to Keith Barker, and we managed to get the window open for him, and he told Barker to try bowling round the wicket, which he did next over and got a wicket. So we played our part there. So that one is played out. Did he get bat on that umpire? It looks like he's got a single leg by. He does. So Harmer doesn't get the run, but Essex do. 157 for 7. One more ball of the 55th over to go. Essex just 33 runs behind.
Did they give you a free meal at the end of season awards for that part you played in the title-winning series? No?
I don't think so. What did I say they were behind? 33 behind, I should have said. No. We just enjoyed the reflected glory. In comes Barker to bowl to Snater, who's yet to score. Patient start from him. He lets that one drift away. That's his 14th delivery without a run. 157 for 7 at the end of 55 overs. Essex are edging their way closer to Warwickshire's first innings total.
I think, though, Warwickshire will be very, very pleased. I interviewed Sam Hain last night after the match and put the question to him of sort of where do you think the game is, and he said they were slightly behind but a good first hour and they'd be right back into it, and that's exactly what's happened this morning. Those 4 wickets, and what they added, 50 runs or so in that first, what were they, 110 weren't they, overnight?
110 for 3,
yeah,
that's
so
right.
you know, it's Warwickshire will be pleased with this as Thompson continues from the Birmingham end, and Harmer just lets this one go by, and Davis behind the stumps picks that one up and tosses it to second slip.
Yeah, I think he played at that, Harmer, just a little nudge at it. Good away swinger from Thompson.
Walks back to his mark, does the Warwickshire bowler. Still 87 overs to be bowled today after this. We're making up for 2 rain-affected first and second days at Edgbaston, and this one's defended by Harmer, solidly behind this one, and just defends it out to mid-off for no run.
He's battling Harmer. He said he's a perfectly capable batter. A couple of centuries to his name, and played a missed a few, but he's digging in nicely. Played the odd good shot and adding some valuable runs.
Harmer waits again for Thompson, who's in past the umpire and bowls this one to the leg side. There'll be a single here. Goes out to the fine leg fielder, which is Nathan Gilchrist, who tosses the ball back in to Alex Davis, so they get through for 1, moves the score on to 158 for 7.
Essex haven't been able to find anyone to play the Sam Hain role in this innings. Hain making 88 not out in the Warwickshire innings, dominating that innings. We had 46 from Paul Walter, 44 out today, Charlie Allison, but it's going to need more all-round contributions from Essex because they haven't had someone to play the big innings that Hayne did.
And this one is off the pad, maybe a little bit of batting fight. Is Snater going to get his first run, or is the umpire going to signal a leg by? No, there was a bit of bat in that, so Snater is off the mark. He moves on to 1. The scoreboard ticks round by another single as well and takes it to 159 for 7. 2 balls left in this Thompson over. Essex still 31 behind. They've creeped along. The run rate in this innings is just under 3 runs per over, 2.86. Here's Thompson. Harmer waits for him, and this is glanced off the bat and runs down to a vacant fine leg area for 4. So a little bit streaky perhaps, but Essex will take them all day long. The lead down into the 20s now for Warwickshire. Another 4 runs to Harmer. He's on to 20.
Thompson thought he was going to get an LBW there as Harmer stepped across his stumps, just got an inside edge onto the ball to stop it thudding into his pads. There would certainly have been a loud shout if he'd missed. Gets 4 valuable runs.
27 behind Essex are. 3 first innings wickets in hand as Thompson comes in from the Birmingham end to complete his over, and Harmer solidly forward to defend that. Keith Barker scoots round from mid-on to do the fielding, picks the ball up, polishes it on his trousers. Another over ticks by. 163 for 7 are Essex.
Yeah, Thompson looking frustrated there once the wicket. He hasn't got a wicket in this match thus far. Took 3 at Hove and 3 in the first game against Surrey. It's mainly Gilchrist and Bamber, with 1 contribution from Barker as well in this innings from Warwickshire's point of view. Very little spin so far in this match. Simon Harmer bowled 1 over. Warwickshire, well, they haven't really got a spin. Rob Yates will be the one who'll bowl spin for them if they do turn to that, which they might have to at some point with over rates. I don't think it's got the over 8 on the scoreboard, but because it's all seam, I imagine they'll be a bit behind. Barker comes round the wicket, and that's defended by Snater, and there is no run.
I'm surprised that Webster's not had a bowl yet. I'm not saying he'd come on and bowl some spin. He might bowl his sort of seam-up deliveries, but they're going with their main bowlers at the moment. I haven't seen Webster bowl in the flesh this season yet, so a little bit on the stream in the Surrey game. I don't think it might have been the Sussex game. They sort of all blurred into one, really. So that's a little surprising, perhaps.
Barker around the wicket, the ball that's driven to mid-off. There's no run. I guess they're Barnard feel me. He's bowled 10 overs himself, but he'll feel certainly the 4 main strike bowlers are doing pretty well at the moment this morning. 163 for 7. 6 total. So they steady the ship a little bit. 19 runs this pair have added now, and they're in their 7th over together after that flurry of wickets. Barker round the wicket to Snater, leans back, cuts that, beats the dive of Malik, who did get something on the ball to slow it down, so it's just a single for Snater. And Essex will reflect that a couple of their wickets have come to rather loose shots, caught on the covers and at backward point.
Yeah, good stop that by Malik. Just took the pace off. It probably would have been 4, because I don't think the fielder out at third would have been able to cut that one off. So good bit of work there at backward point by Zayn Malik.
Barker comes in to bowl, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run. There are 2 slips there, but they're kind of at slip and then at 2.5. There's a little bit of a gap between slip and second slip at the moment.
Yeah, can't see who's stationed at second slip because they're under a
it's Rob
floppy
Yates.
hat.
It was Rob Yates who took the catch there earlier. Well, no, I think it's Sam Hayne actually there.
Yeah. Was it Yates at first? I can't.
Yeah, I think it is. Barker comes into bowl, and that's driven, and it's very well stopped by Zayn Malik. He must have thought he got a 4 there, Harmer, with a cover drive. But Malik's working hard on the field this morning, dived to his right and made a splendid stop.
Yeah, lovely bit of work there in the covers by Malik. nonchalantly walked back to his fielding position, hands in pockets, but it was that save 4 runs definitely, which in the context of only 26 behind at the moment, Essex is massive.
Barker in again. Balls, that one's left outside off stump. Nips back a bit, but probably nipped back after it had passed the stumps. So Harmer judged it well. And it's 164 for 7. We're not in.
Leave a message.
Snater on 2, Harmer on 20. And it's a fascinating match, this. Hopefully it will reach a exciting conclusion sometime tomorrow, one way or t'other.
Nathan Gilchrist back on. Nearly been off for a couple of overs or two, but coming back out into the field now. So the 12th man has headed back to the dressing room. It's going to be Snater that's on strike. Thompson to continue from the City end. Essex 26 behind with 3 first innings wickets in hand still at 164 for 7. Snater is 2 not out, Harmer on 20. The partnership as well is worth 20 runs, and it's right arm over the wicket by Thompson. It's driven through the offside. Extra cover runs round, will cut it off well inside the boundary ropes. It will just be a single to start the over and bring Harmer on strike. 165 for 7. Essex move on to. Keith Barker at mid-on, just polishing the ball and having a chat with his bowler. He's been stationed there throughout the entire Essex innings when he hasn't been bowling as Keith Barker, so maybe passing on a bit of advice or two to the man with the ball in his hand now, Thompson. He's in, it's a fuller ball and a play and a miss. Wise, Harmer, and it goes through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, that was a loose shot from Harmer, who generally has played pretty carefully and watchfully. Yes, he's played and missed at times, but usually playing defensive shots. That one was a bit of a wild swing. One that was quite high and moved away. He's having a little talk with himself there. Harmer doesn't want to give it away now. There's the beginnings of a partnership here for Essex.
Yeah, and with them playing the extra batter as well. I know there's been the night watchman that's been in and out. This pairs, it's important for them, and Harmer defends this one on the front foot into the offside. Still to come, Akhtar Porter. So these two have still got a bit of work to do. 25 behind Essex are. Still 2 slips in place, and the field has spread a little on the leg side. Mid-on, which is Barker, is still in place, but the mid-wicket has gone back to sort of deep mid-wicket now, sort of 10 yards in from the fence, as this one again is defended by Harmer. And fine leg's just come in a little bit, actually. Gilchrist is the man who's patrolling the fine leg area. He was out on the rope for the beginning of the over, but he's been called up, although he's just wandering back a little now, maybe 10 metres or so in from the boundary rope. And with the 2 slips, there's a backward point, an extra cover, and a mid-off. That's your field on the offside at present.
Don probably suggesting Essex got a bit of a tail. Actually, look at it, and they have by modern day standards, a genuine number 11, I think, in Jamie Porter. But Akhtar's record is not at all bad.
As Thompson is in, and it's a bouncer that's left alone by Harmer. He moves out the way of this one and drops the hands. No, I never saw him bat at Gloucestershire. I don't think I ever saw him play at Gloucestershire, so I couldn't comment on how Akhtar...
I mean, Porter has made 173 attempts now to score a half-century and not managed it. His highest score is 34, averages 6, whereas Akhtar actually averages about 24 and has got 3 50s to his name. So he's not a mug with the bat by any means.
Harmer waits for Thompson, and it's again a bouncer, and it's sort of fended off into the offside, and Malik does the fielding at backward point. So a dot to finish that over. 58 of them Essex have batted now in their first innings. Still 25 behind. There's loads of time left today because we're making up overs as well. 85 of them still to be bowled, and Snater is on 3 not out. He'll have the strike at the start of the next over. Alongside him is Harmer for 20, with Essex moving on this morning from 110 for 3, now at just gone 12:15, so an hour and 15 minutes into play. They find themselves on 165 for 7.
Rather neatly, actually, Zaman Akhtar's average is exactly 24. So to keep it nice and neat, he needs to score exactly 24 and get out
With these two falling into the next ball or two.
Ed Barnard is coming on. We've had 58 overs, so we're still 22 overs away from the new ball. Warwickshire would love to have wrapped up the innings by then, but they might not, so Ed Barnard will have that in mind, that he's got a new ball not a million miles away. We might see Rob Yates twirl his arm, perhaps, on occasion, but Snater has played very watchfully, 3 from 19 balls. Barnard bowls him. That's a solid 4 defensive shot to mid-off. It's another dot ball, 165 for 6. Fairly slow going for Essex. 55 runs scored this morning, loss of 4 wickets. How many overs have we had today? We've had, well, this is the 20th over. So not a disastrous over rate, actually, today. Barnard comes in to bowl, right arm over, and that's on off stump. It's played to mid-off again. Another dot ball. Snater goes on walkabout. And Jason Roy's cousin, Shane Snater, not playing like him at the moment. Netherlands international. This one, he leans back, plays a nice shot. Barnard's maybe just got fingertips on that, slightly lazy. If he did get fingertips on it, it's hurt him a bit. He's wrung his hand, it just did enough to stop it racing to the boundary, and it's picked up at mid-off. Okay, there's no run. Then again, Barnard. And that's pushed out to the offsides. Accurate bowling from Ed Barnard. Not sure he's troubling the batter too much, but he's bowling very accurately and keeping Snater on the defensive.
Yeah, it's been a tidy start for Barnard. What's this, his second over of the day? It's been very tight line, in around 4.5 stumps, something like that.
Bowls again, that goes past the outside edge. That did trouble Snater. Pitched up, Snater just prodding at it. He goes down the pitch, does a bit of gardening, which batters always do, of course. If to say, well, it's not my fault I missed it, it's when it came off the pitch. 165 for 7.
Yeah, tale of old as time, that, isn't it? If one just whistles past the outside edge, go and tap the pitch down and blame the ground.
Barnard in, and Snater plays back to that and guides it nicely past mid-on. Keith Parker can't cut it off, and that's 4 runs. Well placed shot to finish the over from Snater, otherwise a tidy over from Barnard. Snater on to 7, Essex on to 169 for 7, now 21 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings total.
Yeah, really whipped that one away nicely, got the wrists through the ball and his hands through the ball quickly, did Shane Snater there. Just watching a replay of it now, yeah, really whips that one through, moves the left leg out of the way, beats the field, and it's sailed away to the rope. So a nice way for Essex to finish the over. It's day 3 of this county championship match at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Essex. We're still in the first innings. We had a lot of rain yesterday, 2 hours or so they were off in the afternoon. Were the players as Thompson begins a new over from the Birmingham end, and it's going to be a single to begin with as Simon Harmer just works this into the leg side, and Keith Barker comes around from mid-on to do the fielding for a single. Lost, how long do you say you lost on Friday? I wasn't here Friday.
Well, we had the whole of the morning session, and I think we only had about half an hour after lunch.
Yeah, so
and that was it for the day.
So almost 2 sessions were lost then on Friday, but I'm still fairly confident there might be a result in this game. It's
yeah, the only thing is it does tend to get easier as the game goes on, so the third innings is going to be crucial, as it so often is.
Essex still 20 behind as this one's left alone by Snater, goes through to the keeper for no run. 170 for 7, so 3 wickets still in hand for Essex first time around.
I think there's still definitely something in the pitch at the moment. Essex are having to be watchful quite a lot. It's going past the bat. As I say, they will feel they've given a couple of wickets away with loose shots, but it's clearly not easy out there.
And that catch from Rob Yates as well was a fantastic grab at second slip just over an hour ago. If you can see that one on social media or anywhere later, go and see it. And this one is, well, he's appealed for struck on the pad, but it sounded quite woody.
Yeah, the bowler didn't appeal.
No.
A couple of the fielders wandered, but it's a bit of a leading edge, looped up in the air briefly.
Snater there, just wandering away to the next strip for the moment and just giving himself a second or two before getting ready to face the next ball. And Slip's going for a bit of a wander as well. Who did decide under the floppy hat? Was that Sam Hain?
Sam Hain,
so
yeah.
Sam Hain and Rob Yates are patrolling first and second slip at the moment. We've got a third and a backward pointer, extra cover and a mid-off. That's the offside field. Snater waits for Thompson and he's driving this time up to mid-off for no run.
Well, interestingly, when I was to see, well, because Keith Barker's not bowling now, but when Barker was bowling left arm round the wicket, Hain was at second slip and Yates at slip. He wasn't quite a wide second slip, Hain, almost 2.5, whereas to the right arm over of Thompson, back to where they were before with Hain at slip and Yates at a standard second slip position.
Just to complete the field, we've got mid-on, deep backward square and a fairly squarish fine leg, and it's hooked this time by Snater. They'll trot through for a single. Gilchrist does the fielding coming round from fine leg and throws the ball into Davis, so that brings Simon Harmer onto strike. The score moves on to 171 for 7, so Essex now just 19 behind.
A couple of fielders there for the trap for the pulled shot, but Snater played well within himself. Just played it away for a single. There's just 2 fielders out there. Trudy decides to try and take them on. The building site's quite away from the pitch. Pitch is over to the right a little bit as we look at it, so it takes a big hit if you're going to get the ball into the building site.
And this one is defended to finish the over. Proper, solid forward defence there from Harmer.
I think if you hit it in the building site today, it's gone for the day.
Well,
I think the chap that was there earlier seems to have left.
I don't think there's any access from this side, is there either? Looking at that hoarding, it looks fairly sort of cordoned off. I'm not saying that's a bad thing at all.
They wouldn't be allowed in there, would they, without hard hats and signing a few forms, I wouldn't have thought.
Very true. So as long as there's no pinch hitting later on, as Essex look for a quick declaration or something, I don't quite know what we would do in that scenario. Is there anything in the MCC laws?
Get a new ball.
It would be a new ball.
Replacement ball, yeah. I didn't see it. I was only here for one day, I think, of was it 2 days of the first match here this season. There were apparently a couple of sixes hit in there. I didn't see them though. That one is played to point. There's no run. Snater the batter and Barnard the bowler. Barnard's only gone for 17 runs in his 11 overs in the innings. So he's been tidy, which is kind of his job really. If he can get a wicket, that'd be a bonus. But just trying to stop Essex scoring runs, and their rate is less than 3 and over in this innings. Barnard, and yeah, that's interesting. As forward defence, there's no run. So when the ball is from the pavilion end, we're again seeing Hain at a wide second slip with Yates back at slip. So what the thinking is, why they're swapping around, what it is about whether it's just the ends or the fact that for Barnard, again, the second slip is wider than normal, whether that's the reason why Hain's gone there. And
the interesting thing is, I would think Rob Yates is left-handed, so if you were going to have anyone at a wide sort of second, well, almost third slip to be able to, you know, go one-handed with their dominant hand, you'd probably want them the other way round. So I'm with you, Club, I'm not quite sure as to the thinking there. I'm not saying it's a right or a wrong thing, but I'm struggling to sort of join the dots on that one.
Barnard bowls, that's left as no run. I imagine it's something they've sort of agreed themselves between them, Hain and Yates. For whatever reason, they feel it's best this way round.
He's at a very wide second. That's more third slip, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Where Hayne is stationed at the moment under the floppy hat. So, yeah, maybe they just sort of feel that Yates can sort of cover two positions, maybe.
This next one, Ransom on the pass, an appeal from Barnard. Might have been a little on the high side. It's not a vociferous appeal, and it is turned down.
Too high, that one. Struck him above the knee roll, I think. I'm just waiting for the replay on the monitor in front of me. Come through yet, but yeah, it didn't quite look right, that one, did it?
Yeah, it might have been going down the leg. I'm not sure how it was too. It hit him on the back foot, but say not a. I don't think the bowler was convinced he was going to get it, but thought it was worth a shot. Next ball's a good one. Snater pushing at it, misses it. It goes to the wicket keeper. There's no run. Half an hour to lunch now. Don Topley will come and replace me shortly. It's the end of this over. 171 for 7 is the Essex total, and that one is defended towards mid-on. No run. So these two now, I think it's the second biggest partnership of the innings. They are battling out there with Snater on 8, Harmer on 21, Essex 171 for 7. They trail by 90. Adam Pinder-Smith will be joined by Don Topley.
Yeah, a bit of a committee meeting going on out there at the moment between Sam Hayne and Thompson. Maybe something that Sam's seen, that he's just passing on a few pearls of wisdom. He batted very well with Nathan Gilchrist last night, or yesterday afternoon, I suppose it was, for the final wicket. They put on 45 together to push the Warwickshire total up to 190. It's Harmer that's on strike. He's facing Thompson and he's forward and defending the first ball of this over. Still two slips in place. A bit more of a ring field now, though, on the offside to Harmer's batting. Got backward point is Malik. You've got an extra cover, but a fairly square extra cover and a mid-off. On the leg side, a deep backward square, a mid-on and a fairly squarish fine leg. And there's a man, I think that's Webster down there, patrolling the third boundary as well. 171 for 7 as Harmer waits for Thompson, and he's forward defending up to mid-on where Keith Barker does a long barrier, picks up the ball before polishing out his trousers, and in a moment or two will toss it back to Thompson for the next one. Good afternoon, Don. How are you?
Yes,
Oh, you've got a lovely shirt on. I hadn't seen that earlier. What a cracking shirt that is.
Thank you. Yes, it's blue, brown and white striped. Yes, I thought I'd wear a shirt today. I'm hoping it's going to be warm enough. I've only just taken my coat off. It is quite chilly in Birmingham this morning.
Thompson continuing from the city end. A fuller ball that's a straight one, and it's just worked into the leg side. They'll steal a single, will Harmer. He'll get up to the non-strikers end to bring Snater on strike and move the score on to 172 for 7. Just marking his guard again is Shane Snater. So, cousin of Jason Roy. So, did they play much together in the sort of before they came to these shores? Do you know, Don? I
don't know. I actually don't know. They would have heralded from Zimbabwe. Shane Snater.
Oh, playing a miss this time by Snater, and it goes past the outside edge through to the keeper for no run.
Good delivery that, off the back foot. Snater fighting hard with Harmer. Partnership is pretty good for these two, worth 28. Gosh, Essex need to eke out every run here.
What would you say is the absolute minimum that, well, I suppose parity would be the absolute minimum, would it? But how many would they like in an ideal world?
50 lead in this current situation.
This one is another play and a miss. A real wafty drive there by Snater, but he doesn't make contact. So for no run.
See, we've seen Snater block it for a while. They were in a bit of trouble, and he's trying to play his natural game now, which is to play a few shots. Can be very effective, but he can't be reckless in this situation. Yeah, they would like a little lead. But what they don't want to do is give their wickets away. We're still 18 adrift. If these two can bat till lunch, that'll get rid of certainly the 18.
Last ball of the over is driven off the back foot, but not timed, so it goes out to mid-off. And another over ticks by. There's been 62 of them now in the Essex innings. Another 81 still to be bowled today, as Don's just said. The side batting at the moment, Essex, are 18 behind on first innings with 3 wickets still in the tank. A partnership of 28 between Shane Snater, who's 8 not out off 38. Simon Harmer is 22 not out off 47. Has moved Essex onto 172 for 7.
Do you remember asking me a question when we were on air first thing this morning?
I asked you a question about declarations.
Yeah.
Is that what you were on about?
Yeah, gosh, that was miles away, wasn't it? And Gilchrist has answered that with a fine spell of 3 wickets for the best part of 9 Essex runs in 3 overs. Barnard's in, nice repeatable action, which is driven back by Harmer to mid-on where there is no run. Sun's gone just for the moment. We've still got some blue sky around, but just covering up the sun at the moment. It's quite a calm, still day here in Edgbaston. 172 for 7, 25 minutes to lunch, and there's another Essex run. One to Harmer, who forces it, closes the face into the leg side and takes a single, calls his partner through.
Had a lovely email in from Clive Barr. Clive, good afternoon to you, Clive. Thanks for getting in touch. 10 minutes or so ago, we were talking about the building site and how it's there's no one there working today, and what would happen or what has happened when the ball's gone for 6 into that area. And apparently there's a few building site 6s that we'll get to in a second at the end of the over.
Barnard in. This is driven powerfully into the leg side, but finds the fielder at mid-wicket where there is no run. See, have you noticed here, that was a good looking shot. Snater again. He's prepared to play a few shots. He tried to drive the last ball of the last over, which he found the fielder. He's trying to make an impression on this game now. Snater plays and misses. I actually think he brought his bat inside the line. And R behind the stumps, but alas, no wicket. Sorry, I interrupted your email.
It's all right. Hello, Clive. He said Danny Wyatt-Hodge scored 100 here in a women's one-day game a few weeks ago and hit half a dozen balls into the building site. As they had 2 balls in operation, they used the other one whilst looking for the ball. Common sense in cricket, really? That's surprising. More of this in a second.
Barnard bowls, 4 defensive, out on the offside, no run.
But the box of balls did make an appearance more than once. Maybe some golf course type nets, you know, the ones they use on drivers' ranges and that sort of stuff, might be useful, or particularly when the T20s and the 100 kick into life. Keep up the good work and loving the commentary. Well, thank you for that, Clive. It's good of you to have got in touch.
There is a security man with a high vis who's leaning over the fence. This is an LBW shout, and I've got to be genuinely interested. To me, that looked all good, all right from up here. We're not right behind the arm, but I would have to agree with the umpire there, who's given Shane Snater LBW to Ed Barnard for the pricely sum of 8, and Essex have lost their 8th wicket on the score of 173 for 8.
Well, my fingers shot up here in the commentary box. That looked plumb to me. My replays aren't working at the second, so I can't watch it on the stream to see. In fact, it's just coming in front of me now. Oh yeah, that's plumb. Crashing into leg stump, that one.
Yeah. He
no real complaints.
To loosen his arms. He felt he was there to score some runs now. And he's just got across his stumps a little bit, looking to play into the leg side. He's missed it, and he's been adjudged adjacent. LBW for 8 runs. Has Snater?
So the 2 batters that are left are Akhtar, who's come out to join now at number 10, and then I assume it will be Porter at 11, won't it? So even with the juggling of the batting order for the night watchman, have you seen much of Akhtar? Did you ever see him in Gloucestershire to sort of know?
I think he was down with the rabbits and the ferrets, so I don't think he's renowned for his batting. He has come in at 10 in front of Porter, and Porter's really not known for his batting either. So Harmer, what's he going to do? Will he throw caution? He's on 23 not out. It's a new over, and we're going to be seeing Jordan Thompson come into bowl.
He is, and the first one is left alone by Harmer, just sort of walking across towards off stump, knew that was going to miss. It was one that was shaping away from Thompson, and it goes through to the keeper for no run.
Yep. Done a good job, bowled quite tight this morning, Thompson. Nothing to show in the wickets column. He's had a number of player misses. Harmer 23 not out. Can he add?
Just Alex Davis didn't take that cleanly. It darted back in after the stumps actually from Thompson there, but he's in once more, and this is just worked nicely into the leg side, rolled his wrists, got his foot out of the way, and knocks it out to the to the sweeper really, that's about 10 yards in from the boundary on the leg side, just in front of square for a single. So 174 for 8 Essex are now, still 16 behind. They've got 2 slips in, but a wide-ish second slip. It's Sam Hain there with his hands in his pockets. That's almost more, me and Clive were saying on commentary, that's more sort of third slip than second slip really. Then they've got backward point, extra cover, mid-off and mid-on. Third is still out patrolling the boundary as Thompson comes in again, and it's a straight one that's just played into the onside, and the mid-wicket does the fielding for no run.
The runs have sort of dried up a little bit, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
Which is good play on behalf of Warwickshire.
It's also a bit of the situation. They've lost 5 in this session. They don't want to have lost a 6th, do they? So
64 for 5 this session,
which is a heck of a swing back towards Warwickshire. But as we saw when Warwickshire's tail were batting yesterday, Sam Hain and Gilchrist put on 45 for the last wicket. So there aren't that many snakes in this pitch as Thompson is in, and it's a full delivery that's played off the front foot into Malik at backward point for no run.
Yeah, absolutely. What can Essex do? Well, they can just bat and bat with numbers Harmer together with numbers 10 and 11.
No, Harmer's a good player, isn't he? I mean, you've seen him much more than I have. How many years has he had at Essex now?
Gosh, you put me under pressure there.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
7 or 8?
Yeah, and has been in this sort of number 7 position, I would think, for most of his
2
career.
centuries.
Yeah. And this one is just worked into the offside by Akhtar, who's was dancing down a little, took a step forward before playing it out to backward point for no run. Yeah, good player, Simon Harmer.
Terrific cricketer. He's had a renaissance in his Test career with South Africa, where he performed well in, I think it was Pakistan and India.
How old is he now? Mid-30s?
I'll have a look for you.
He's looked very comfortable.
Just become a father in the last 6 months.
Last ball of the Thompson over is into Akhtar, and he's driving, and it's going to be 4. I would think it's going to be one of those teasers going up towards the boundary rope where they get cut off just inside the rope. Applause from the far stand. They're going to come back for 3. Oh, there was a chance if there was a direct hit, there might have been a run out, but they do get back for the 3rd run. Akhtar was running to the danger end and called Harmer through, so he gets off the mark in slightly streaky fashion. Maybe a little unlucky as well not to get the ball right to the fence, but he's 3 not out off 4 deliveries is Akhtar. Harmer on 24, the partnership worth 4. Essex 13 behind with 2 first innings wickets in hand, have moved on to 177 for 8.
37 years old, born in Pretoria, went to Pretoria Boys High, played for an array of South African franchises, and indeed has played Essex for a good number of years. Terrific chap, and a very fine finger spinner, one of the best off spinners in the world. Barker talking to Barnard, and 2 slips, a first slip and a third slip. Technically no, not a second slip. Third man's gone down. They've brought a man. The man on the bumper on the Holly's boundary has come into mid wicket. There's a mid on. There's now a ring of 3, but we've also just moved the old backward point down to third man with a slip and a third slip, maybe 3.5 slip. As Barnard's on his way in, away from us. This is clipped into the leg side, and that's going to be 1 run there where Akhtar has forced it into the leg side. It's angled in towards his legs, where he's manipulated it for 1 run down to fine leg. 178 for 8. Sun has come out. Third man comes up now for Harmer. There's an extra man on the leg side. So there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep fine leg for Harmer. An extra man on the leg side. This is played with an open face bat. He tries to run it down to third man, but he finds that very wide third slip where there is no run. Barnard bowling tight, bowled tight yesterday. Figures currently he's in his 14th over. 6 maidens, 1 for 19 at the moment. Away from us, the Warwickshire captain. He bowls into the leg side. Harmer agrees for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps. He hits the stumps, but Harmer's way past the bowler's end, and he politely goes and helps the umpire, Ben Debenham, to collect the stump that's out the ground. Good throw from the mid-wicket fielder, but Harmer is in with 1 more run to his score, 25 not out. 1 more run to Essex, 179 for 8.
It's just on the binoculars there, having a look at who was fielding on the outfield, because more in a second.
This time Barnard bowls, where pretty good defensive technique there from the number 10 Zaman Akhtar, who's making his debut. Bowled quite nicely for Essex, picked up 2 wickets, but he's batting now.
I wonder why we haven't seen a spell from Bo Webster. I was just wondering to see if he's out there, or, you know what I mean, if he was. And that certainly looks like him at deep mid wicket.
In comes Barnard, played again. Competent forward defensive from the number 10. I have to say he's played that nicely out into the covers for no run. Well, not being funny, can I suggest that 179 for 8, Warwickshire are doing just fine. That spell of 3 wickets from Gilchrist this morning was just what the doctor ordered. And in comes Barnard, bowls. This is a forward defensive backup towards the bowler to conclude the end of the 65th over. And the score here at Edgbaston for day 3. And we've got a quarter of an hour till lunch. Is 179 for 8.
Undoubtedly Warwickshire's session so far, picking up those 5 wickets, but when you're rotating through your bowlers, and the bowlers have obviously delivered for the captain, just wonder about Webster, whether they're playing him more as a batter clearly in this match, and whether that's going to be a tactic that they'll employ moving forward through the rest of maybe the early part of the season. If you want to get in touch with us, it's wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. That's the one email address, and the other is, Don?
EssexCricket@bbc.co.uk.
And it's a change of ends for Keith Barker. He's been operating from the pavilion end for his previous spells in this innings, but he's switched to the city end now. So That's the end. If you're not familiar with Edgbaston, where the famous scoreboard is with the clock, it's the far end of the ground as we look at it from the pavilion here in Birmingham. It's Harmer on strike, and he's in now, left arm round the wicket, and a play and a miss, a genuine play and a miss there from the South African Harmer. He was up on his toes, trying to drive that one, didn't get it right at all, and it goes through to the keeper for no run.
Got a few emails, a chap from Sid Appleby who suggests he averages 24, does Zaman Akhtar, and he has 3 50s. His forward defence looks pretty competent to me so far.
Non-striker's end at the moment for Akhtar. It's Harmer that's on strike, and he defends this one into the leg side for no run.
He's certainly not a rabbit, as Kevin Mansell contributes on email. Thank you, Kevin. Morning, chaps. Greetings from a warm and sunny Crete.
Ooh.
He's been an Essex fan since 1958, and that is Nick Chanier from Crete. When his dad took him to the first game at Leighton, he was 9.
Barker stays round the wicket to Harmer, and I think this is going to be a leg bite, about to be signalled by the umpire. It sounded quite paddy as it made contact with the ball. Yes, umpire Kettleborough taps his right thigh. So another single to the total, and they get through for 1, moves the score on to 180 for 8.
He says he has watched Essex since 58, when he was a young boy, and he's seen the game go through various incarnations, through the 3-day game where there was no Sunday cricket, the 40-over JPL played on a Sunday, and the 60-over Gillette Cup.
Driven this time through the offside is Akhtar. Lovely shot that for no run.
But for me, the 4-day championship is the best. Proper cricket played with no false restrictions or limitations. He's lived on Crete for 14 years. He is sad to say the locals are not playing much cricket, although he has tried to educate them. And he says, all the best and fingers crossed for an Essex win. Well, there's a bit of a challenge going on here at the moment.
Oh, playing a miss again, this time by Akhtar, who was looking to drive that one through the offside, didn't quite get it right, and lucky not to find the edge of his bat. Unlucky for Barker, and the ball goes through for no run.
Lily Alumi, she contacted us actually a couple of times in the last couple of days, and she forwards, hang on, she's been listening in, she forwards a lovely image of Jordan Thompson at Headingley, where he presented her his Yorkshire shirt.
That one defended to finish the over there by Barker, so no run there. Still 10 behind Essex are, 2 first innings wickets in hand. Harmer and Akhtar are the not out batters. 66 overs completed now for Essex in their first innings. 77 can still be bowled today, and perhaps most importantly, Essex 180 for 8.
Yes, under a little bit of pressure. Lily is from Malton in North Yorkshire, so good morning to her. Clearly a Yorkshire fan. She said this is a really interesting game. She was pleased to watch, and as Nathan Gilchrist, who has bowled very well this morning. Barnard's on his way in, bowls right arm over the wicket. A play and miss by Simon Harmer, who's squared up, but he's happy to play and miss go through because he's going to carry on batting, is Harmer. She says, I love watching Jordan Thompson bowl. I'm back at Headingley this season watching my county Yorkshire, and in particular playing Sussex in their next game. The image is me with Jordan Thompson and his signed Yorkshire shirt from last year. Forward defensive from Harmer into the leg side there. There is no run. Lee Hayday has just contacted. Do we see Charlie Allison potentially? Could he be the new Keith Fletcher? Gosh, a little early for that just yet. Keith Fletcher was a wonderful international player. He was a wonderful captain. He was a fantastic tactician. Barnard in. This is driven up. No, driven square of the wicket, and he's collected 4. That is a quality shot from Harmer, which has gone through mid-wicket, and it's the deep square leg who has to go towards the right-hand end of the Hollies stand to collect the ball, but Essex collect 4 more. 184 for 8. Essex trail by just 6 runs.
So you're going to say around the lunch interval it's going to be pretty much on as even. Be around parity with what, just over 5 minutes to go till the break.
Barnard in, forward defensive, having just caressed the ball into the offside, onside for 4. He collects a dot ball where there is no run, 184 for 8. Charlie Allison, great comparison this from Lee Hayday. Not yet though, not yet. Charlie is learning his game. He's in his 2nd proper season. There's a bit of pressure for him to perform well at number 4. This is played with an open face bat, driven into the offside square of the wicket, where there is a big boundary, but it's fielded down at square 3rd man, where Harmer will just pick the 1 run, where there is still just 1 ball to go for this 15th Ed Barnard over. Taken 1 for 25, been tight. They are economic figures. He's doing a good job for his team.
Yeah, he's looked good with the ball this morning as Barnard, hasn't he? But just going back to Fletcher, he's one of those sort of legendary names that you sort of hear of when you think of Essex cricket, isn't he? And
Barnard's in. There's a play and a miss by Akhtar to complete the end of the over. 185 for 8. Yeah, you're right, he was a legend. He was a wonderful... he wasn't particularly Churchillian.
Okay.
He would.
That's interesting.
He would. He sometimes would forget your name, but he would make you feel $1 million. He would make you feel that you could get Viv Richards out. He would make you feel that you could face Abdul Qadir or Tufnell or some very fine spin bowlers and paceman. Keith Fletcher played the ball particularly late. He was a marvellous player, rather unique player, had his own style. What a gully fielder, but his captaincy, his tactical play was just superb.
Barker continuing from the Birmingham end. He's still left arm round the wicket, and the first one is driven on the offside up to mid-off for no run.
Charlie Allison, if he saw that email from Lee Hayday, would he be the new Keith Fletcher? He'll be dreaming about a comment like that. So it's a lovely email. Charlie Allison would love to be thought of as the next Keith Fletcher.
Well, Fletcher's a king in Chelmsford, isn't he?
He
Never
is.
has to buy a drink whenever he's out in that neck of the woods, as Barker's in again around the wicket, and a fuller delivery defended on the front foot for no run. Him, Gooch, Cook, you know, Topley, you're all kings in that part of the world, aren't you?
No. We've had Ed Jones contact us. He says, I remember the 12th man for England against the West Indies at Lord's. But anyway, this fixture reminds me as a Solihull lad born of Essex parents.
This is just worked off the hip. It might be a leg by, this one for Harmer. We'll see what Richard Kettleborough signals. He's reaching towards his fire. Yes, he gives it a tap. So another leg by gets added to the total. 186 for 8.
Well, he goes on to say, Ed Jones, this is quite sweet. His parents were from Essex. He was a Solihull lad, and he would take to the field next door to us on the Edgbaston Colts cricket ground for the Warwickshire schools teams in his Warwickshire schools sweaters.
Driven on the up, and it might... Oh, lovely bit of fielding by mid-on there. Might be Bo Webster stationed at that position at the moment. That would have been 4 had it not been cut off. And a dot in the book.
And he goes on to add, he said, but in my Warwickshire sweaters, in his school team sweaters, he would always insist on wearing his Essex sun hat. I got away with it. I don't know how I did, but I did. And he loved wearing his Essex sun hat.
Oh, bowled him! Lovely delivery by Keith Barker. One of those deliveries that was through the batter in a moment. Akhtar's off stump has been castled, The bails go flying, and on the stroke of lunch, Essex now find themselves 9 down, still trailing by 4. And Akhtar had to go. There'll be an extra half an hour played because of that 9th wicket falling. Essex 4 behind on 186 for 9.
How many did you say? It's gone off the scoreboard. How many did he make?
4.
4. And the score 186 for 9. Porter to the wicket. My word. Well, he tried. Essex would have loved to have had a further 50 from Akhtar, but alas, Barker's now claimed his 2nd wicket, and he's taken 2 for 37 off 1 ball shy of 16 overs. So thank you, Ed Jones, for your contribution there. More to be read out after lunch. And if, with your permission, sir, may I go next door for the 1 o'clock update for the parish of Essex?
Absolutely. I'll be updating the good people of the West Midlands in a moment as well. So when you're done in your neck of the woods, come back here and we'll get you back on through till the lunch interval, which will be either when the next wicket falls or in about 30 minutes time, whatever comes sooner, because Essex find themselves on 186 for 9, so 4 behind the Warwickshire first innings as Jamie Porter takes his guard. He's asked for middle by the looks of that to me. Clive Eakin has returned. Good afternoon, Clive.
Yes, good afternoon. So, yes, lunch would have been scheduled, what, for 1:15 today, I think? Or was it 1:10?
Our spies are telling us 10 past, yeah.
Yes, that'd be right. But, of course, if these two hang around, we'll get a delayed lunch because they're 9 wickets down. So they'll carry on for up to another half hour for the last wicket to fall.
And the last ball of this Barker over. It's Porter that's on strike, and there's an appeal for LBW. Struck on the pad, but umpire Kettleborough not interested, if I'm honest. Neither was Keith Barker. He tosses the ball over to mid-off, grabs his sweater, and gets high fives and low fives from his teammates. An important breakthrough that for Warwickshire. Essex still 4 behind on 186 for 9.
Well, it'd be a thrilling 1 innings match, this, wouldn't it? Essex would need 5 to win.
Going right down the leg side. I've just seen a replay of that LBW shout.
So Ed Barnard to continue. He's taking a wicket. Warwickshire will now be confident they can wrap this up without needing the new ball. But Harmer's batted well. 30 off 64 balls. That's an important looking innings now. But he will now need to try and hog the strike. Porter is, by modern day standards, I have to say, a genuine number 11. And that one is pushed out to the onside. There's no run. There's plenty of room for him to take a single, which he's not going to do, Harmer, at this stage. 7 fielders out on the boundary. I'm never that keen on that. Try and get him out. Don't worry about this. He'll take a single out and when he wants to take one. But anyway.
A certain Geoffrey Boycott would say you can't score any runs in the pavilion.
This one is pitched up and that's played again out to the deep. There would have been a single there if he wanted it, and he doesn't. Second ball of the over.
He's played well though, Harmer. He's looked the part at number 7. I think he came in with the night watchman, moving up the order a little, and he's batted well for his 30.
Now face the sort of situation that Sam Hain did. Hain did manage to get out 45 for that final wicket. That's left by Harmer. There's no run.
Wanting to scoot round and keep bowling, aren't they? Barnard was jogging back as he took the ball. He's now polishing it on his trousers as he heads towards his mark.
Well, so I understand it. They won't go to lunch now until this wicket falls, unless they go on for more than half an hour. That one is defended. Back to the bowler, no run. Now all the fielders come in.
Me and Phil were on yesterday when this was the similar situation, but for Warwickshire, it's like the wicketkeeper has a magnet that he suddenly turns on in this scenario, isn't it?
Well, it didn't really work for Essex, did it? I mean, they went for 45 runs for that last wicket. I'm just, they always do this, fielding teams, but I'm not sure whether they need to really. Anyway, what do I know? Not a lot. Barnard comes in to bowl to Harmer. 2 slips now in place. Harmer's hit that crisply off his toes. Once a single there, it's not going to get it. I think it's Dan Mosley stopping that at mid-wicket. 186 for 9.
Yeah, I'll be updating on the radio again in a second as the clock strikes 4 minutes past 1. So after this ball,
they've taken the slip out. They're going to try and stop the single.
this is Adam Pinder-Smith at Edgbaston, where Essex are 9 down, 186 for 9. So very much Warwickshire's morning here in Birmingham. 6 wickets have fallen. 3 of them have been claimed by Gilchrist. Also Barnard got one in the last hour as well, an LBW. So Essex still 4 runs behind on first innings with 1 wicket left. We're going to have a delayed lunch here at Edgbaston as well, where we try and see if we can conclude the Essex first innings before the break. 74 overs still remain here at Edgbaston, with ball-by-ball commentary available on the BBC Sport website and app. This is Adam Pinder-Smith at Edgbaston. And Keith Barker is going to continue from the City end. He's just took the ball from the fielder at mid-on. The 2 slips are back in for the number 11 Porter. Bit of a ring field with a fine leg. It's just coming a bit finer. He's been given the nod, and almost on cue, what was a backward point is going out to a fairly wide-ish third in front of the Hollies stand. Keith Barker operating left arm round the wicket, and the first ball is left alone. It was one that climbed a little off the pitch, but Porter lets that go through to the wicket keeper for no run.
Yeah, I want to wrap this up. They've got Porter on strike, so Barker's got 5 more balls to bowl at him. Porter's job is just to try and stay in there and let Harmer take the strike.
4 runs the difference between the 2 sides at the moment, and this one again is left alone by Porter. A good leave that. Was always rising over the stumps.
Yeah, he's allowed to leave it. Barker will be disappointed that he didn't really challenge the batter, make him play. Porter will leave those all afternoon.
The wideish second slip is employed again. Sam Haynes still with a fetching floppy hat on and hands in pockets at the second. That'll no doubt come out ready for a potential catch as Barker is in, and it's a slightly straighter one, but again left alone by Porter for no run.
I remember Ashley Giles saying to me that the match where Warwickshire were in a similar position actually before an interval, that sometimes bowlers try a bit too hard to the number 11 and they forget that if they just bowl steady, bowl on target, the number 11 might hit a couple, but it'll get out eventually. That's why the number 11. But sometimes they think they have to try something a little bit funky to get them out.
Left arm round, another bouncer. Well negotiated though by Porter. He gets his arms and his bat out of the way, and it sails through to the keeper for no run.
That used to be frowned upon, didn't it? Bowling a bouncer at your number 11. Not these days.
Yeah, 2 more balls, and then Don Topley's going to come in for me, and he and Clive will take you through to the lunch break in a moment. So 2 balls to go in this Keith Barker over, which has been negotiated well by the number 11 so far. It's a good solid forward defence as well by Porter. With 1 ball left.
Warwickshire are going to have to bat well in their second innings. They're going to need to, I think, make the biggest score of the match so far if they're to really test Essex. Batting last.
4 runs the difference at the moment with the number 11 Porter on strike. A straight one that's defended, and that was well negotiated, that, by the Essex number 11 Jamie Porter. He had all 6 deliveries of Keith Barker's over to face there, and was very staunch in defence and got his hands and his gloves out of the way when he needed to. So Essex still 4 behind on first innings. Jamie Porter not out. Simon Harmer, the other batter, still there on 30. 186 for 9 they are. A little bit more from Clive Eakin, and then also alongside him in a moment will be Don Topley.
Yes, so if I understand the rules correctly, I think they go up to 15 minutes extra in search of this last wicket before lunch. It's 9 wickets is half an hour, is it? Okay. I remember Jim Troughton forgetting that rule and blocking out what he thought was going to be the last over before lunch, and then...
Am I sensing you're hungry?
No, I'm just wondering what the... when the interval will be. Warwickshire will hope it doesn't go on that long, as Barnard comes into bowl the Harmer. So they didn't manage to get Porter out, and they had him a hold over on strike, but again the field's spread out, and again Harmer turns down the single. And 186 for 9. And again we have this cat and mouse.
Been Warwickshire's morning, hasn't it? You must be pleased. It's they've bowled well, bowled tidily, bowled as a unit.
Barnard's in, and that's gone past the outside edge. It's a good delivery. Harmer nudging at that one, and there's no run. Yes, well, they've taken 6 wickets this morning, haven't they, for 76 runs.
Oh, great effort.
I think at the start of the day, if you said you can get parity in the first innings, they probably would have settled for that. Haven't got that yet, of course. They just need to get this last wicket. And as I said earlier, I'd rather see them actually try and get Harmer out rather than spread the field out. And go. He's got one slip in place.
I understand that.
Barnard comes in the ball. He's gone for the big shot there. Harmer, he could be corner deep, or he could get a 6, and he's got a 6. Terrific blow from Harmer. He took on the field. There's a fielder out there who leapt in the air, tried to grab it one-handed, couldn't reach it. And that's a great shot from Harmer, and Essex now lead. They've won the one innings match.
Well, he's got memories of his great day when he was Essex captain here at Edgbaston in the T20 finals day when Essex won it, and he batted well that day.
Barnard in, he defends that one, Harmer. Now that's the 4th ball of the over, so here we go again. The fielders all come in now to stop the one. And it's 192 for 9. Again, Ed Barnard knows much more about cricket than I do, but I'm always suggesting if you're going to do this and spread the field out, I would have actually done it for 5 balls and give yourself a one delivery to bowl at the number 11, but I'm sure Ed Barnard knows what he's doing. Captain this year, of course, for Warwickshire. First time he's been the full captain in all formats. He comes into bowl. That's clipped in the air, and that's going to be another 6. He hasn't gone for the single, Harmer. He's gone for another 6, and that's the danger. You play this cat and mouse game, you suddenly find the ball being hit to all parts of the ground, and Harmer has hit 2 6s. He's on to 42. It's 198 for 9. The lead is 8.
Well, he has 2 centuries to his name, and previously this season Harmer made 71 against Hampshire.
That's short, and he's asked him to play the shot again, but it's not worked for Barnard at all, because Harmer's able to pull that down to long leg for a single, just exactly what he wanted. So 199 for 9. Essex, they lead by 9, and Simon Harmer's playing a sterling innings for the team. He's on 43.
Well, he could have a lot of overs later in the day, and in fact possibly tomorrow. He will contribute with the ball. He's contributing with the bat. He made 71 against Hampshire in Essex's win at Southampton, and then last week he made Norton 20 against Somerset, who defeated Essex in 3 days. Essex haven't gone through to 4 days in either of their championship matches as yet, but we are confident that we will see Essex tomorrow here at Edgbaston, which will conclude the game.
It'd be pretty bad news for Warwickshire if we don't, because it will mean they'll be skittled out very cheaply in the second innings. So Nathan Gilchrist back.
From the Birmingham end, in he comes, right arm over. Harmer plays and misses as he prods forward, and he genuinely plays and misses with 1 sleep adjacent to the keeper. 199 for 9. Blue sky above us, quite a bit of cloud around. We're not bathed in sunshine, as Gilchrist turns into his run, passes the umpire, bowls. This is clipped off the legs of Harmer, who finds Malik at deep square leg, but they have turned down the idea of running. Still 199 for 9. Bowling bonus points are okay. There is not too many batting bonus points on show here at Edgbaston, as we've enjoyed 7 sessions of cricket. Gilchrist in, bowls short, Harmer pulls it. Again, it's a repeat of the action. It goes to Malik at deep backward square, where Essex turned down the single.
Yeah, he's got a little bit further to go when the bowling's coming from the Birmingham end. He took on the fielders and hit a couple of sixes with the bowling coming at the pavilion end, but the boundary is rather longer on the leg side, so he's not tempted to try and take those fielders on.
Gilchrist starts with a walk into his run, passes the umpire, bowls short, and he's played and missed that as it's gone through to the keeper. That was a ball that he could have hit, but he's not got a connection. Now the fielders come in from all on the boundary, all tight on the single. Now, what will Simon Harmer do? Will he gamble as he's done previously from the other end? Will he go over the infield? There's the only one on the boundary is to our left here, which is Keith Barker. There's a ring of 4 on the offside, there's a slip, ring of 4, and a ring of 3 on the leg side. In comes the bowler. Harmer takes a single, and he sensibly takes a single because he divides cover and extra cover. He takes a single, 200. There's a gentle applause in the ground for Essex's 200 for 9.
Yes, you have to get to 250 these days to get a batting point, so they haven't got a batting point yet, and they'll do well to get one now. But Warwickshire added 45 for their last wicket. They've added 14 so far here, this pair. But Porter will have to face his 8th delivery. He's managed pretty comfortably so far with his first 7, but Gilchrist gets 1 ball to bowl at the number 11. He's got a short leg, a couple of slips. He's going to get 3 slips by the looks of things. And also a bit of a leg slips or a leg gully.
Will he try and intimidate it? It's the first time we've seen a bat pad in the game. Day 3, lunchtime. A length ball, which is very well played by Porter, who push drives it straight to the fielder at extra cover. To conclude the end of the over, he's done his job, which allows Harmer to face the very next over with Essex 200 for 9.
Yeah, just the one run off that over, but say it's on when the bowling's from the pavilion end that Harmer looks like he fancies trying to clear the ropes, and but he's going to come up against Ethan Bamber, so a change of bowling here. Harmer having hit Ed Barnard for a couple of sixes. Ethan Bamber's going to come back in. We're 8 overs away from the new ball, but obviously Warwickshire will hope that that is immaterial. So Bamber, a new ball bowler, is going to try and wrap it up before then. But still, the field's spread out. Just the one slip in place. You know, bringing a big strike bowler on. I don't know. I'd like to see a second slip and a couple more attacking fielders, but anyway, that's the way they're going. They may be hoping that Harmer holds out, of course, if he does try and go for another 6. That's pitched up by Bamber, and it's clipped away to long on, and no runs. Barnard fields.
Essex's top score so far was Paul Water, who was dismissed last evening in that short 11 over session at 6:15. He made 46, Allison 44, and Simon Harmer is undefeated on 44.
He's on strike now as Bamber running away from us. Bowls, he's looped a slower ball, nice delivery, just a little bit offline, going down the leg side, and Harmer misses everything. Harmer misses the bat and goes to the wicket keeper. Looking to induce a false shot from him. So Makes 200 for 9. Bamber into bowl again. And oh, there's a big swing there from Harmer. He was trying to hit that somewhere towards the mid and art centre, but it doesn't get hold of it at all. Misses it completely. It was a right hoik that.
Big man.
When you've got a number 11 at the other end, you're allowed to do that. Early in the innings.
If it have hit that properly, I think it may have gone in. There's a little lake behind us, isn't there? Is it Cannon Hill Park?
Yes, Cannon Hill Park is so that's more, behind us. As Bamber comes into bowl to Harmer, who plays it to point. It's the 4th ball of the over, but he's not tempted to go for a single. He doesn't want to give Porter 2 deliveries to face, so now everyone comes in to save the 1. It's a strange factor of cricket, this tactic that you see all the time, and number 11's at one end and a relatively senior batter's at the other. You're almost where you don't score all the runs you could score, you turn runs down. So, field in place now. So got a fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. It's another slower ball. He's crashed at the mid-off. He wants a quick single. He's not going to get it. Keith Barker, for a 39-year-old, moves swiftly to his right and makes a good stop. So last ball of the over. Can they keep Harmer at that end? Long leg is now coming in as well. That's an area where he has been getting singles. He's gone into more of a square leg position. So if he plays it down to the long leg, it'll probably go for 4. Which would be useful runs, but it would keep him off strike. Bamber into bowl, pitches it up, he's pushed it through the offside, he's going to get 4. So they will get 4 balls to bowl at, or 6 balls potentially to bowl at Porter, but they have conceded 4 runs, and Harmer's on to 48, 204 for 9, Essex lead by 14.
Well, it was a good shot, but Harmer's not on strike. Porter's going to take responsibility, and I hope Simon Harmer is telling his senior pro in many respects that come on, bat for me here, come on, let's get stuck in. And the longer Jamie Porter bats is the longer Jamie Porter doesn't have to bowl. And there's more traffic happening on the pitch, the surface, which is good news for Simon Harmer, because he would like to see more traffic happen on this pitch, because it could help him turn the ball and help his bowling in the 4th innings of this Essex Warwickshire versus Essex County Championship fixture. Leg slip in, 2 slips and a gully as Gilchrist is in. Bowls short, played into the leg side. Porter takes a single as it misses bat pad, and Essex have done brilliantly. So has Jamie Porter, because he's got the South African all-rounder Simon Harmer back on strike, who's on 48.
Yeah, real frustration there for Warwickshire. Single taken pretty easily by Porter, who's now faced 9 balls for his 1. He's doing a decent job in a partnership which is beginning to become a little worrying from a Warwickshire point of view.
Gilchrist to Harmer. Harmer's pulled it off the splice, cross-bat shot straight down to Barker at fine leg beneath us, but has turned down the opportunity of a single.
He tried to turn the ball down finer, didn't he? If he could have got it fine, he would have got a 4, but just couldn't quite get his bat around it enough.
So there are 7 men dressed in whites on the boundary. 1 slip. Harmer plays it up to mid-on where there is no run. What is he going to do? Will he get... We've now had 3 balls. Is it this ball that he will happily take a single? Will he gamble and look for a boundary? I hope he takes the single and allows Porter to face the last 2 balls.
Hasn't been doing that, has he? He turned one down on the 4th ball of the last over.
Harmer, bat aloft. They're looking for single? No, it's hit it up to mid-on where there is no run. So here we go again. We'll see Ed Barnard call his troops to come in. Those 7 boundary fielders will come in quite tight. There's still a first slip. Third man comes up as well. Just Fine Leg is now on the boundary. Harmer back down, bat aloft, waiting.
Yeah.
And he's been bowled. That is lunch. Essex are all out. Harmer looks to come forward. He was looking to just run it somewhere and take a quick single, but alas, he has been bowled. Just short, 2 runs short of his 50. It would have been his second 50 of the summer, having got 71 against Hampshire, but he's played very nicely, Simon Harmer, for 48. Gilchrist collects his 4th wicket of the morning, 4 for 40 off 9.5 overs, but Essex have a lead of just 15. That's 205 all out, and well played, Simon Harmer.
Yeah, it was well played. Also, Nathan Gilchrist, 4 wickets in the session, and got Harmer out as they leave. But useful runs added for that last partnership. They added 19 in the end for the last wicket. But Warwickshire, I think, will be reasonably happy to get it close to parity. They'll have to score 15 to avoid the innings defeat. I think they've asked for the heavy roller in between innings, because that's coming out. And yeah, but they're going to have to bat well though in the 3rd innings, Warwickshire. I think they will feel that they need both teams to score around about 200. I think they'll feel they'll need to set Essex rather more than 200.
Below par.
If they're going, and also because it gets a little bit easier normally as the game goes on. I think they're going to want to look towards the 300 mark really to make a real fist of this, I would have thought.
Well, there's still a lot of cricket to be played. You've got Simon Harmer bowling on the 4th day. Listen, Warwickshire it's been Warwickshire's morning. It's, you know, Essex have scored 105 runs. We've lost 7 wickets. It's been a challenging morning for Essex. Essex will be slightly disappointed with that effort, but they've got it all to do this afternoon. Warwickshire have to bat well, and we'll come back in 40 minutes time.
Yes, slightly odd time. So what lunch has taken? 25 past 1. So there we go. So I suppose it'll be 5 past 2.
Really. We'll see you all then. Thank you.
Good afternoon from Edgbaston, where the afternoon session is about to get underway between Warwickshire and Essex. Adam Pinder-Smith and Don Topley are here with you. Warwickshire about to begin their second innings, trailing by 15 runs after Essex were dismissed on what was a slightly extended morning session for 205. The last wicket to fall before the break was that of Simon Harper, and it's Porter who's going to get things going from the pavilion end for Essex. His right arm round the wicket, and Rob Yates defends the first ball out towards mid-off for no run. Good afternoon, Don.
Good afternoon to you. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. This is now kind of a one innings game, and we're going to have to see some decent bowling, and Warwickshire are going to have to be quite responsible as Porter is in.
Yes, and forward in defence is Rob Yates. I was chatting away with Clive Eakin, who's part of our commentary team here for the BBC Sport website and app a little earlier, and he reckons that Warwickshire need at least 300 to be troubling Essex in their final innings. Right arm round the wicket is how Jamie Porter is operating from the pavilion end. It's a very sunny but chilly afternoon here in Birmingham as Porter is in once more, and there's a left alone little flick of the wrist, but nothing too dangerous from Yates as it goes down the leg side to the keeper.
It was very much Warwickshire's morning. They bowled well, they bowled tight. Essex didn't have anyone who went on to a 50, which was probably a bit disappointing if I asked that to Chris Silwood. We saw 3 40s, and those 3 40s were Paul Water 46, Charlie Allison 44, and Simon Harmer top scoring 48.
This one's driven by Yates into the ground, and Water does the fielding off his own bowling. Yes, Essex were 110 for 3 overnight.
They are.
And they were all out for 205, so it's the
95.
final 7 wickets fell for 95 runs, which, when you move the slide rule and you do the maths, means that the difference on first innings between the two sides is 15 runs. And Warwickshire 0 for 0 at the moment. Rob Yates, the left-handed batter, taps his bat and waits for Porter. And this one, there's an appeal for LBW. The umpire's not interested, and Warwickshire are off the mark. I think it'll be a leg by, so Rob Yates, yes, the umpire Richard Kettleborough taps his right thigh, so Yates still remains on 0, but Warwickshire are up and running on 1 for none.
Yep, and brings onto strike Alec Davies, who had a first ball 0 in, and he was dismissed with a second ball from Porter's first over from the same end. And so he, do they call it a golden pair?
No, well, it's a king pair, isn't it?
King pair, is it?
Yeah. So he's on a pair at the he's on a king pair at the moment because he was out first ball after the first innings, and Porter's into him, and there's a play in the middle. He might be out. No, that's as close to a king pair as you're going to get for Alex Davis. That was not far away at all from the edge of the bat. But he does survive. He's still on the pair, but the king pair is gone, and Warwickshire finished the first over of the second innings 1 for none.
Well, there would have been a nonchalant smile, I'm sure, from Alex Davies. And good afternoon if his father Chris is watching up in the northwest. I send my best wishes. We haven't passed chats over the years. When Alex was a 9-year-old, 10-year-old was a young man. But we're going to see Sam Cook, Captain Cook, on his way in round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who plays the ball down to fine leg for his second run, Warwickshire's second run. And indeed, Warwickshire only trail now by 13. Essex would have wanted a little bit more of a lead. And when we just look back to day one, what a cracking knock Sam Hain played.
Well, it's the second day as well, wasn't it, really?
Yep.
But in that first innings, I interviewed Sam Hain last night, and I said to him that I've watched Sam Hain bat a lot over the years in red and white ball cricket, but he's played some incredible innings in white ball cricket, but that, all in all, was the best he's done.
Cook in. This is flapped into the leg side. I think it's a run, looking at the umpire, and he's not going to signal. So one more run there. Davies is up and running. He's off the pair. And 3 slips awaiting. A lot of clapping there from Dean Elgar. Harmer at second slip. Paul Water even bigger at third slip. In comes Cook. Cook bowls. Good delivery where the left-handed Yates comes forward and plays into the offside, no run. Sun's out. There's a bit of shadows around on the park. And the sight screen, the temporary sight screen, which is in front of the cream seats, is a brilliant white. It's quite bright, is that sheeting. Lots of white seats around the ground, and this time Yates will take a 4 as he's played the leg glance, and it's gone particularly fine here at Edgbaston. 4 more runs and the first boundary of Warwickshire's second innings. They simply trail now by 8 runs. Good shot. Little too straight from Cook. Essex need to be careful here. He's going to come around the wicket now. Running in. 3 slips waiting, and this is a good 4 defensive. Plays with an open face bat out to backward point. There is no run. 1 more ball for the end of the second over.
Did you ever get a king pair yourself? Can you remember?
I got a pair.
You got a pair, yeah.
I got a pair. I think it was down at the old ground at Southampton. Quite late on in my career, if I seem to remember. Outside off stump, left alone, left on length, and that's a very good leave there, being very watchful. Alex Davies is on 1, and Yates is on 5. Just trying to think. I don't think I've got a pair anywhere else. A few times I was out first ball. Desperately disappointed. I occasionally, did the night watchman duty. Loved that. Invariably there would be a West Indian or Alan Donald or somebody welcoming me to the wicket.
7 for none, Warwickshire are, as Porter's in, and this is whipped into the leg side by Davis, but he'll get no run. I got my only duck I've ever got in my illustrious career.
One duck?
But it was a diamond duck. So there's a duck, isn't there, which is out without scoring.
Yeah.
Golden duck is out first ball. I was out diamond duck, which is out without facing a ball.
And you've only ever had one duck?
One duck. I haven't batted that much, to be fair. It's a straight driven delivery that was played into the leg side by Davis. Yeah, I don't bat much, and when I do, it's normally just sort of grinding out for 1.
What number do you bat?
9 normally.
Do you?
Yeah, and I haven't played much for a long time.
To be honest, I don't know if you play regularly, as in weekly, or?
I haven't since my children have been born, so the last 15 years or so, no. But yeah, I've had a lot of 3 not outs in my career as Porter is driven through into the leg side by Davis and for no run.
He's bowling quite full here, and you do have to bowl full against Alec Davies because he is quite a smallish chap. You want to get him coming forward, you don't want him hanging back. Good player of the cut and the pull, but that's a remarkable stat to play club cricket and you've only ever had 1 duck. Honestly, that is.
Porter is in and it's left alone by Davis. I've probably batted 100 times in my illustrious career around the Midlands, and yeah, a lot of, maybe not quite that many thinking about, because yeah, there's been a few games where I've been DNB, there's been a few games where I did not bat and did not bowl. That was fun, stood at extra cover for...
There's a gentleman at the back of the box here, very famous commentator. All right.
Porter in once more, and there's a play and a miss this time by Davis. A lovely line and length, one that just rose on him, and Davis managed to make sure it didn't find the outside edge, and it goes through to the keeper, Pepper.
What a cracking delivery that is from Porter. Yes, there's a famous old commentator that started a charity called the Primary Club,
which
for
is
anybody that got out first ball. It's a charity.
Last ball of Porter's over is taking place now, and it's defended on the back foot by Davis for no run. 7 without loss.
We're at Edgbaston here in the Test match special box.
We are.
I do think it's actually one of my connections here that's loose. But when we look around here, we've got Ray Illingworth, we've got Jonathan Agnew, Geoffrey Boycott, Michael Vaughan, Alex Stewart, Vic Marks, Philip Tufnell.
No picture of me or you yet gracing the walls of this
yet.
commentary box.
But there's one very large one at the back which is now facing out to the ground, and it's got, as Sam Cook comes in, Yates comes forward, left-handed, model for defence, no run. There's a picture of Henry Blofeld, Don Mosey, Trevor Bailey, Essex player, and Brian Johnston. And it was Brian who initiated the Primary Club. You can join, and there's a tie, you buy the tie. And obviously the money they raise, they put to good causes. The Primary Club, which is in cricket for anyone who get out first ball. This is driven into the leg side, there is no run. Have you never heard of it?
I'd heard of one, but I don't know if it was that one. Maybe it was anyone got out for a duck, because is there another one as well that is linked to the Lord Taverners maybe, but yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. Perhaps our able assistant Mr. Hawkley could have a look, Google the Primary Club.
But yes, my diamond duck I shall tell you about in a second, because it was quite a moment on the pitch.
Cook in. This is cut. Little bit of width, just short of a length. Played well by Yates, who forces it square of the wicket, where he picks up 2. Score 9 without loss.
So we're playing for my club away in North Birmingham, and I came in on there was 2 balls to go. We were batting first. And I said,
limited over?
Of a limited 40 overs, I think it would have been. Might have been 45, but limited overs definitely, probably 40 overs. And I came out with 2 balls to go.
Cook in round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who forces into the leg side where there is no run.
And it was the batter at the non-striker's end who'd got out, because it was out to a run-out. And so I was at the non-striker's end, and I said to the guy I was batting with, I am going to run whatever. Which I did, but I hadn't clocked that the wicket-keeper stood right up to the stumps and had took the ball very, very clearly. And had whipped the bails off before I had a chance to get home.
As this is driven by Yates into the offside. Good bit of fielding there at cover. There is no run.
And because I'd stolen about 5 or 6 yards and they hadn't tried to run me out of the non-striker's end, we did cross. So I was out for the diamond duck, and then the number 10 it would have been had to come and face the last ball of the innings at the striker's end. So I was not very popular with the captain. That A, I'd run myself out, and B, the set batter was then at the non-striker's end.
Cook in. Forward defensive, back to the bowler, end of the over, no run, 9 without loss.
Good start this for Warwickshire. They're now just 6 behind, 9 for none. Yates on 7. Davis has got 1, so he's missed the pair. A partnership, as we say, of 9. It's ball-by-ball commentary, this, of Warwickshire against Essex in the County Championship. As Don was saying a moment or so ago, essentially a one innings aside game with how tight the scores were. Just 15 runs between the two. The right-handed Davis is on strike for the start of the new Porter over, who's in from the pavilion end, and it tucks up Davis, and he works it into the leg side. He'll get a couple of runs here as Rob Yates turns, and it might even have gone for 4. No, it's been just cut off in front of the rope there. Who's that out in the deep doing the fielding? I can't.
Charlie Allison.
Does it look like that might be Charlie Allison as he pops his cap back on? Yeah, so keeps it down to 2. Davis checks his guard. He's moved on to 3. Warwickshire to 11 for none.
I've got some info here.
Go on.
The Primary Club is a registered charity. It is associated with all the pictures on it with cricket, and it talks about the cricketers.
Ooh, playing a miss by Davis.
It's called the Primary Club, the Cricketers' Charity for the Blind and Partially Sighted. And you can support them, you can join it, apply for funding, newsletters, the history of it. If I just quickly go on history. It was set up in Beckenham Cricket Club in 1955 by Ralph Lilly. Just going to have a pause.
Porter comes in, and this is defended on the back foot this time by Davis. The score stays 11 for none.
1955 by Ralph Lilly, Keith Patterson, Norman Patterson and Mike Sheares. But it became increasingly apparent there could be a real role for the Primary Club. As a bit of a joke, an idiosyncratic charity which grew rapidly in 1973, BBC Test Match Special Team.
Driven into the leg side. There should be runs here. There will. It's going to be a chase on out to the rope. Lovely shot that by Davis. It's cut off about 5 metres or so from the fence, and they come back for 2. Davis moves on to 5, and Warwickshire 13 for none, just 2 behind now.
In 1973, the BBC's Test Match Special Team, and in particular the late Brian Johnston, started to talk about the club on the radio and encourage people, members, players that were recruited from the cricket playing countries all over the world to become members of the Primary Club when you were out, dismissed, first ball.
Driven up the ground this time by Davis, but it's fielded at mid-off, so no run.
So if you're interested or want to contribute to a terrific cause and you're playing cricket, whatever cricket, whether it's fun cricket, schoolboy cricket, jazz-act cricket, professional cricket,
Test match cricket,
then you can become a member if you've been dismissed first ball. Have a little look for it, theprimaryclub.org.
Davis finishes the over with a drive to mid-on, so a solid over there from Jamie Porter. 3 runs off of it. Yates is 7 not out. He'll have the strike at the start of the next over. Davis also there on 5, so 13 for none. Warwickshire are. There's still 64 overs to be bowled in this afternoon and evening session. There's just 2 runs between the sides now as Warwickshire have begun their second innings on 13 for none.
Adam, I have to ask you.
Go on.
You telling me you've only been dismissed first ball once? It's gone through from Cook, outside off stump through to the keeper, no run?
To the best of my knowledge,
really?
That is correct.
Okay. No, that's phenomenal.
But then, I don't bat that much. And the role that normally when I do need to bat, it's sort of trench warfare sort of stuff, trying to stay in and ensure we bat the 40 overs. So Sachin Tendulkar, I am not, Don. I think it's fair to say when I have the bat in hand.
Cook in, round the wicket, inside edge, they're looking for a quick single, and good calling there from Alex Davies, who calls his partner through because the ball goes behind square on the leg side, and they take a single, 14 without loss.
Career best for me is 36 not out.
Did it take you a long time? Rear guard action?
It was, I think we were 8 for 4 at one point. So yes, I was definitely occupying the crease, I think it's fair to say.
Cook over the wicket to the right-handed Davies, who plays from the crease, doesn't get particularly far forward. Well bowled Sam Cook, but well played Alex Davies, 14 without loss.
We were on cricket tour away in South Wales. We were playing Barry Cricket Club.
Barry, yeah, okay.
And to say the ground is a postage stamp is an understatement, and I could still only grind my way to 36. You could have blown on the ball and it would have gone for 4, but still, I didn't get beyond that.
As it's pushed back to Cook on his follow-through, there is no run.
But yes, I was 36 not out, and a total for the team of 108, I think it was, something like that. So it was one of those sort of, in the context of the game, a very, like I said, we were 8 for 4 at one point. I'd started, I don't know, but at club cricket quite often, you umpire for yourself, if that makes sense.
Yes. Cook in. Oh, there's a nick, and it's gone through to second slip. They're all going up. Essex look as if they want a decision, and I think he has been given. I think. But he's not happily walking off. He's actually walked a couple of metres square of the wicket, and I think he turned around, and the umpire actually said, "You're out." May have just gently raised his finger, but at that particular moment, Alex Davies was looking the other way. He felt he wasn't out, and then I think the Essex boys have happily suggested, "You are out," and he's given you, and he's now slowly walking off. So Essex have got a wicket. It's that of Alex Davies, who was caught at second slip, I think it was, and if it was second slip, it would have been Simon Harmer.
Yeah, it is Harmer with the catch. Just seeing a replay now. Fairly thick outside edge, actually. I'm surprised that Davis wasn't quite sure whether to go or not. It was sounding very woody in our headphones as the ball from Sam Cook found the outside edge, but he has to go. Alex Davis, the wicket keeper for Warwickshire, for 5. So they are 1 run behind at the moment, are the Bears.
Mitigating not reasons, but I don't think Alex Davies, one, he was waiting to be given out, and he wasn't given out, but when he turned away to walk square of the wicket, he couldn't see the umpire give him out, and it was a very quick decision. And then I think the Essex boys realised he'd been given out. They got together, and then perhaps the Essex boys helped him off.
Yeah, it was a little raise of the finger. It was one of those little sort of just up it pops for a second umpire dismissals.
Cook into Mosley. This is down the leg side. Michael Pepper's diving one-handed down the leg side. He stops any idea of buys, and there concludes the end of a wicket taking over. An important one for Essex, 14 for 1. Yates looking good on 8. Mosley will be watching probably Jamie Porter, who will bowl the next over.
Yes, it is Porter that's whipped his sweater off, handed it to the umpire Richard Kettleborough, and has now got the ball in hand at this pavilion end. So Warwickshire 1 behind, have already lost a wicket. Alex Davis has been dismissed, caught behind off the bowling of Sam Cook by Simon Harmer, gobbling it up at second slip. Right arm round the wicket is Porter, and Rob Yates is forward and defends for no run. A lovely tight line that by the Essex bowler. Do you agree with Clive that Warwickshire are going to need 300 here to ensure...
To make an impression on the game? They, yeah, perhaps, but 300 could take quite a long time to get to 300. it would be great, actually, that for the sake of the game.
Well, that's a lovely shot for no run by Rob Yates, who hits it into the ground and it goes through to the backward point fielder, and it's a dot in the book, 14 for 1.
For the sake of the game, to make a lot of intrigue and interest, if Warwickshire did get bowled out, maybe tomorrow afternoon for something like 260, that would make a fantastic fourth innings finish.
Solid in defence once again is Yates for no run.
I think 300 tomorrow afternoon could be quite challenging.
In a session and a half, maybe. Yeah.
So if this game naturally or organically concluded with the third innings being bowled out, which would leave the fourth innings a required total in the afternoon, that would set up a very good game of cricket.
Warwickshire 14 for 1, and Yates is driving up to mid-off and picks out the fielder, so no run there, stays 14 for 1.
Do you get the way I'm thinking?
I get the way you're thinking, that there's enough of a carrot being dangled for Essex to go for it and feel that they can knock the runs off rather than having to bat out for a draw on the final afternoon and evening.
Yeah, that's we want to see a good conclusion in the fourth innings, ideally.
Well, it's been a very tight contest on the opening 3 days, and driving again is Yates, but this time to mid-on. That's Snater doing the fielding there at mid-on. Quite make out who that is. It's a dot in the book, whatever. 1 ball to go in this quarter over. Got a bit more cloud cover in this part of Birmingham at the moment. It's sort of rolled in a little bit over the ground, particularly to the far end over the scoreboard. It's got that sort of cotton wool kind of cloud at the moment. Yates waits for Porter, and he's up on his toes defending this one, and the left-handed batter manages to dig that one out. It was a bit of a Yorker to finish the over, but it is safely navigated by Rob Yates.
It wouldn't surprise me, 2 left-handers at the wicket. It wouldn't surprise me to see someone like Simon Harmer come on at first change. 2 left-handers, the ball turning away with a finger spin off spinner, traditional off spinner, orthodox. We will wait to see, but I'd like to see him to get involved and bowl against the 2 left-handers in due course. It could be after 10, 12, 14 overs, but nonetheless, I think it will be a very different scenario, perhaps with 1 or 2 players round the wicket, around the batsman. As Cook is in, he bowls round the wicket to Mosley, who negotiates that ball into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, the first 7 overs have rattled by since lunch. I just looked up at the scoreboard to see how many overs had been bowled, and when I saw that this was the start of the 8th over, I thought, crikey, that has flown by the first 25 minutes or so. So they're going through the overs at a good rate here, Essex.
Cook outside off stump, left alone by Mosley, and he goes through to the keeper, no run. The other thing about it, and you're just saying that there's been a fair number of overs. These 2 bowlers bowl straight. They make the batsman play, generally speaking, and they won't go for too many boundaries. You might find the first change, second change bowlers where there's the odd 4 ball and a few more, but these 2 are always very tight. Cook in. This one slips down the leg side. Michael Pepper does well, diving to his right down the leg side. There are no byes. 14 for 1. The Warwickshire team, home team, trail by a solitary run in this Division 1 County Championship encounter here at historic Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Essex. Cook turns, he's on his way. This is driven, nice. Oh, he's been caught, he's driven in the air, caught at cover. Oh my word, is that Benkenstein at cover? We'll have a look in a minute. But my word, Mosley has just played maybe slightly with his weight on the back foot, but he's played it in the air. And Warwickshire have lost a second wicket, and it's that man Cook who has snaffled and got the second wicket for himself, having been dreadfully unlucky in the first innings. Cook is making an impression here with 2 wickets. Warwickshire 14 for 2.
Shot that Dan Mosley didn't really need to play, certainly when he's yet to treble the scorers and only faced 5 deliveries. That was the 5th one he faced when he put it through to mid-wicket. Just seeing a replay of it now, it's quite a straight ball from Cook. He had to play it, yes, but he didn't have to be forcing the ball as hard as he did, and he's so frustrated with himself. Dan Mosley took a swipe with his bat as he nearly takes out the stumps afterwards, and it then flew to the fielder. We're just trying to see who it is that took the relatively simple catch in the end, and it was Benkenstein at mid-wicket that took the catch. So Warwickshire in all sorts of trouble. They're still 1 behind here, and it's 14 for 2. A little bit more from Don, and then coming in to replace me will be Clive Eakin.
Well, we saw Paul Water get dismissed yesterday with perhaps an inconspicuous shot in many respects, and probably Mosley didn't need to play that or execute it in the way he did, because he is out, and it just his side is just in a little bit of trouble here. 3 slips awaiting. Sam Cook has got 2 for 9. He's in his 4th over. Good afternoon, Clive.
Afternoon, Don. There's been a couple of loose shots. Essex lost a couple of wickets to pretty loose shots.
I said
from
that.
The covers.
Just said that, Clive. Cook in. This time it's bowled nice and straight at the man of Warwickshire's innings, Sam Hain, who looks so calm, collected. He is a quality player. He made 88 not out. Essex will say, well, he scored enough runs.
Well, and Sam will probably say, all right, is it over to me again then? Thanks.
Yes.
There is a bit of a reliance on him at times.
So, bowler 16 bowling to batsman 16 as Sam Cook on his way in outside off stump, left alone by Hay, not interested. Very happy to see that pass. It's the end of the over. Haynes on 0, Yates to face on 8. Warwickshire off 14 for 2.
Have you looked back at the Alex Davis dismissal?
Yes.
Thigh pad, I think, was it not?
Well, he didn't seem to be interested.
No.
And there was a little bit to that. So something's happened. It's gone to second slip, which has been particularly well caught.
Yeah.
We said on air it sounded woody. Right, let me finish you take this ball and let me tell you a little bit more.
Pause. Oh, no, he stops. Runs in and stops.
Right. Alex Davis didn't seem to be interested,
no.
So he wandered to his leg side, square of the wicket, 2-3 yards. He wandered away. In the meantime, Essex reappealed, and the umpire slowly just stuck his finger up.
Yeah, I think the umpire.
But Alex Davis couldn't see that.
The umpire was expecting Davis to walk, but if you look at the front, I mean, I don't like doing this because umpires don't get to see the replays. We do. If you look at the front-on replay, it looks pretty clear that it's come off his thigh pad. Now, whether he got a little inside edge onto it, I'm not sure. I don't think he did, so I think he was unlucky there. I mean, Essex were convinced, and so the umpire's the same view as the bowler, so it must have looked and maybe sounded as if it had come off the bat. But it does look, if you look at the front-on replays, it's come directly off the thigh pad. That's pushed back, there's no run. But if Davis feels he was unlucky, Dan Mosley doesn't feel he was unlucky. He's furious with himself with his shot.
Well, if you're watching on the streaming and you have a better opportunity, because we're not right behind the ball, and especially we are high, fine leg, not behind the ball. So if you're on the streaming, maybe you'd like to email me at essexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
That's defended by Yates, who has played a couple of good innings this season, got the 90 against Sussex, and Warwickshire will want this partnership to flourish. So said beforehand, if Warwickshire are out for around 200 again, I would make Essex favourites. I think Warwickshire need more than that this time. It's obviously not easy out there still. Ball doing a bit, maybe timing the shots is proving tricky. So we've seen a couple of loose looking shots leading to wickets. Porter around the wicket, bowls. Yates turns out to the onside, there's no run. But similar experience to Warwickshire at home, obviously different situation, different ground, but fairly low scoring until the final innings, and they set Sussex 328. In the end, it was nowhere near enough. I say nowhere near enough. It looked like it would be at one point, but in the end, Sussex got there with 5 wickets to spare. So Warwickshire, I think, will be thinking they need more this innings. This needs to be the biggest innings of the match so far if they're to have a realistic chance of winning. Porter into bowl, Yates defends to the offside, no run.
I was saying to Adam, I quite like the idea for a 4th innings finish here. If we could have an organically, if Warwickshire got bowled out, you know, something like 250, we've got a cracking game of cricket on our hands tomorrow.
Yeah.
Where if you got 320 or something, you know, I'm not sure it's going to be easy to bowl Essex out chasing 320 tomorrow afternoon. It's going to eat into quite a lot of the time to get that kind of total.
This next one is defended, there's no run. Warwickshire scoring very slowly at the moment. They're in the 9th over 14. What have we got left of the day? 60. Let's say they can manage, once they get going, to get 3 and over, sort of being around par for the day. So that would get them up to near 200 by the end of the day. So I suppose they could get, if they batted
There's still
for
120
most of the morning
adrift.
session. Yeah, but well, it wouldn't be the end of the day. No, so if they're 1 behind now. So if they could bat for the rest of the day, they might have a lead of something approaching 200. Bat for an hour.
Here
or
comes
so.
Cook. Cook bowls to Hayne. Hayne goes back and across, plays well.
So probably be by lunch tomorrow. If they do manage to get a lead of 300, it's probably going to be about lunch tomorrow, isn't it? Giving Essex 2 sessions, and then of course Essex have a decision to make, I suppose, as to whether they chase down a target or save the game. Yeah, you're right. In terms of a entertainment, exciting finish with lots of jeopardy, Warwickshire being bowled out for around about 250 will be about right.
Will be a good game of cricket. Cook, right arm over. Out. Hayne goes across his stumps and accentuated the leave as it goes wide and wider. No run there. 14 for 2. We've had an email from Mark Bannum. Good day to you, sir. He said, I'm listening to you in the garden in the Bride Valley in Dorset. I'm enjoying hearing Don talk about some of the old Essex cricketers today. Ken McEwen, Neil Foster, Graham Gooch and Alan Border. As Cook is in as a nick, and that's been caught at second slip. Harmer again. Sam Hayne has got to go. He's made naught in this innings. It's hero or zero just at the moment for him. 14 for 2 becomes 14 for 3. Essex will be over the moon with that dismissal.
Yeah, that's put Essex very much in control at the moment. Warwickshire still behind with 3 wickets down, and well, we were talking about an exciting finish at the end tomorrow. You can't rule out the possibility that Essex could win this today if they can continue to take wickets briskly. Warwickshire need some digging in to do. They are in trouble. Already lost 1 match this season, haven't won 1. And they're up against it here. Still plenty to come, of course. Bo now. It'll be interesting to see how Bo Webster approaches this innings. Is he going to play as aggressively as he did in the first? Didn't really work in the first innings. Scored a few runs, but not that many. Really, Warwickshire need, if he is going to play attacking cricket, they need him to get 30 or 40 at least, I would suggest.
Surely he's got to play for the situation here.
Well, we discussed that in the first innings, didn't we? Is he going to go down the line? It's the way I play. Again, there is that argument that if wickets are falling regularly, then you need to score runs quickly while you're out there. But let's see what he does.
Brilliant catch again by Harmer. He's got enormous hands. Clive, buckets as hands he has. Very good slipper. Doesn't drop many. Cook on his way in to Webster. Webster plays. This is played down to third man. There's going to be one. Will Webster come back for the second? He does. It's well fielded, but they can't prevent the second. That's good running from Webster. He's up and running on 2. Score 16 for 3. And there were the first wicket. Well, they got to 14 before Davies was out. They stayed on 14 as Mosley was out. And then Hayne also at 14 for 3. My word, all 3 wickets. We were talking about Gilchrist this morning. Well, it's Cook this afternoon. He has 3 for spit, 3 for 11. In he comes, bowls. There's a squares Webster up, and it's going to run away for 4. Squares him up, it runs down to third man. There is no third man. That's a boundary for Webster. 20 become 20 for 3 now.
There's a couple that have kept quite low. That one seemed to keep low. Webster managed to get back to it. But the good news for Warwickshire is the word trail has been replaced by the word lead on the scoreboard. They now lead by 5. But 3 wickets down already.
Cook to continue. He's on his way. At the crease, right arm over the wicket. This is push driven back to mid-on, where it concludes an eventful over. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 4 is Porter, and 3 for 11 I think it was, or has he moved on from 11? 3 for 11 for Sam Cook, who has got rewards in this second innings. In the first innings it was Jamie Porter from the pavilion end, but Sam Cook finished up with 2 wickets in the first innings, but he's got 3 already in his spell here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, 3 for 15 he is now, but bowled without much luck in the first innings. And a drop catch early on off him, but he's getting his rewards this innings. Porter round the wicket, and that's pushed out to the offside by Rob Yates. Maybe Warwickshire should turn their eyes towards him now as being a key batter for them now that Sam Hayne has gone. So Yates has shown some form early season without actually making a century.
He's scored some great runs against Essex over the years.
Yeah. 3 slips in place. You're desperately needing to steady the ship here. Avoid being blown away. As Porter round the wicket, bowls, pitches up, drives, is in the air brief. That's why you might have heard a few catch hits. I think they thought it might have been quite close to the bowler, who's turning around to one of the fielders and saying, "Come, what do you think I am, rubber man or something?" Because it was well past him. But that's one for the more seasoned listeners. Rubber man, remember Rubber Man, the comic strip? In comes Porter, and that's left. There's no run. I think it was from Tiger comic, I think it was. Tiger and Jag, the comic was called. There was a character called Rubber Man, who basically could stretch himself as far as he wanted. Anyway, 20 for 3. 6. Sentencing. 10 wickets have fallen today now. As in comes Porter, that's pushed to the onside. There's no run. 10 wickets for what is it? 95 runs. Blimey. Bowler's day.
I've had a long email from Philip J. From Hong Kong. He's listening or watching in Hong Kong. So good afternoon, or it's probably good evening for you, to Philip J. He's written in after this ball.
He's in Porter round the wickets, and that's defended solidly by Yates. No run.
He's so pleased that the new season is up and running. As a lifelong Essex supporter, we are always considered one of the favourites for some of the trophies. It just feels we're a little too inconsistent. Brilliant one week, Hampshire. Poor the next week, Somerset. And just to... Does it seem a good idea to rotate the squad? Which Warwickshire have done.
Yeah. That one, that's he's quite high in the bat, plays it into the ground, there's no run. Yeah, I mean, Warwickshire's up with the bowlers, and it probably does seem sensible. The amount of injuries you pick up during the season, maybe bowlers overwork, especially when you got matches where Warwickshire don't get a break, I think, until something like
fifth week,
I think.
Yeah. Well, the reason I'm going to contribute to his email is that can we pick different players depending on who we're facing with? Well, you could, but first of all, we lost Wesley, so we can't play him. We then, Mulder was unavailable because he's gone back to South Africa, so that immediately throws up 2 new opportunities. Now, it's quite interesting when some teams, Cook's on his way in, 3 slips are waiting. This time he bowls to Webster. Webster will collect 4, or is it leg byes? We look at the umpire. It's 4 runs to the batsman as it goes down to fine leg. For instance, some teams are very frightened of playing against Harmer, so they may leave out a left armer because left armers create rough for the right arm off spinner. When you think of John Lever playing for Essex, David Ackfield enjoyed it, or Mark Eilert was enjoyed by Peter Such. This time Cook always played a flamboyant drive then as Webster, playing a miss through to the keeper, no run. And the reason I say that, Clive, is Essex play Surrey next week. You might find Surrey can't play Sam Curran, and won't play Topley because they don't want the left armer mucking up the rough outside the right-handed batsman's off stump.
Warwickshire have got Keith Barker in the team here.
Cook in. There's an LBW shout, but Essex appear interested, but the umpire not. And I've got to be honest, I felt it was going down. So 24 for 3. Philip, I hope I've answered it. You can, but sometimes you view it from the opposition's point of view, and sometimes you will look upon it as your own team's view. But what he says, just making the point, we also have a very talented squad or team. So thank you, Philip from Hong Kong. As Cook is in, they're going for a single. It could be a run out. Oh, he might have even thrown to the wrong end because it was Bo Webster who played it into the offside. He was going, but I have to say it was Yates who got in, but Webster stopped going up to the far end, and had the batsman noticed, he could have had more time to throw at the bowler's end. But either way, there wasn't a dismissal. There was, in fact, 1 run to Webster, 1 run to Warwickshire.
I mentioned on day 1, I think, on my records, Warwickshire went through the whole of last season without having a run out against them in the Championship, but they were close to getting one there.
This time Cook. Oh, this is going down the leg side. I think it's going to be byes. We'll have a look. Looking at the umpire. He does. No, 4 runs. 4 runs. Fine edge down through the leg side.
The runs are beginning to flow. I mean, Webster's 11 off 7 balls, which might make you think he's playing very aggressively again, but actually he's not particularly. It's just balls have flown off edges, or he's helped them on their way. He's not really played a shot in anger, but the run's suddenly flowing.
Cook round the wicket to the left-handed Yates. He bowls. This is good forward defence. Up to mid on. There is no run. End of the over. Cook's over. 29 for 3. They were 14 for 1, 14 for 2, and 14 for 3. The man out. Davies, Mosley, and Hayne, all to the bowler Cook.
So, Warwickshire, well, they were 23 for 3 in the first innings. managed to get themselves to 190 in the end, but we're saying I think they'll feel they need a bit more than that here, especially with a slight first innings deficit of 15 runs. To Jamie Porter, ball to Webster, 3 slips in place. Attacking field, field on the long leg boundary is the only one on the boundary, the rest are all in. And in he comes, Porter, and that's opens the face of the bat there, Webster, and works it to point. Big shout of no as the ball is cut off at point. It remains 29 for 3. Warwickshire's lead 14. Still got 57 overs left today.
Stephen Tokley's been in touch. Tight game. Great game. Good morning from the A1 in Rutland on our way to the snooker in Sheffield.
This next one is driven. That's a nice shot from Webster. He's found a gap in the inner field and played that through the covers for 4 runs. And that was a good attacking shot without being overly aggressive. Nicely timed drive. He's on to 15, 33 for 3.
So Mr. Tokley, a regular contributor, he says, I just wonder how significant the last wicket Warwickshire stand on day 1 will be in what appears to be a tightish game.
Yeah,
you mentioned that, didn't you, Clive?
Yeah, Porter comes in the ball. That's driven again. Porter gets a hand to it, but I'm not sure he's got enough on it to stop it. It's going to go all the way for 4. Successive 4s from Bo Webster. He's on to 19. Yeah, well, Warwickshire had 45 for the last wicket. Essex added a bit for the last wicket. I've got it written down here somewhere. How many do they have? They added 19, so if Warwickshire end up winning this by 26 runs or less, and that last wicket pair will have been particularly important, but we shall see. But Bo Webster's suddenly moving things along a little bit here. That was off a bit of an inside edge. Uzanaz almost hit his pads first. Charlie Allison fields it at mid-wicket. There's no run. He's on 19, Webster. He hasn't done what he did in the first innings yet and come charging down the pitch, exposing all 3 stumps, which he did twice in the first innings. First time he got an inside edge, which went down to fire leg for 4. The second time he missed it completely and the ball hit the stumps. But he hasn't gone with that approach so far in this innings, but he is prospering. 19 off 11 balls. And that one, he's just put through the slip area.
Fell short.
It was, but it wasn't fielded there. And it's gone through, and has it gone all the way for 4?
No, he's dragged it back, hasn't he? I think that's Dean Elgar, and is it backward point? Is it someone like Benkinstone?
Bo Webster is asking the question. I often think the fielders don't really know themselves for certain whether that was.
I think that was a super bit of fielding from Dean Elgar.
Well, saved 2 runs. Initially, it yorked the slip fielder. Initially, it went through. 2 runs to Webster. Is on to 21. 39 for 3. As in comes Porter. Last ball of the over. And that's solidly played by Webster down the pitch. So, a prosperous over for Warwickshire. Webster on to 21, and Warwickshire 39 for 3. They lead by 24 as the sun begins to disappear under clouds, and even 1 or 2 grey clouds on the left-hand side. I hope they're not going to interrupt things, because this match is nicely bubbling at the moment.
Well, we've had a message from Darren Mutu, who said, good afternoon from Billericay. He's enjoying the cricket and enjoying the 3 wickets from Sam Cook, who's bowled brilliantly. And he says, I'm under pressure for a bit of gardening, but the gardening can wait. And Clive Eaking is nodding in his approval next to me.
What we've got here is a player receiving a bit of treatment. I wonder whether, was it the
slip?
stop? Did he
Harmer.
tip his...
Harmer with his white-rimmed glasses.
Yeah.
It fell short of him.
I wonder whether it just nipped his finger a little bit as he tried to stop it, or possibly even dragged his finger on the ground as he tried to stop it and put it out a bit. They won't want to lose him in the slip cordon, the way he's holding them at the moment.
It was his left hand, so it won't be his bowling hand, importantly. So Cook, 3 slips waiting. Ring of offside men, saving one. In comes Cook. Nick, no, just outside the line. That was a good ball, that was, against Yates, who's on 12.
Well, Sam Cook bowling really well. Sam Cook must be thinking what a wonderful world it is right now.
Well, we've had an email about Sam Cook, an email from Paul Claydon, who I remember meeting in Australia, and Perth and Brisbane. An Essex man, very tall Essex man, who would be happy to see Cook. Cook comes forward and plays, being played into the offside by Yates. He talks about seeing Sam Cook as captain today. What do you think of the chances that England might call upon him this summer? According to Chris Wokes, it was ironic that the Australian pitchers favoured those accurate, medium, fast pace bowlers. Thanks to you and the Warwickshire colleagues for their excellent coverage. It should be an exciting 4th day. Well, Yates has gone at this. It's gone high, wide and handsome over the slips, where it's raced away for 4 right beneath us here at very fine third man, 43 for 3. Fortune favours the brave.
Well, exactly that. It was a streaky, aggressive shot which just flew over the head of the tallest slip fielder at third slip, Paul Walter. He had no chance of reaching it, but it wasn't that far away.
Do you think Cook's got a chance of getting another test?
It's so difficult to know in the current climate.
He's in. Is bowled, and Yates comes forward and plays a proper forward defence to mid-on. There is no run.
I mean, I don't see why not, and Porter as well. Must be one of the strongest new ball attacks in the county circuit. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see. The talk is that this year they'll take more notice of county cricket. It'd be interesting to see whether that actually does happen in practice.
As Cook is in, this is driven nicely through the offside. It's going to run away, and it's well fielded. I think it is that Snater at mid-off. But they take a single, brings the right hand on, which is the high-scoring Bo Webster with 21 runs from 13 balls. At the other end, Yates, who has 17 off 43, so slightly different. 44 for 3. Cook's on his way into the right-hander. 3 slips have bowed down. Playing a miss through to the keeper. Running in hard is Sam Cook, and he'll be pleased with his rewards this afternoon. Warwickshire 44 for 3 with a lead of 29.
So they've added 30 in fairly no time for the 4th wicket. But let's go back to Sam Cook. Of course, he had that one test against Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge, a sort of shadow team. Just took the 1 wicket, but it would be rather harsh if he was judged entirely on one test match against Zimbabwe. It's 96th first class match. Before this match he had 335 first class wickets, 14 fifers, 4 10-wicket matches, so the figures are certainly there for him. But we shall see. Shane Snater is coming into the attack, replacing Jamie Porter, who this time has been wicketless, having got the first 3 wickets in the first innings. Sam Cook has taken the first 3 in this innings. Porter in his spell bowling 7 overs for 14 runs, so fairly miserly. Snater round the wicket. It's getting quite dark now as he bowls right on round the wicket. That's pushed to point. There's no run. They haven't put the floodlights on yet, but I think they might have to in a mo. It's getting quite dark.
We've had a thank you.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, we've had a thank you. What a nice... Adrian, an Essex fan in Oxford, has written in to say thanks very much indeed.
That was 4 defensive, there's no run. I was near Oxford yesterday covering the Chinnaw Worcester Warriors Championship rugby match.
Who won that?
Chinnaw did.
Okay.
Nice setup there. a little village. The ground is on the end of a huge area of fields, but it's quite impressive. Snater comes into bowl to Yates with 3 slips in place, and Yates pushes that just past the dive at backward point, and that's going to go for 4 runs. And it was nicely timed. I think Matt Critchley might be slightly disappointed he didn't stop that, especially as it gone through for 4, 48 for 3.
He wrote in thanking us, BBC Essex, because he's a fan in Oxford. And he was listening on the allotment, and it was on behalf of United Oxford Hospitals Cricket Club. They got in touch and asked to play a game in Suffolk on a tour, so we put them in touch with Woolpit Cricket Club.
Forward offensive from Yates onto the onside, no run.
He said, we had a cracking game of cricket, especially as we won, on a lovely and welcoming ground just off the A14 at Woolpit. And he said, thank you on behalf of the United Oxford Hospitals Cricket Club for offering that information about playing at Woolpit.
Snater, number 29 on his back bowls. Oh, that's a tight lead from Yates. Goodness, that was spearing in towards the stumps. Yates will feel he had it under control, but...
I'm going to leave you, Clive.
Thank you, Dom.
And 48 for 3 represent an entertaining afternoon session so far.
Well, 3 wickets falling for 14, and now they've added 34, and they've done that in just 5 overs. Without really taking huge risks, apart from that one shot from Yates, which he carved just above the slip cordon. And that one's a bit of an inside edge onto the onside. There's no run. They benefited from 1 or 2 edges flying to the boundary, but it's got Warwickshire moving again. 48 for 3, leading by 33. Tail of the day, Essex all out for 205. Could be the wickets that fell today. Charlie Allison was LBW to Nathan Gilchrist for 44, 127 for 4. Sam Cook brilliantly caught by Rob Yates at second slip of Gilchrist for 19, and with the score still 136, Michael Pepper was out second ball, playing the ball to cover where Bo Webster took the catch. Again, Gilchrist getting the wicket. Matt Critchley was caught by Zen Malik, another fairly loose shot really, caught at point off Ethan Bamber for 11. That was 144 for 7, and a little bit of a partnership before Shane Snater, who dug in, but he was LBW to Barnard for 8. Zaman Akhtar was bowled by Keith Barker for 4. Simon Harmer offered the greatest resistance with the bat. So
this is Akhtar coming into Webster. It's defending on the leg side for no run. Good afternoon, Clive.
Good afternoon. Just to finish that cut off, then Simon Harmer hit a couple of sixes as he tried to get as much as he could from the final wicket pair before he was bowled by Gilchrist for 48, leaving Jamie Porter not out for a magnificent one. Wicket takers were Gilchrist 4 for 40, Bamber 3 for 44, Barker 2 for 37, Barnard 1 for 38.
Has it got a little darker?
Yeah,
since
no, I'm saying that. It's getting quite dark. I'm surprised the lights haven't come on, but maybe they just feel these cars are going to blow over fairly quickly.
Well, it's Webster on strike, Akhtar is in, and he's up driving on the back foot, cut away really between backward point and sort of extra cover, and it's gone away to the fence for 4 runs. So a useful boundary that for Bo Webster. He moves on to 25, and the Bears are, I was going to say 47, but no, my eyes deceive me. That is definitely a 5 and a 2, 52 for 3.
So the 50 coming up in 92 balls. Just to contrast that with the first innings, it took them 107 balls. They lost 4 wickets in the first innings for the first 50. They've lost 3 this time.
Akhtar in a straighter one that's defended by Webster, but they'll get through for a cheeky single. Backward point flies round to do the fielding and throws it into the keeper Webster. So into the keeper Pepper. I think it was Webster with the single. He's up to the non-striker's end, and 53 for 3 now. Just
to finish, all the wickets have fallen today, and there have been a lot of them, 10 in total. Alex Davis, having only just survived a king pair, when he
and it was only just
ball, yeah.
It was
he went for 5. I think he was very unlucky, and I don't like doing that because It's always easy when you look at replays to question umpires' decisions, but it looks to me as if the ball came off his thigh pad and went to slip where Simon Harmer took the catch, but he was gone to Cook for 5.
Left-handed Yates facing, and this is worked into the leg side. There'll be runs here, cut off at fine leg. Critchley doing the fielding, so just a single to the total, 54 for 3.
And then Dan Mosley got off to a loose shot. He was furious himself as he played the ball straight to Luke Beckinsale in the covers for naught, and Sam Hain, the victim of a very good low catch by Simon Harmer off Cook. No doubts about that one. Hain out for naught, and Warwickshire lost 3 wickets for 14 on that score, 14, but they're now 54 for 3.
Yeah, good repair job by this pair so far. They've batted well, put on 40 together. Right arm over is the action from Akhtar, and it's left alone by the Australian Webster, and it goes through to the wicket keeper Pepper for no run.
Good lead from Webster, who, although he's scoring quickly, is not playing as recklessly as we felt he did in the first innings.
I'm going to make a prediction here, Clive. Of all the years we've worked together, you were not impressed with Bo Webster's shot
look,
in the first innings.
I was on with Richard at the time. It was 2 shots. That was kind of the issue.
Webster waits, and he's driving this time through extra cover, and he'll get another boundary that won't be cut off by Critchley in the deep. So good looking shot that by the Australian international. Just put his weight into the ball, and it flew, it sort of skated away off the square and headed out towards the hollies. So 2 boundaries in the over for Webster. He moves on to 30, and that completes the over, 58 for 3.
Yeah, but I mean, look, both Richard and I got the thinking about him playing aggressively into the circumstances. It's just the fact that he came down, and again, he came down the pitch partly to negate the movement of the ball, but both times he exposed all 3 stumps. The first time he got away with it with an inside edge. The second, with all 3 stumps exposed, he missed and the ball hit. So, yeah, it didn't seem quite the right balance to us. As Snater comes in to bowl to Yates for defensive, there's no run. Yates on 22. He's had a reasonable start to the season. He was top run scorer ahead of this innings for Warwickshire so far, the early part of this season. What was it, 204 runs before this innings started, and given the second and third place players are both out for naught, he'll probably remain top run scorer for Warwickshire at the end of this innings. He plays that one to mid-on, and there's no run.
If you want to get in touch this afternoon, a few of you have, we'll read out some of your emails in a moment. It's wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. That's the quickest way through to us. When Don's on, you can email him as well. It's essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. A couple of emails to go through. Thank you very much. Wherever you're listening to us, it's great to have you with us here in Birmingham.
Snater bowls. That's another tight lead from Yates, or maybe it was drifting away a little bit, so probably a slightly less nervy leave than the previous one, but he's still there on 22.
We were discussing the building site and fetching the ball when we were on a little earlier before lunch, and an email in from Clive says Danny Wyatt Hodge scored 100 here in a one-day game a few weeks ago.
Right, yes. This next one is played out to the offside. May have kept a bit low. He's played out. There's no run.
Hit half a dozen balls into the building site. As it was a white ball game, they were using 2 balls, so they could use the other one whilst they were looking for the ball. But the box of balls did make an appearance more than once. How about some golf course type nets like they have at drivers' ranges might be useful. Keep up the good work and loving the commentary. That's from Clive.
Well, when the workers are there, which they are on weekdays, you do want to, but they are wearing hard hats though, so I suppose that's left. There's no run. Because yes, the women, Phil will tell you, was it here or at Portland Road that the women made a record score? Was it here? Yeah, the Warwickshire women in the one-day cup recently made a record score here, but ended up.
Yes, there is a guy in a high vis and a hard hat out by one of the diggers at the moment, just maybe getting things ready for a Monday morning, but also might be on ball boy patrol if one does fly into the building site.
Ooh. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Yates has given it away. He's driven that one straight to cover. That's about 4 batters now today who've gone out in that sort of manner. You just wonder whether the timing is proving difficult because he's hit that in the air into the covers, and Yates has gone for 22, and that little partnership which was building is broken by Snater, by Actor rather, I beg his pardon. No, it was Snater, yes it was Snater, it was the last ball of the over. And Yates has gone for 22, looked to be building an innings there, and then gets out in what he must think is a really soft manner. And it's proving a problem for the batters in this game. So he goes for 22, 58 for 4.
It was a really lazy shot that from Rob Yates. Trapped on the crease a little bit, but didn't fully commit with the aggressive stroke and didn't fully commit with the defensive shot either, and it just sort of balloons up. Just seeing a replay of it now, he knew his fate as soon as he hit it. It was an easy catch. 4 down, only 43 in front, Warwickshire. And both openers out now, and it's nowhere near enough for the Bears.
Well, that would be a big blow for them, a big wicket for Essex. You just felt that Rob Yates had the potential to build some sort of innings. I keep coming back to it. 2 of the Essex batters gone out to strange shots, and now Dan Mosley and Sam Hain have both gone that way.
Yeah, good catch though by Charlie Allison. He watched that one all the way into his hands.
I feel a little bit too paced out there at the moment. That's leading to mistimed strokes. Anyway, Snater off the mark, and Sam Cook won't get all 10.
It's the skipper, Ed Barnard, who's the new man for the Bears, just doing a bit of gardening. He'll be at the non-strikers end because that was the last ball of the Snater over. So it'll be Bo Webster who'll face the first ball of this Akhtar second over. He's on 30 from 19 deliveries, 43 in front Warwickshire are. Here is Akhtar, and Webster is forward and defending into the covers for no run.
Yeah, so Essex, as they can keep on top of it and keep taking the wickets, they could even potentially be chasing a victory inside 3 days. Warwickshire need to make a partnership last, otherwise this could be over fairly quickly.
Yeah, and the batting to come: Malik, Thompson, Barker, Bamber and Gilchrist. Akhtar is in, and he's driving his Webster, a lovely straight drive back past the bowler, and that runs away to the fence for 4 runs. A lovely weighted shot that by the Australian, and 4 more to his total. He moves on to 34. Warwickshire 47 ahead now on 62 for 4.
I'm enjoying this innings from Bo Webster because he's playing aggressively but not recklessly. That was an overpitch delivery. He took advantage of it, drove it along the ground. 4 runs, and he's on 34 off 21. These are valuable runs. He needs more, but these are valuable runs for Warwickshire.
I was very impressed with Bo Webster when he had a run in the Australian side when they were away in the Caribbean end of last summer. He looked a good player. As Akhtar is in and defending this time is Bo Webster through to the offside. Another email just in from a John Edwards. Hi from Thailand. Great to have you with us, John. I don't think the Bears have had the best of luck with the umpire decisions. Agree with Clive. Davis's dismissal clearly came off the thigh pad. 2 leg before decisions in the first innings were questionable too. Very loose from Yates. That's from John in Thailand. I hope you're having a lovely, well, it'll be evening out there now with the time difference, John. Thank you for joining us here at Edgbaston, and I take it you're probably a Bear, but it's great to have you here. As Akhtar is in once more, and there's struck on around the belly button region, I would say, by Webster. It was certainly going over the top. No hint of an LBW, but it's a dot in the book. Webster just moves away to a side strip for a moment just to collect his thoughts. He's doing that well-known lap where he just loosens his legs off and readjusts his gloves and takes stock from him. I think he's all right. I don't think there's any lasting damage, but
yeah, just go back to John. I try and avoid questioning LBW decisions because ultimately they are subjective, especially with that technology. You know, we always assume we're right and the umpire's wrong, so I try and avoid question on LBW decisions.
Into the leg side, this one is worked by Webster. They'll get through for a single.
But this one was more matter of fact. You can see Alex Davis didn't think he was surprised to see the finger go up. Having said that, I mean, everyone in Essex thought it had. I mean, it went to slip. So when it goes to slip, you always tend to think it's come off the bat. But the front-on replay makes it look. Well, it definitely came off the thigh pad. The only question is whether it brushed the inside edge on the way.
Well, I must say, in real time, I heard a woody noise and my finger went up, if that makes sense. It's at the far end, so admittedly I'm not as close as the umpires would be, but I agree with you about the replay. Last ball of the Akhtar over is driven, very loosely, half chance for second slip. Hands on head in the cauldron, but they can't cling on, and it flies away to the fence. A little streaky by Webster, but 4 runs nonetheless. Warwickshire now in front, 52 ahead, so essentially 52 for 4. They're actually on 67 for 4, with Bo Webster leading the charge for the Bears at the moment. 35 not out.
Might have been a very sharp low chance whether Paul Walter could reach it or not. He took a brilliant catch in the first innings, dropped a regulation one earlier, but took a brilliant catch in the first innings. Difficult to say. Might just have been able to get a hand to that. It would have been a brilliant catch if he'd taken it. 67 for 4 then, and batting's still proving difficult out there, but Webster's on 35. We've only had 1 half century in the entire match so far. That was Sam Haynes' 88 not out in the first innings, which is 88 more than he's got in the second innings. 3 Essex batters got to 40, including Simon Hammer's 48. None got to 50. Snater is bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-hander Bo Webster, who pushes that to the offside, looking for a gap, can't find one, there's no run.
Hello to Anthony, he's emailed in as well, saying, afternoon guys. Why do cricketers like Joe Root, Ben Duckett, in fact any county and test players, get out to playing stupid shots? Following on what we were discussing earlier. Back in the 80s, people used to criticise people for slow batting. Then you had Raoul Dravid. What do you make of that, Clive?
In comes Snater to bowl to Webster, and that's played a bit wicket. There's no run. I mean, the game's undoubtedly changed, isn't it? And batters are expected to be more aggressive. It gets frustrating sometimes with England when you see them get out to a lot of loose shots, and they seem to be immune from criticism for it. But I think what the point I've sort of been making in today's cricket is I just wonder whether this pitch is proving a bit too pace, because we've seen 4 shots now. Batter's just been caught, not in the slip cordon, but at cover or point or thereabouts with mistimed shots. So that's pushed out to the offside, there's no run. Never looks good, especially in a low-scoring game when you're fighting to preserve your wicket. But it does suggest that maybe timing is proving a little tricky at times.
Yeah, particularly that batch of wickets that fell with the score on 14. To lose 3 in that state, there's maybe a drop or 2 of rain then. That's
played to mid-on, there's no run. I think that might be a leak somewhere.
Yes, I can say it might be a leak in the roof, but it just suddenly caught my eye.
No umbrellas. But they didn't put the floodlights on because I think they assumed that the dark clouds would disappear fairly quickly, and that's proving to be the case. And we've still got 50 overs left of the day if the light holds, because we've got the potential for the extra half hour to make up for some of the lost time in the first 2 days. Snater bowls, there's no run, that's defended. Don't get that on the final day. Which is a rule I think could be changed that now. And the reason in the past where they haven't extended the final days, you used to have matches that were like 1 or 2 days apart. So you didn't want to be playing late on the final day and then having to travel somewhere. Yeah, but that doesn't happen anymore.
Finishing at 8 o'clock in Durham to start at the Rose Bowl 24 hours or so later. Yeah, I can appreciate that.
Snater comes into bowl, and that's played to mid-on. There's no runs. I'm not sure there's any real logic now in not allowing an extra half hour on the final day. But anyway, that's the way it is. 67 for 4. Barnard on 4. Webster on 35. Essex with those 4 wickets. The lead is 52, and 3 wickets to Sam Cook, 1 to Shane Snater. Essex still at the moment feel on top, but Warwickshire will, I believe, a decent partnership might change that.
Yeah, when Dom was on with you earlier, you were saying 260-ish was going to be...
Well, that we thought would set up a sort of late day exciting finish tomorrow. I think Warwickshire, well, at the start of the innings anyway, I was thinking they would need to get a lead of about 300.
Yeah, I agree with you, 300, as Akhtar is in, and this one is played defensively on the front foot by Barnard, so a dot to start this over. I think 300 is what Warwickshire would have been pitching for, so lots of work to be done, particularly by this pair at the moment, the skipper and the overseas player together. They've put on just the 9 runs so far as Warwickshire creep to 52 ahead.
There's not much sign of the pitch getting any easier at the moment, as tends to happen both later in the day and later in the match here at Edgbaston.
Barnard waits, moves a little and just thinks about a quick single into the offside, but then changes his mind very quickly, as in a flash is Charlie Allison to do the fielding from extra cover, so the score stays 67 for 4.
I've got no idea about the science of that, but it just seems to be the way it's been at Edgbaston for a while.
Yeah, and obviously, as we always say, that creating a pitch and ground staff work, it is an art, not a science, but it does seem to have been a theme here, doesn't it, at Edgbaston? As Akhtar is in, and this one's left alone by Barnard, and it goes through to the keeper. But a late swing there as well.
I hope there's a bit of science involved as well.
Well, but you could do what I mean by that is you could have 2 pitches either side of each other, compare them in exactly the same way, and they would be slightly different. So it's not all just, you know, add 100 mils of this and stir in a bit of that, and you get a pitch, though. Is my point.
Fair enough. Elsewhere, it's going to be a good match at Southampton by the looks of things. Hampshire 328 for 9 in their second innings, leads Somerset by 278.
Barnard waits for Akhtar, and he's driving this time through to mid-off for no run.
Maybe less so at Northampton, where we're still in the first innings there, although we're nearly finished it. Northants 396 for 9, when they scored about 1,000 for 2 recently, didn't they, Northants? 107 for Nathan McSweeney, 155 not out to James Sales, 396 for 9, which gives them a first innings lead at the moment of 55.
Playing Middlesex, I think, aren't they?
Yeah.
Northamptonshire, yeah. And this one is defended into the offside by Barnard, and again up to mid-off for no run.
And Gloucestershire putting up a bit of a fight. I mean, conceded a first innings lead of 104 to Lancashire. They're 230 for 4 in the second innings. James Bracey's on 82 there. Jimmy Anderson. Has he got any? Henry Brooks playing that game, by the way, of course, for Gloucestershire. Jimmy Anderson's got 1 wicket in the second innings. I do feel sorry for the other Lancashire bowlers because nobody cares about their wickets. It's only Jimmy Anderson's that get a mention.
Last ball of the Akhtar over is delivered now, and it's a lovely drive by Ed Barnard and falls just in front of the diving fielder, which is Allison again there at extra cover. So a dot to finish that over. There's 49 overs still to be bowled today if the light holds. Warwickshire find themselves 52 runs ahead. They've lost 4 wickets though at 67 for 4. Webster on 35 and Ed Barnard on 4.
I mean, me slightly facetious. I did hear our colleague Kevin Howells, having gone over to the Lancashire match because Jimmy Anderson had taken a couple of quick wickets, and then Balderton came in and got the last 2 to finish with a fifer. And Kevin did give him due credit, of course, but you know what I mean. It tends to be. So I covered Worcestershire when Ian Botham played there, and you know, poor old Gavin Haynes could score 150, but it was
in
only,
10 balls or something.
It was only Botham's 32 not out that. Or even 32 out that people cared about. Anyway, this one is pushed out to the offside by Webster. There's no run. So where was I? That's the championship scores. Women's international going on in South Africa, T20 match. Looks like South Africa are in charge of that one, chasing 148 to beat India. They're 92 without loss halfway through the innings. And the One-Day Cup, Somerset chasing 260 to beat Lancashire at Southport. 53 for 1 in the 15th over, the Women's One-Day Cup. As this one is flicked round its pads. That's nicely timed by Webster mid-wicket. Made a despairing effort to reach it and stop it, but couldn't. And that's Charlie Allison there. It's beaten him and gone through for 4. And Webster is playing a good innings here. This is very different to the one he played in the first innings, even though it's fast scoring. Again, he hit that one all along the ground. Aggressive, but relatively risk-free shot, and he's on to 35. If you don't want to know the IPL score because you've got it recorded or something, turn away now. So that one's pushed out the offside, and he's gone for a quick single here. Webster almost got one out early in the day. That time it's a well-judged single, and they get through. The Calcutta Knight Riders have beaten the Rajasthan Royals there. Jofra Archer was playing in that game. He ended up on the losing side, took 1 for 35. They won that with just 2 balls to spare, chasing down 156. Must have won it with a 6 because they finished 161 for 6. Snater comes into bowl, and that's going down the leg side. Oh, they won a catch down the leg side. Barnett would have been absolutely distraught if he had been out with that. It was not the best of deliveries from Snater, going well down the leg side. Barnett, if he'd had a decent contact on it, would have got 4 down to fine leg, but he risked getting a slight contact on it and being caught behind, but he missed it in the end completely. 72 for 4.
Still the 3 slips in for Essex. They're keeping this aggressive field. They've got a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a catching mid-wicket.
That was solidly defended by the Warwickshire captain. There is no run. The IPL game in progress at the moment. I can't see any English players in that, but the Punjab Kings are 63 for 1 after 6 overs. They got a decent start against Lucknow Super Giants. I expect we're going to get these wonderful names in the 100 before very long now, aren't we?
Well, it's already creeping in, isn't it, with the Oval Invincibles being rebranded, and yes, it's going to be coming to our shores, I think it's fair to say, Clive.
As this next one from Snater, slower ball, is played a mid-on, there's no run. And earlier today, Moeen Ali was playing in the Pakistan Super League, and he captained the losing team, alas, Karachi Kings. Lost to Multan Sultans by 11 runs. Moeen Ali scored 27 of 23 balls, but Hassan Ali played in that game as well. Of this parish, made 23 at the end, nearly turned it around for the Karachi Kings.
I like the Pakistan Super League. I can't say I watch it constantly, but it is a good tournament. There's some good games in there. Lots of very close games I tend to find. So I can't say I'm watching every single game of it, but whenever I flick the telly on and I see it's the PSL, the cricket's usually pretty good. It's going to be Akhtar to continue from the Birmingham end. It's Webster on strike, and there's a ball down the leg side, which had a bit of a waft at, did Webster, but no contact on it, and the keeper Pepper takes it down the leg side.
Bounced a bit, that one. Went around above waist height when it went past him.
Just the 2 slips in for Akhtar, so slightly less attacking field from when he's operating at the Birmingham end. They had the 3 slips in place in the previous over from the Pavilion end as Webster waits, and it's a full ball that's just defended into the offside, and once again for no run.
It's 36 overs because all the times change, don't they, when they had an extra half hour? So did we go at tea at 36 overs to go?
That's a good question. I wasn't on at the time, so I didn't clock exactly.
I think it will be with. We've got. It's going to be a while yet, anyway. At any rate, because there's still 47 overs to go after this one.
2 balls gone in the Akhtar over. Webster is tapping his bat and defending up the ground, and Akhtar does the fielding off his own bowling. No run.
Yeah, it's gone down to 2 slips now. Webster. Essex feeling they need to shut off these runs a little bit. They're coming a little bit too easily for Bo Webster from their point of view. And both teams have had that in mind. Can't afford to concede runs too quickly in a relatively low-scoring game like this one.
A few more people populating the ground this afternoon. People may have moved from beneath us in the pavilion over to the slightly warmer side of the ground. Quite a few people in and underneath and around, and that's a lovely shot that by Webster, but there's a third in place. He sort of opened the face and ran it down to third for a single, but the fielder in the deep tosses it back in, so just 1 more to the score, moves him on to 41, and the Bears total on to 73 for 4.
Hampshire all out for 336 in the end, so Somerset will need 287 to win that. That could be a good game. That will, unless Somerset gets skittled out, of course, that will go into tomorrow and be a tight finish for the sounds of things.
Yeah, I've enjoyed all the games in the opening rounds of the championship this season. There's been some crackers. It's Barnard that's on strike now. He's right-handed, and Akhtar rolls and bounce when he goes up and over extra cover, and it's going to fly out to the fence for 4. A bit of a one-day shot, really, that from Ed Barnard. Knew the field was up and had to get it up and over, which he did, and trusted that he got enough on it to get it to the rope, but it just creeped over the fence for 4.
Yeah, banged in short rather than pull it. He sort of leapt in the air and steered it over the inner fielders. No one on the boundary there, but a little bit of a risky blow from Barnard.
77 for 4. Barnard waits, and this one is into the leg side. The fielder at fine legs coming round and will cut it off. So it'll just be 1 to end the over. Down there doing the fielding is Benkenstein. So he flew round, tossed it back in. So a single to end the over. Ed Barnard is 9 not out. Bo Webster is on 41. These two have added 20. And Warwickshire lead now by 63 and find themselves with 47 overs in the day, 78 for 4.
Yeah, so 14 for 3 to 78 for 4. It's some sort of recovery for Warwickshire, but they've got a lot of work still to do. Bo Webster's leading the way at the moment. Yeah, Barnard, the Warwickshire captain, captained the side for the last couple of years in the 50 over competition. Now has become captain of the Red Ball for this season, with Alex Davis relinquishing the captaincy just before the start of the season. Barnard plays a 4 defensive. Back to the bowler, there's no run. 78 for 4. I've got 3 slips back for Barnard, the relatively new batter, who's faced 13 balls so far. Snater, miserly, 1 for 9. This is his 5th over. Wearing a sporting vest underneath his shirt. Comes in to bowl, and that's played to the offside with no run. Long sleeve sporting vest. It's pretty cool out there. The fielders have got sweaters and lots of hands in pockets on the hand warmers. Essex have caught well. Actually, Warwickshire have caught well as well. The catch has been good today. I think maybe one very difficult chance missed by Essex, but generally the catch has been good. Snater comes into bowl, and he's turned up strangle an LBW pillar. Might have been a bit of bat on that, but it was Barnard didn't know much about it. Again, it may not have bounced as high as he was expecting.
Yeah, that one did seem to keep low, didn't it? It sort of squared him up as well, Barnard, but I think it was outside the line. And as you say, I think there may have been a bit of bat involved, but it'll be interesting to see when they toss Simon Harmer the ball here, Clive, won't it? When they go to spin, and if they go.
Haven't seen much of it so far, but one over in the first innings. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge of Barnard. Good ball by Shane Snater. Warwickshire, of course, haven't got a frontline spinner, but Rob Yates takes on those duties when required. Didn't bowl during the Essex innings. 78 for 4.
Good bowler, Simon Harmer.
Just a bit.
I was on with Don earlier. He was talking about how loyal he'd been to Essex, enjoyed 7-8 seasons at Chelmsford, and was happy to be back for this next campaign.
Snater to bowl, and that's played the point. There's no run, but now as an overseas player, now he's rather belatedly got into the South African Test side.
Yeah, with the retirement of well, it'd be Miraj. Has he packed it in internationally? I'm not sure, to be honest. But
he's played 14 tests now, Simon Harmer, but the 2 test series in India, he played a leading role in South Africa, winning that. He got 17 wickets across the 2 matches, if memory serves me correctly. I've noted it down somewhere, so I'll check. That one's played a mid-on for no run. And it remains 78 for 4. The lead is 63. So the game's still in the balance. So, yeah. Last test was in November in India. He took 6 second innings wickets, 9 in the match, helped bowl India out for 140 in the second innings and secure a big win. This Africa took 8 wickets in the first test, which South Africa also won. So we now have 69 wickets in 14 tests for South Africa. 37 years of age. So he's blossoming late from an international point of view, but we've known about him from a county point of view for many years.
John from Thailand is emailed back in saying hello once again from a sweltering Thailand. Once a bear, always a bear. Have been since the days of MJK Smith, Norman Horner, etc. Add to that, I've been a Blues fan since 1958, so I've suffered all my life.
We all have a crosses to bear. Sam Cook is back in the attack here.
He is. He's come on for Akhtar at the Birmingham end. So a change in bowling. The skipper bringing himself on. It's Webster on strike and Cook's in. And this one is worked in between the gap between backward point and second slip. So they get through for a single. The fielder at third does the fielding and brings Barnard onto strike. 79 for 4.
Sun out again. It's not warming the crowd up, but they'll enjoy the brightness in a game that's fluctuated in the moment. Warwickshire played a similar game at home that constantly fluctuated, constantly changed, looked tight throughout until Sussex in the end rather sprinted over the line.
64 ahead Bears are at the moment as Barnard lets this one go through, and the keeper Pepper collects down by his ankles. 79 for 4.
Match which had limited action in the first 2 days. Warwickshire bowled out for 190 after being put in by Essex. Essex using the last 7 wickets today to be bowled out for 205, giving the lead of 15. Had Warwickshire 14 for 3 at one stage, with Sam Cook taking all 3 of those wickets. He's now looking to make the breakthrough at 79 for 4.
Very still here at Edgbaston at the moment, and this one again is left alone by Barnard. The flag's not exactly fluttering at the far end. You can't see the bear and staff on the flagpole at the moment. The lights aren't on either, but there is a few grey clouds out towards the city of Birmingham.
No Essex flag, which is a shame.
Yeah. Normally they have the opposition flag up as well.
It's down to the opposition to bring it, though. That's the issue.
Well, it's true. Cook now in, and well driven that by Barnard. Beautiful timing. Found the gap between the bowler and mid-off. Akhtar can do nothing but watch that sail past into the fence for 4. Lovely shot from Barnard. He's on to 13. Warwickshire move on to 83 for 4.
Yeah, over pitch from Cook. Classic straight drive from Ed Barnard. Missed out first innings, looking for runs this second innings. Always wonder what impact captaincy will have on a captain's batting form.
And this one is defended. Oh, a lovely bit of footwork from Barnard. He was forward on the defence, and then the ball sort of ballooned up, heading back towards the stumps, and had to get his right boot in the way before it would have knocked the bail off. A lovely bit of silky skills there by Barnard. He keeps his wickets intact, and obviously it's a dot in the book because it just sort of trickled away to the edge.
I think oh dear, I think that was almost highly embarrassing because that wasn't going to hit. He did not have to kick that. He obviously thought it was going to land on the stumps. I don't think it was. He very nearly kicked it onto the stumps and very nearly kicked the stumps as well.
1 ball to go in the Cook over. And this is driven beautifully by Barnard. Finds the gap between mid-off and extra cover, and it sails away to the just in front of the Hollies stand for 4. So 2 cracking boundaries for Ed Barnard and Warwickshire in that over. That's completed it. 87 for 4 Warwickshire are. They're in front by 72.
Well, another splendid shot, but the one before, I mean, I don't know. Kicked wicket, that's not a mode of dismissal that I've come across too much, or kicked the ball onto his own stumps, but it would have been very embarrassing if Barnard had got out that way.
Was it 2005 Shane Warne here stood on his stumps when he was batting? Was out for 99? I think it was definitely in that series. I think it might have been here. Or I've just seen a replay of it now, Clive. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That could have been very embarrassing for the Bears skipper.
He survives. Snater in to Webster. 3 slips, all poised as the sun shines, and a solid defensive shot from Webster. I think he's aiming the offside. It's actually come off the inside of the bat along the ground onto the onside. There is no run. Oh yes, I'll make way for Don. Let's see this over off, shall I? I'll make way for Don. I've started, so I'll finish, as somebody famously says. Clive Murray these days, isn't it? Anyway, this one is a 4 defensive to mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah.
7 for 4.
He is the incumbent mastermind.
Grew up with Magnus Magnusson.
Well, it's John Humphreys for my era, I have to say. So I do like Clive Murray doing it, though. He's very good at it. I like Mastermind. It's
Magnus Magnusson was the original. He was the original Mastermind host. His catchphrase initially. Snater comes into bowl. Oh, that's gone past that one again. Lifted a bit. Webster playing a forward shot at it. And it flies past his outside edge. He shakes his head, the Warwickshire batter. Feeling that was probably unplayable. And he'd be relieved that he didn't play it in the end, that he missed it. As it goes to the wicketkeeper. Ed Barnard comes down the pitch. He's shaking his head as well. So it's still clearly pretty difficult out there. So maybe we're overestimating what Warwickshire need to put real pressure on Essex.
I think they need a few more yet, though.
In comes Snater to bowl. And that's turned around his paths neatly by Webster. It's a good shot. Will be chased down by Allison. He'll get 2. Webster on to 44. 89 for 4. 25th over of the innings. Still 44 overs left of the day after this one. Light permitting. And Warwickshire have racked up the scoring rate. So if they do get to the close, they're likely to be a fair way above 200 ahead by then.
Yeah, that's up to 3.5, just over 3.5 and over for the scoring rate now. So they've put their foot on the accelerator a little.
Snater into Webster, turns out again, but this time straight to Allison. Actually fumbles a little bit, but to no cost. There's no run. 89 for 4.
Very tall Australian. It's Bo Webster. He's his second season as the overseas pro here at Edgbaston. He's looking good here. 44 not out he finds himself at the moment.
Snater still, despite Warwickshire increasing the scoring rate, has not gone for too many runs. He'll go for 1 there, which means he's gone for 12 in 6 overs. Webster gets a single. He's on to 45. Warwickshire 90 for 4 in their second innings, lead Essex by 75 in this fascinating match. And Adam will be joined by Don Topley.
It's been one of those this afternoon where the pendulum has swung one way and then the other. It's been a case of Warwickshire doing the business with the ball before lunch. Essex went from 110 for 3 to 205 all out. There was then a glut of wickets at the start of Warwickshire's second innings. At one point they lost 3 wickets without increasing their score. They went from 14 without loss to 14 for 3 as Cook comes in, and this is off the thigh guard and it'll run away for 4. Bo Webster there shaping up to play it in the leg side, but it glances the pad and it flies down for 4 leg byes. On to 94 for 4 they go. And since then these two have put on 36 together. There's been a wicket in between that as well, but Dan Mosley was out maybe half an hour, 40 minutes or so ago, but these two have played well since coming together, and this is left alone by Bo Webster, and he stays on 45. The score stays on 94 for 4, so Warwickshire remains 79 ahead. Good afternoon, Don.
Good afternoon, Adam. It's been good cricket again all day today, and we hope that we won't get into interruptions for any inclement weather. It's been entertaining cricket, actually. We saw a lot of wickets fall in the morning, Essex, and then Sam Cook got a 3 after lunch. He's in again.
Yeah, and this one's defended on the front foot by Webster for no run.
And Bo Webster, who's got 45, he's only 5 runs away from a half century. He will be, in fact, only the second batsman in this game to get a century, should he
half century.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's half century. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Essex had 3 guys who got 40s. Harmer top scored with 48. But the standout innings was Sam Haynes in the first innings.
Left alone again by Webster. This one goes by for no run.
Sam Haynes made 88 not out of his team's total of 190. But nobody else has yet to get a half century by Webster, 5 adrift. Barnard, the captain, is with him. They've put on a decent partnership of 36 in relatively quickish time for Championship cricket. 2 slips awaiting.
On 94 for 4, and this one's dug out by Webster, and he works it into the leg side for no run.
Bright sunshine, verdant green outfield, a building site to our left where there's going to be a new hotel and stand.
1 ball to go in this Cook over.
Lovely ground, I like Edgbaston.
Yeah, it's a very special place. Lots of history. As Cook comes in, and again, Webster leaves this one alone to complete the over, so another one ticks by. There's still 43 of them to be bowled. Warwickshire are 79 ahead now on 94 for 4.
Lee Hayday's been in contact. Just a little plug for the Essex hospitality at Fortress Chelmsford. See, me and my learned friend Stephen Farrell, both West Ham season ticket holders, went to day 1 of the Essex Somerset game championship match at Chelmsford in the Scrutton Bland Lounge. He thought it was well treated, the food was excellent, and it was a cracking day. So thank you all. Good to hear from Lee Hayday, and also we've heard from Dale Clark, who's listening in, who's been shopping, and he's very pleased to hear that Essex after lunch collected some wickets. He enjoys Sam Cook. So Dale Clark, who comes from Norfolk, and he was also at the Swardston game in the East Anglian Premier yesterday, where Swardston beat Whittam, whereas the Essex Premier League doesn't start till the 9th of May, but the East Anglian Premiership has started. Well done to everyone who was playing cricket yesterday. We hope the bodies are not too sore as Snater is bowling. Barnard on 17, Webster 45, Warwickshire 94 for 4. Right arm over the wicket, Snater's in, and there's a catch. It's come off the glove. They're all appealing. I think the umpires might have a chat to say, did it reach the slip? But he's been given out and he's walking. Well, my word, Barnard, Ed Barnard, the captain, has got a vicious delivery that has bounced and took the thumb. And I do believe it is ballooned in the air and it's gone to perhaps second slip. We'll have a look in a minute. It could be Harmer or it could be Water at third slip. But Essex have got their 5th man. Warwickshire at 94 for 5 and Barnard goes.
Yeah, it was one of those where the umpires came together and they had that sort of almost confirmation to each other that it was a clean catch. I'm just looking at a replay now. His hand definitely wasn't off the bat as it hit the glove, so good catch there at third slip.
Third slip, so yeah. That was Paul Water.
It looks like Water on the replay. It's just struggling to kick into life, the monitor in front of me now. Here we go. Yeah, it's third slip that takes the catch low down to their right, and that's definitely Water. Barnard has to go.
It was a good catch, actually, because
it was an excellent catch.
Look, it's come off the glove, therefore it loses pace. It's not the wood, it's the soft tissue of the glove, so it balloons and it's taken pace off, so it's dying. And Paul Water had the intelligence to dive forward as it was losing pace and falling down, and it wasn't coming to him as at pace, so he did well to catch it in front of him. And Ed Barnard had to go. It's come off the glove. So 94 for 5. Well, what can Essex do with having opened the door, which has brought Malik into play? He's going to face Snater in a moment. There's a lull in play just at the moment. We're all looking towards, is it the bat pad man who's put all his kit on? Or in fact, is it Michael Pepper, who I think has disappeared to, loosely term, powder his nose?
I think you might be right there.
Michael
Certainly looks
Pepper.
like the wicket-keeper's coming back on.
Yes, he has. He's disappeared quickly to the dressing room, which is beneath us, for a loo break. Snater to Malik, bowls. Excellent forward defensive as he comes and offers the full face of the bat on the front foot. 94 for 5. Malik on naught, face one ball. Webster, watching from 22 yards away, has played well for his 45 runs. 94 for 5 represents a lead of 79.
Nowhere near enough though, with half of the second innings Warwickshire wickets already gone.
In he comes, Snater, bowls, and it's another forward defensive by Malik. Fully respectful for this bowler. The Essex bowlers are bowling quite nicely. Just a quick recap. Davies made 5, Mosley naught, Hayne naught. 3 wickets fell on 14. Yates then put a partnership together before he was out when the score was on 58. He made 22, and the last man out was Barnard just this moment. I'm not so keen. Essex have gone up. I think there's an inside edge that has gone on to the pad. The guys behind the stumps are keen and interested. Snater less so. He did turn to the umpire, but I have to say it didn't look right to me. Snater 6.5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 12. Bowling nicely here.
Come on, Slater, we heard that from the crowd, didn't we? Yeah.
You know, it's that gentleman's birthday today.
Well, he's certainly...
You hear him often. He is always at the ground, 10 o'clock every morning. Slater's in. This is driven back to the bowl, towards the bowler. He misses it, and it's Jamie Porter who runs around behind the bowler and does an excellent bit of fielding to ensure there is no run. Let me just explain. That gentleman, he follows Essex. He works so hard in the winter.
Yeah.
He works hard every day, as many days as he can, so he can get more time off in the summer.
So he banks his loo days.
He does indeed. It's a gentleman called Dan Hagar. He actually lives in Suffolk, but he follows Essex everywhere. He's probably their most ardent supporter. He's well known to many fans, and it is his birthday, and he's celebrating at Edgbaston, watching his favourite team, Essex County Cricket Club. Very happy birthday, Dan Hagar.
Yes, very happy birthday to you, sir. Very pleased that you're spending it with us here at Edgbaston and that the rain has stayed away and that you've been able to enjoy a full day. Now, I was expecting Essex to have turned to Harmer before now, but he is coming on from the Birmingham end. It's Webster on strike. He's going to be doing right arm round the wicket, just handing his jumper to the umpire. He's got to slip in, and there's a guy under the lid catching on the leg side as he comes in now for first delivery, and oh, there was a chance of a catch straight away. Webster just went to play and defend it, but he got caught and it hit the glove and it went down, but the fielder under the lid there, who do you reckon that is, Don? I can't quite tell.
Luke Benkenstein at under the lid, forward short leg, and you've got, I think it's Paul Water at slip.
Yes, it's definitely at slip. A sweep this time. It sort of ballooned up. There was a half a chance of a catch, but it was too wide of the mid-wicket to be able to get round. So they get through for a single, brings Malik onto strike. Webster moves on to 46, and the Bears are 95 for 5.
Well, this is going to be an interesting passage of play with a spinner bowling in a third-day-old wicket. We've got a forward short leg, Luke Benkenstein. We've now got a short mid-wicket. We've got a mid-wicket that's squarer than short mid-wicket and a slip. Oh, we're going to get someone in on the offside now. We'll wait and see. That would be great to have 3 or 4 men round the bat. Now, this, from batting perspective, is where pressure can be told, because you're bowling with a spin bowler bowling with 3 men round the bat.
There's only 2 men round at the moment. There's a, as you say, a catching short leg and a slip, but I think the extra cover can come in at the moment. Why not? Just bring him in from the offside. If he wants to hit, across the line out towards extra cover, then so be it. 2 balls to go in the Harmer over. And this one is worked into the leg side by Malik. They think about a single and there's a yes, and through they go for 1. So the score moves on to 96 for 5.
That is pretty good batting, because what he's done is shoveled it with the spin into the leg side, into a gap. Essex haven't got a man back on the sweep. They've got a forward. It's not a deep square leg. He's actually in front of square, slightly straighter. We haven't got a backward square leg, so the sweep shot is on. And
again, just tickled into the leg side, that by Webster. A little bit more of a floaty one, that from Harmer, but a good first over from the South African. So 81 ahead, Warwickshire are. There's still 41 overs to be bowled today.
We'll be doing some overtime tonight.
We certainly will be. It's a good job.
You haven't got evening song tonight to attend to?
No. The only thing I have got to do at some point this evening is I got all the plants out of the shed tonight to water them all, and then there's no way will my wife have thought to bring them in. So as long as we're back before the frost sets in.
Can I tell you it's 3 degrees tonight? Yeah? Your wife will be saying, when will I see you again? Do you like that?
Well, that was 4 degrees though, wasn't it? He's here all week.
Yeah. So yes, gardeners, we like that. I like that. You're a man after my own heart there. There's 3 degrees tonight around Birmingham, Edgbaston, and that suggests to me that there will be a ground frost in certain areas.
Yeah, it'd be a bit chillier than that.
Beware.
For me out in the sticks, I have to say.
I brought my great friend George DeBell some tomatoes, seed tomatoes.
Ooh,
as this is played very sensibly by Malik into the leg side, where Jamie Porter, no, it's Charlie Allison does the fielding. There is no run. I think we've seen 1 or 2 deliveries, not just keep low, just excite us, show a bit of interest. And I wonder whether Essex the policy is going to be, we want to bowl straight on this wicket. 3 slips of waiting. Snater's on his way in, passes the umpire. This is clipped into the leg side. Big bottom handers, Malik. And there is going to be 2 runs to the Warwickshire number 7 batsman. And they move to 98 for 5. So what have you got? What plants have you got? What have you grown? Seeds or?
Yes, I've got loads this year. Beetroots.
Beetroot, yes, lovely.
Cauliflower.
Roasted. Cauliflower. Do you cage it?
First year I've grown cauliflower.
Have you?
So I don't quite know what to do with it. I've got a bit of broccoli.
Yes. I grew broccoli last year. As Snater's in, keeper standing up, which brings a stumping into play, which also makes the batsman think about playing differently, because the keeper's standing up and he knows he can't walk out of his crease. He knows he can't bat outside his crease, which means the bowler has a better chance of an LBW. Good cricket this from Michael Pepper, the Essex wicketkeeper. 3 slips waiting. He's on his way in. This is cannoned off his thigh pad. There is no run. Gone into the offside, where there a score remains on 98 for 4.
Been a good spell this, hasn't it? Pressure at both ends.
Getting that Barnard wicket important.
Oh, massively. Yeah, getting the skipper out, and it's been a good session. Really enjoyable afternoon of cricket here in Birmingham.
Snater bowls, keeper standing up, and Malik plays into the offside to cover, where there is no run. Birmingham's skyline is impressive beyond the cricket ground as we look towards the city centre. Is it the BT Tower?
You can see the BT Tower right in the distance, which up until fairly recently was the tallest building in Birmingham.
Snater in, bowls, clips it into the leg side where it's fielded by Charlie Allison at mid-wicket. End of a decent over there. You've got Harmer now to bowl. Harmer's bowled just the 1 over. He's gone for 2. And we were talking about how busy Birmingham was last night, and in particular the Broad Street where I was staying. And a lot of people in the hotel were witnessing prodigy in concert at the arena.
Excellent stuff. Yes, so the BT Tower was the tallest in Birmingham, which you can see right in the distance. If you, from where we're sort of looking, can you see the one to the left of that?
Yes,
that is now the tallest building.
What's that called?
That's the Octagon, because it's got 8 sides, and it's a Brummie designer as well. As Harmer is in, and a reverse sweep by Webster. Oh, just half a chance of a catch. It was a diving, despairing one by
Porter.
I was going to say, is that Jamie Porter? He got one hand to it, I think, but he couldn't quite cling on, and Webster survives and moves on to 47 and goes up to the non-striker's end, bringing Malik on strike. So yes, I would have said October time, something like that. The Octagon was completed and replaced the BT Tower as the tallest here in the second city. Harmer remains right arm round the wicket, and Malik comes forward and clubs this out towards mid-wicket. Goes over the mid-wicket's head and the deep backward square, runs round to do the fielding. So a bit of a one-day sort of swoosh into the leg side by Malik, and another single to the total brings the 100 up for the Bears. They're 100 for 5.
Going to give Malik a little bit of credit there. He's actually advanced down the wicket and hit it on the full. He moved his feet quickly.
This one is defended into the leg side by Webster for no run. He stays 47 not out.
I've never met Malik, but I'm guessing, looking at him, he's not the tallest man, so he's got quick feet, the feet of a boxer, as he ran down the wicket to Harmer.
Back defending this time is Webster for no run. No, I haven't met Malik actually either, so but I think your analysis is probably right. He's got that sort of boxer-like instincts, hasn't he? He's
where Webster is very tall.
And he's
sweeps,
sweeping.
And it's hit back pad under the lid. It's not gone anywhere. It's cannoned off him and his protective shin pads, and it's gone towards Michael Pepper, who's collected the ball and done the fielding.
Yeah, nice to see Webster just checking that the fielder is all right. Last ball of the Harmer over is now, and Webster is forward defending. So another over ticks by. Simon Harmer's got through 2 of them now. As we said a moment or 2 ago, the 100 is up for Warwickshire. They're 100 for 5 with Zen Malik on 4 off 14. Bo Webster 3 off a half century. He's batted well for 47 off 58. Warwickshire lead here at Edgbaston as the time goes just after 4 o'clock by 85.
It's going to be Snater to continue from the pavilion end here.
A little bit more from you, and then you'll be joined by Clive Eakin.
Lovely, lovely. Snater. He's moving away from us. With the keeper standing up, he bowls to Malik. Malik plays from the crease, slightly forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. A very good afternoon, Mr. Clive Eakin.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm fine. It's a nice cup of tea.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Good. Any biscuits left?
There are some left, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Would you like to continue the commentary?
Snater coming in to bowl to Malik. 3 slips. Wicketkeeper standing up. That's played a mid-off. And there's no run. 100 for 5. Warwickshire. And they lead by 85. Still got 38 overs after this one till the close. Warwickshire will be looking to at least double this score if they can. Snater in, and that's turned round to square leg by Zen Malik. And I'm remembering this off the top of my head, so I might have got some details wrong, but he really made his name for Warwickshire, I think, in a match at Headingley against Yorkshire, where he played a big innings in a not dissimilar game to this one in terms of being low scoring to lead Warwickshire to victory. Webster's still there on 47. This is proving a really significant innings from Bo Webster. Snater bowls to him, and well, they're appealing for everything here. They're appealing for caught down the leg side, they're appealing for stumping, appealing for the light, anything. But not out is the verdict.
Well, that was a super bit of stumping, but he hadn't fallen out of his crease as a lot of tall batsmen do. Michael Peppers collected the ball down the leg side, and as soon as he was blinded by the batsman in front of him, he went to the leg side to collect Snater's ball, whipped the bails off, but the batsman was in.
Next one also going on the leg side is played a mid-wicket by Webster for no run.
Such a great asset, I think, when you have a keeper that is good enough to stand up to a seamer. It brings various tactics into play. It makes the batsman, as in this case it's the tall Webster, he has to retreat into the crease, he can't bat outside the crease, and you bring an LBW into play.
Snater's got the last 2 wickets, Bolson Webster plays that to mid-on, no run. Last wicket of their Barnards, and their indication of the unpredictability of the bounce out there, as that one really spattered him and hit him on the glove. Another very good catch taken in the slip cordon, but it was a tough one for Ed Barnard to have to play. He stood there for a while, I don't think, well, he didn't speak the decision because he didn't actually require the umpire to make the decision, but he was nonplussed by the way the ball bounced at him and hit him on the glove. So 101 for 5. This match looks certain it will go into the final day, unless Essex suffer a spectacular collapse when they come to bat.
It's been known. As Simon Harmer bowls his 3rd over, he comes in with a bowling to Malik. This is probably going to be an education for this young man who's a Moseley club cricketer. If he hadn't have been picked to play in this game, would have played for Andy Moles in the Moseley friendly yesterday, a T20 game down at the club against Leamington Spa. This time he plays on the back foot and just allows the ball to come to him into the leg side.
Yes, he's young in cricketing terms. It's only his 11th first-class match, but he's 28 years of age. Sam Malik came through the South Asian Cricket Academy,
which has been quite productive in the last...
Zaman Akhtar, of course, came through there as well.
Harmer,
the Essex team.
Over the wicket, changes his line by coming over the wicket. And this is another dot ball. Good education this for Malik, because, you know, to play and face and experience the off-spinner that is Simon Harmer of South Africa. Very fine cricketer, very fine bowler. He's on his way in, bowls a little quicker delivery. Malik plays on the back foot into the offside. There is no run. 101 for 5. Malik on 5. Webster on 47. Been quite a while in the 40s actually, whilst he was scoring quicker earlier in the day. Harmer in again, gives it a bit of air, and Malik smothers the spin. On the front foot, no run. Yeah,
well, he gave it away in the first innings, as we've been saying. In the second innings, he started very brightly by Webster, but without being reckless, without taking too many risks.
Harmer in, tries to give it a bit more of a tweak, uses his huge hands to spin the ball.
Oh, that's tea. I never know what tea is these days.
And that is, as Clive Eakin, BBC WM, has just suggested, the players are walking towards the pavilion, the huge pavilion here at Edgbaston, where they are going to have and take tea. So, with a score 101 for 5, with Malik on 5, Webster on 47, both undefeated at this interval. Snater has 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 15. Warwickshire lead by 86 in this encounter with 5 wickets remaining.
Yeah, 37 overs left in the day. I think what it is when you have the extra half hour you're going to add at the end of the day, then tea becomes at 4:10, come what may. I think is my understanding of it, which is why we're going off, even though there's still 37 overs to go. So that'll be a lengthy-ish final session if the light holds. But it'll be a fascinating one. This game's still in the balance. I think probably you'd be happier being Essex at the moment than Warwickshire, but it's still very much in the balance, isn't it? And Bo Webster's playing a really important innings for the Bears on 47. 3 wickets for Sam Cook, 2 for Shane Snater in that Warwickshire innings. Davis for 5, Mosley for 0, and Hayne for 0, all going to Cook. Yates for 22 and Barnard 17, falling to Shane Snater. All catches, not behind, all were taken, not all the slip cordon, but taken in the outfield and all well held. So it's an intriguing game, Don Topley.
It is indeed. Yes, thank you for your contributions via email, text and Twitter. We really have enjoyed talking anything to do with cricket, and I dare say I've just had a text from somebody listening enjoying the gardening chat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall leave you for the best part of 15 minutes where we will have a cup of tea, and we'll look forward to bringing you a long evening session.
So we are about to resume after tea here in a game that is nicely poised. Warwickshire finding batting no easier than either side have done during the course of the game thus far. Porter, who remarkably hasn't got a wicket the second innings, you'll look to put that right, I'm sure. Bowls the first ball after tea to Bo Webster, gets an inside edge onto the onside, no run. Webster's on 47, really beginnings from him in the context of the game at the moment, and Zayn Malik is on 5. These two came together for the 5th wicket on 94. Warwickshire managing two sort of middling partnerships as Porter comes into bowl. Forward defensive by Webster after losing 3 wickets on 14 runs. Added 44 for the 4th wicket between Yates and Webster, and then 36 for the 5th wicket between Barnard and Webster. So we're looking to have at least a couple more partnerships of that sort of ilk, or even more. At the moment, they're only 86 runs ahead. And Porter, 44's edged and bounces just short of third slip. It's well fielded by Paul Walter on the bounce. There's no third at the moment, so he needed to field that, or else it was gone for 4. He did well. And it remains 101 for 5. Here on the field saying a bang bang here. It has been away during this match. 1 wicket often followed fairly quickly by another. What should be trying to prevent that from happening of late, and Webster opens a face to the bat and runs that down to third, the vacant third area that I mentioned, and he's taking full advantage. A deliberate shot, 4 runs, and Webster brings up only the second half century of the match. Sam Hain 88 not out in the first innings, 3 Essex batters getting into the 40s, none got to 50, but Webster has 51 not out for Warwickshire off 65 balls, and he's done it with his 9th 4.
Well played. Important knock for Warwickshire, making amends of his first innings.
So 105 for 5. 90 is the lead. Porter. Webster leaves that outside off some good leave. Sun comes out again.
I would bowl Harmer from the city end. Certainly continue. We'll look at the bowling figures after this delivery. And we've got Sports Extra with us this afternoon. Good afternoon to you all.
Webster drives that one. That's a good shot straight down the ground. That's going to be 4 more. And again, Webster played with controlled aggression here. Feels like he's had a bit of a think about his first innings performance, and he's getting the balance spot on at the moment here. He's on to 55, 109 for 5.
Right, Porter, 8 overs, 0 for 22. Cook, 9 overs, 3 for 38. Snater, 9 overs, 2 for 15. Akhtar, 4 overs, 0 for 25. Simon Harmer, 3 overs, 0 for 4. It is, and I totally agree with this, Simon Harmer to bowl to Malik. There's a slip, Paul Walter, and a man under the lid on the leg side, Luke Benkenstein. This is played and tickled round the corner, but it's hit his pad, gone into the leg side, of which Pepper does the fielding. Dean Elgar marching closer to the wicket. This is the 3rd close catcher. He's at leg slip. He's moved from 45 saving 1. 3 men round the bat, and we do have a short mid wicket too. Harmer round the wicket to the right-handed Malik, who, well, 2 Essex players dive. They dive for the same ball. It's short mid-wicket, and the bowler on the follow-through They were about a metre apart, but they were worried about cannoning the ball onto each other. No run. Harmer in again. This is swept safely. It's a man in front of square. It's disturbed a seagull who has flown off, but there is only one run. That Matt Critchley does the fielding at square leg in front of square.
Ball before that was actually a really good stop from Charlie Allison, because Harmer dived right in front of him. Must have unsighted him. He did really well to stop the ball cleanly.
He was worried about ricochet, wasn't he? Harmer into the taller Webster. Webster plays into out. That's a fine shot as he's opened the face against the off spinner, and he's caressed it quite powerfully through squarish cover, and we see the Essex men going to collect the ball from the Hollies stand. So good looking shot that from Warwickshire's number 5.
32 years of age now, Bo Webster. Has got 14 first-class hundreds to his name.
Harmer bowls, little slower, little straighter, plays with the spin, does the Australian, and he plays it out to deep square leg where Matt Critchley lobs the ball back in calmly. Takes the single to Warwickshire. Webster moves to 60. Played well, only the second player to collect a half century in this game. Harmer around the wicket to the smaller batter, Malik, who plays on the back foot, waits and waits even longer to play the ball, and just plays it into backward square leg, and that concludes Harmer's first over after tea.
Yeah, he's scoring runs. Webster got a half century against Surrey, 2 short of a half century against Sussex, been out for one of the second innings. Last first-class century came in February for Tasmania against New South Wales and Hobart. This is a significant innings from him. He'll be facing James Porter now.
Bo Webster has played for Essex. He played a short spell some years ago.
He defends to mid-off and there's no run.
Thinking of other cricketers that have shared the 2 counties, Nick Knight.
Varun Chopra.
Varun Chopra, that was the next one I was going to suggest. Can we think of any others, if you can?
Well, the one, Chris Wright, of course, was a great story, because he was languishing in Essex seconds. I've said this story before. It bears repeating, because it actually involves the current Warwickshire re-employed bowling coach, Graham Welsh. That one hits him quite high. The bat, he went down for a single there. Webster and Charlie Allison swoops on the ball and he gets back, and there's no run out. Yeah. It was when Warwickshire were chasing the championship. I think they had lost a bowler or two, and they signed Chris Wright on loan. Apparently it was Graham Welsh who encouraged Ashley Giles to sign him. He was in the Essex second 11 at the time, and Essex was struggling. And Ashley Giles had looked at Chris Wright's figures and seen a ball in the second 11, and he did wonder as Porter balls, and that's over pitch, and it's played down the ground by Webster. Lovely shot. That's 4 more. He's on to 64. So he did wonder about signing Chris Wright and about whether that was a wise move to make, but he trusted his bowling coach, Graham Welsh, trusted his judgment, and it proved to be a very astute acquisition for Warwickshire.
Yes. He helped, didn't he help win the championship? Yeah, that's right. What year would that have been?
I think it's 2013. I'm going to have to look it up now because I'm terrible with the years, but I'll look it up in a minute so that I don't get it wrong. Anyway, it's 119 for 5. Bo Webster.
That was a great shot, wasn't it? Straight back down the ground, quite full face of the bat. No, you're not losing any play at the moment. We've got Bo Webster who's retying and readjusting his thigh pad. He's tying the band around his trousers, making it tighter, putting his gloves back on. We're all waiting for him. Still not ready is Bo Webster. He's just checking his gloves, and now he is ready.
2012, when they won the championship with Chris Wright playing for them. They've won it once since then. That's pushed out on the offside. There's no run. Won it in 2021.
2012.
Yeah. They narrowly missed out on in 2011. Agonisingly missed out on the final day of the season, and they couldn't bowl Hampshire out on a flat surface at Southampton. Lancashire won it that year, but Warwickshire came back won it the following year, 2012, and Chris Wright played a big part in that.
Can't believe that's 14 years ago.
This ball was clipped to mid-wicket, and it's very well stopped by Allison, busy fielder for Essex, and he stops that well at mid-wicket. There's no run.
The fielding's been pretty good by Essex. Catching's been good. There was a drop catch in the first innings. I think they've just spotted something, a little bit of a opportunity here. Keeper standing up, 2 slips. They've moved the 3rd slip. It's Dean Elgar. He's gone to short mid-wicket, where they think they're going to bowl straight at Bo Webster, because he does play into the mid-wicket area in the air.
It's pushed out to mid-on for no run. 119 for 5. So Warwickshire got the lead to 3 figures. That feels like a significant landmark. 104 now. Webster on 64, Malik 6. And again, Warwickshire just preventing Essex from getting wickets in flurries. They did so, of course, right at the start of the innings with 3 on the score of 14. But since then, as mentioned earlier, stands at 44, 36. And this one, 25 so far.
If you can think of any further cricketers that have played for the 2 counties, please contact us, essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Short, played into the offside. Sensible shot from Malik. He plays behind square, played it very late, takes the 2 runs. And then he moves on to 8, score 121 for 5 and a lead of 106. Harmer won't want him playing on the back foot. He's quite a small man, so he may have to pitch it up a little bit further to Malik than he would to Bo Webster, who is a very long and tall man. In comes Harmer round the wicket, 3 men round the bat. This is clipped into the leg side, no run. Good cricket there, playing with the spins, good batting plan against Harmer. Luke Bankenstein under the lid at forward short leg. Little bit of air here, where it's driven powerfully back to Harmer, who fields off his own bowling. Just a little bit of air then. Got to watch for Harmer for his quicker ball, his straighter ball. Harmer in. That is a little bit quicker. It bites, it turns, and to be fair to Malik, he plays with soft hands, no run. In comes Harmer, round the wicket. This time he comes a little bit further down the ground and he drives. He makes sure he gets to the pitch of the ball. And it's not quite 4 runs, it's 2 runs. There's 1 or 2 cheers, wondering if...
No, I think the field, to be fair, I think the fielder actually indicated it was a 4. The umpire has signalled 4.
Has he?
And I think that came from the fielder, to his great credit, because there's no way the umpire would have known.
Well, that was a super shot. He got to the pitch of the ball. There's a fantastic bit of excellent coaching, really, if you could have seen that, how he got to the pitch of the ball, didn't try to hit it too hard, timed it through straight mid off. This time he's played it on the back foot for the final ball of Harmer's 5th over, and there is a dot ball, 125 for 5, and that means it's a lead of 110.
Yeah. Because I was praising the fielder there, people say, well, of course you would signal 4 if you know it's a 4, but I think often fielders aren't entirely sure. When it's a scrambled stop like that, they're not quite sure whether their boot touched the rope at the crucial time, so they can always use that as an excuse. But in this case, he didn't. And
well, I think you're right, Clive.
I think it was. I think it might have been Sam Cook, actually, the captain, who. Frankly, one or 2 spectators down there would have given him a bit of stick, but he would have got away with it if he claimed he wasn't sure, but he didn't. Porter comes in to bowl to Webster, 2 slips in place, and Webster fields that onto the onside. There's no run. 125 for 5. Call a game at New Road, was it last year, the year before? Was poor fielder was trying to tell the umpire the ball had gone for 6 and not 4. The umpire didn't see him, so he was trying to be honest, but the umpire didn't see him, and it stayed as a 4. So, okay, fair enough, I tried. This one from Porter, that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. 125 for 5. 110 is the lead now. The whole day to go tomorrow, of course. This match affected by the weather, but may not be ruined by the weather. We may as well still get a positive result, and it could be a very close one as well.
Yes. Essex haven't got to a 4th day yet this season. 2 3-day games have been played.
That one is pushed out of the offside. They think about a run, they don't get one. Both Warwickshire's games have gone to the final day, and draw against Surrey, where Warwickshire couldn't quite finish Surrey off in the first innings, and then were battling to save the game themselves, which they did pretty comfortably in the end on the final day. And then at Hove, when it didn't go too far into the 4th day before Warwickshire lost. Porter, right arm over to Webster, drives at that, and mid-off has to come around a bit to field it, so Webster is through for a single. He's on to 65, 126 for 5. I feel that Warwickshire want to get the lead to 200 to feel they've got a chance. I still think Essex would be favourites if it ended up being a target of 200, but who knows? It's not looking any easier to bat out there. Warwickshire feel they can get sort of 250 and beyond, they'll start to maybe pull the pendulum back their way. If you can pull the pendulum, I suppose you have to let it swing, don't you? But anyway, a wicketkeeper comes to stand up to Porter. 2 slips in place. Keeper Pepper as Malik turns that around. That's a good shot. Turn around through mid-wicket for 4. I do like Zen Malik. I've been impressed with him when I've seen him. It's a great story. His a great story of managing to finally break through to some sort of county career late in the day. I mentioned this on day 1, but we interviewed him shortly after he sort of made his breakthrough at Warwickshire. And reckoned that he had trials with or been rejected by 12 out of the 18 counties, but came through the South African cricket, South Asian cricket academy. He spoke very highly of that, of his experience with them, and that one has gone past the off stump. There's a stumping attempt by Pepper, but Malik stayed back in the crease. Found that it was a real professional. I had a feeling there'd been a professional setup. You felt you were a professional cricketer at the academy, and he learnt a lot from that, and eventually found his way here at Edgbaston, and shown some grit in its time.
A late developer.
Yeah.
And I think of somebody else that I enjoyed company last night, Andy Moles. He was a late developer from the same club, Moseley, I think it was. Didn't have an opportunity, but took it when he was a little older. Harmer continues. He's 6th over, down the leg side, which Pepper stops. There doesn't inconvenience the batsman, nor the umpire. That is a simple dot ball. Harmer, 5.1 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16. Will he have a contribution to make? Harmer round the wicket to Webster, who plays into the leg side, finds Snater at conventional mid-wicket, no run. Sun's gone in, still plenty of blue sky around. Harmer bowls a little quicker, played on the back foot by Webster. Played with the full face of the bat, but happy just turning it into the leg side, no run.
The game I was referring to earlier was Zen Malik actually sort of made his name. It was actually his debut against Yorkshire's debut for Warwickshire.
Harmer in, this is swept and it's going to go for 4. There's no one behind square, he's in front of square, so that's a safe shot. There is a man at 45 on the 1 for a little top edge, but listen, that's a sensible shot by the Australian Bo Webster, who moves to 69.
And they chased down just 186 to beat Yorkshire, but they were in some trouble at one point. But Malik came in and played 49 not out, which doesn't sound a lot, but in the context of the match was a massive innings.
Harmer. This time, a little fuller. Webster push drives back to mid-wicket where there is no run.
That's Malvern College to Zen Malik.
Fantastic cricket facilities there. In comes Harmer. This ball just may have turned a little bit. He's looking to play through the leg side. He mis-executed it. It's cannoned off his pad. There's an ooh and an ah, but alas, we're not inconvenienced the batsman, Bo Webster. End of the over calls the umpire. 134 for 5, a lead of 119.
So just frustrating Essex a little bit. Essex was scented blood when they had Warwickshire at 14 for 3. I would have thought that maybe we could skittle them out quickly here and make short work of it, but Warwickshire have resisted since then. With Bo Webster leading that resistance, but getting support from first Rob Yates and Ed Barnard and now Zen Malik. And Porter, who hasn't got a wicket in 10 overs in the second innings, bowls, and that's pushed to mid-off. There's no run.
He got the rewards for in the first innings.
Yes.
Cook bowled beautifully without too much reward, but Cook bowled well after lunch, took the 3 wickets that all fell on the Warwickshire score of 14, but as you said, Porter hasn't got a wicket yet, bowling tidily.
In he comes, Porter. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. Pepper drops it, but no drama about that. And it remains 134 for 5. It's been a modest crowd, as you mentioned, but they're absorbed in the contest. It's a good game, this. All results and no results still possible. Porter comes into bowl. Right arm over to Malik, who drives at that. Nice enough looking shot, but it's straight to mid-off, so you won't get a run.
Talking about the crowd, there are 2 sitting in the Hollies stand, miles away from each other. There's one at the back row, right at the back.
Yes, he's a regular there. He's
there
every well, I say every day he's there.
And there's one
lots of days
towards the left-handed end, just sitting alone.
In comes Porter, and Malik plays that onto the onside for no run.
So we're going to have a slightly reduced crowd for T20 finals day?
I guess so. I don't suppose that'll be built by then.
We're making reference to where the crane is, the white crane. There's going to be a hotel and part of some more seating to our left.
That one is pushed out to the offside for no run. 134 for 5.
Huge day in the calendar, cricketing calendar, isn't it? T20 finals day. Lots of discussion whether it would be better have semi-finals elsewhere to have a full house for the teams that play in it, or whether we stay with what we've got, which is 4 teams for 3 matches on the day.
That's a 4 defensive, back to the bowler, there's no run. End of the over, 134 for 5. And Warwickshire lead by 119.
I believe it's sold out, as it is every year. And the interesting thing about it is it's cricket fans, not necessarily worried about whether their team makes it. They want to be part of finals day. And there is, the clubs are always looking for more tickets on finals day. So, there is that thought that it will be good to have a semi-final elsewhere where the two teams can attend. Maybe you could do it with the women's cricket, I don't know. But Harmer on his way in, 2 men round the back, clipped into the leg side. They look for a quick single. And Akhtar can't stop the single at 45, saving 1, because he's had to move 3 or 4 metres squarer to collect the ball. 135 for 5, just before 5 o'clock, listening to Clive Eatkin, Adam Pinter-Smith and Don Topley as Harmer is in. This is down the ground, this is nice and straight. We've seen a shot like that earlier in this session, and that really is top-class cricket from Malik. Very impressive when he has come down the ground. He moves his feet well, and like a boxer as he comes down to meet the ball. Good cricket from the Warwickshire number 7.
Yeah, it's adjusted a little bit, and the ball reached him to drive it through long off.
Gives it a little bit quicker, does Harmer, where it's clipped into the conventional mid-wicket, not the short mid-wicket, who is straighter and catching. Harmer on his way in, a couple of paces, bowls, a little slower this time, and fair to Malik, who turns with the face of the bat, closes it to ensure he plays with the spin. He plays it squarer, and he takes a single. Good cricket from Malik and Warwickshire, 140 for 5.
Oh, they're building again here at Warwickshire.
Of which, because they look comfortable, Harmer decides to come over the wicket to the taller Webster, who has gone into out, seen a little bit of width from the off spinner, and he's caressed it powerfully through extra cover. Essex can't do anything apart from go and collect it from the edge of the Holly stand. That's the worth the partnership. You can hear the generous applause from the Warwickshire faithful. 144 for 5. Malik has 21, Webster has 74, and the partnership is worth exactly 50. Harmer over the wicket, a little bit of air, just ballooned, probably come off his pad. It's ballooned in the air, end of the over, and Warwickshire are looking comfortable just now.
Only the second 50 partnership of the match, I think I'm right in saying. The first 50 partnership in Essex's third wicket stand of 84 in the first innings between Paul Walter and Charlie Allison. Warwickshire's biggest stand in their first innings was actually the last wicket stand of 45. So this is a big partnership for them. And thinking for Essex to do. Simon Harmer's been going for runs, 30 on off 6 overs. That's hit into the ground by Malik. That's tipped round the post. Good piece of fielding in the covers. I think it's Charlie Allison. I might as well just say Allison every time he fields, because it always seems to be him. Don't know if the right gets a hand to it, makes a good stop. 144 for 5.
Yeah, good evening. It's been a stellar partnership from these two. Whilst I've been off commentary, I've been downstairs in the stand watching, and they've really looked the part.
That's a solid defensive shot from Zain Malik.
Very good evening to people joining us on Sports Extra, wherever you are around the country. It's great to have you with us. I'm Adam Pinter-Smith, and Clive Eatkin alongside me. Don Topley I've just replaced on commentary, providing the Essex point of view. It's been a good session for the Birds since tea, hasn't it, Clive?
It has. Again, this game has fluctuated. It's almost a sort of contrary point, which I'll make in a moment. That's in the air. Malik's going to be caught in the deep. He's pitched it short. Porter and Malik has fallen for the trap. and has tried to clear the fielder at mid-wicket and not got enough on it. Having batted really well, he's rather given it away there, Zen Malik, trying to be aggressive, and a crucial breakthrough for Essex. Malik gone for 21. The point I was going to make is the longer, in a way, Warwickshire's partnership prospers, the more runs they get, the more they'll feel they need. Because it might sense that batting on this is potentially getting a little easier. But anyway, Malik has gone there. It's a good innings from him, but he'll be frustrated how he got out. He almost got enough on it, but not quite. And he goes for 21, 144 for 6. The lead is 129.
Just seeing the replay now. Did he have to play it? I'm not sure. He could have played that one straight back down the ground. It's very easy for us to say up here in the commentary position. It was quite a full ball. Didn't quite time it, which is why it fell just short. And he looks at the bottom of his bat as he has to trudge off. Warwickshire find themselves 6 down here in their second innings. They're 129 ahead on 144 for 6. Bo Webster's batted beautifully for his 74. He's still there on 74 off 88 deliveries, and alongside him, the new batter coming out to bat, Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, well, Porter finally gets his first second innings wickets, giving him 5 in the match now. Malik showing that 50 stand, but Warwickshire still have more work to do. They're not in a position yet where they feel they've got a lot to bowl out, so if they can get the lead to 200, they'll start to think they're at least in the game. But they'll want to go beyond that if they can. It's still a long way to go. It's 129 the lead now. Essex will feel get these last 4 wickets reasonably quickly, and they can come back tomorrow and get their second win of the season.
Yeah, you'd think the Bears want at least another 100. 230 chase on this pitch. That would be an interesting final day.
Porter into Thompson, who leaves that one, just moves away from him. There is no run. And I should have just said Charlie Allison, shouldn't I? Because I say every bit of fielding is his. It's him that took the catch in the deep.
He looks a player. First time I've seen him in the flesh, Charlie Allison. Looked very at home at number 4. Good in the field. Seems like a proper player that Essex have on their hands there.
Porter in, and that's left. That one's an easy leave. It's a little bit off target for that one. Porter fairly well wide, and Thompson's more than happy to watch that go past.
So what did they put on? 50 together?
Yeah,
Malik
exactly 50. Yeah. Yes, did that in 14 overs.
Compared to where they were when the Bears came together, or the pair came together I should say, for the Bears, is an improvement, but like you say, they want a few more yet.
That's played back down the pitch by Thompson. Porter fields at one-hander. Successful over from Jamie Porter, and Essex need 4 more wickets before they can start chasing the target. 144 for 6. The lead is 129.
Looks like it's going to be Simon Harmer to continue from the Birmingham end. He's gone none for 30 off his 7 overs so far. Still 1 maiden in his 7. It's going to be the right-handed Bo Webster, the Australian overseas international, that he'll be bowling to first, and it's right arm over the wicket that he's going to be doing. There's a slip in place. There's a catcher on the leg side on the lid, and he went to drive that through the leg side, did Webster, but didn't time it at all, and it could have squirted back onto his stumps. It was one of those that in the end just went out wide and the wicketkeeper picked it up, but it could have been much, much worse there for Webster. Taps his bat on the ground and waits, and this time he does make connection, does Webster, and fielded in the deep. So they go through for 1, moves the score on to 145 for 6.
Wonderful to see Bo Webster play with more aggression now. Started very aggressively, has reined himself in a little bit, but now with wickets beginning to run out, partners beginning to run out, Still got recognised batters to come, of course, but he may feel it's time to try and push on.
I think that's a fair bet, Clive. Thompson, left-handed weight, so he's been delivered a ball there that just moves and is taken behind the stumps as Harmer operates from round the wicket to the left-handed Thompson. So there's a bit of rough outside the off stump for the left-handed batter that Harmer is aiming for, and this is not quite as full a ball, and it's whipped into the leg side, but is cut off by the catcher under the lid on the leg side, so there's no run.
Well, we saw Keith Barker on his left arm around the wicket at that end earlier in the match, and
this is a straighter one that's defended by Thompson. No run.
Famously, it was a tactic when he was bowling with Jitan Patel in the team as well. Quite a lot of muttering from opposition counties about Patel getting that rough from Barker's footmarks, but it worked very well for Warwickshire.
Defended the last ball of the over is by Thompson, so good over that from Essex. Just the one run from it, which was the single for Webster. He will be on strike at the start of the next over that'll be bowled by Jamie Porter. He's moved on to 75 from the 90 deliveries. Thompson alongside him, 0 not out from 7. 27 overs still to be bowled today. If the light holds, where are we? 10 past 5 nearly. So we might just get them all in if the weather holds, but crucially at the moment, Warwickshire are 130 ahead.
Webster on strike at the start of Jamie Porter's 13th over of the innings. Ball 42 overs old now as he comes into bowl. Webster leans back, doesn't time it perfectly. It rolls out to Allison on the offside. It's 145 for 6. The lead still a fairly modest 130. Essex have bowled teams out already this season 3 times for less than 200. Having done it twice to Hampshire, 156 in the first innings, 168 in the second, and then bowling Warwickshire out for 190 in the first. I'll hope to make it 4. Now, Warwickshire still well short of 200. That one's pitched up. Webster pushes it to point for no run.
Still got the 2 slips in play of Essex. They kept them in position throughout this Warwickshire second innings. A mid-on and mid-off, sort of catching mid-wicket. Quite close actually. It's the mid-wicket, a deep fine leg and a deep backward square on the leg side.
Turns that around. Webster and opened the face of the bat. Didn't quite get it around as much as he'd have liked, and it's cut off at point.
Yeah, it's
for no run.
Point on the offside, a mid-off and a very wide-ish third, isn't there, at the moment? And that's the field for Essex. It's a little bit cool, I went to say, between tea and coming back up for commentary. I've watched the first 20 minutes or so out in the stands, and it is pretty nippy out there.
That's driven by Webster into the ground, straight to Charlie Allison. I think some of the other Essex fielders are going to start saying, can we play? Because every ball's going to Allison wherever he is. And Webster might be saying to him, Allison, my aim is true. Can he hit that one to him? That's one for the 70s listeners. In comes Porter, and that's pushed to Allison. Porter's gone over. I think he's all right, but he just stumbled there after completing the delivery. Allison's helping him up. I think he's okay. Maybe he's lost his footing when his front foot landed there.
Yeah, just trying to see if I can see anything on the replay. They haven't shown a replay yet on the monitor in front of me, so I'm not sure quite what happened there, because I was looking at where the ball went rather than the follow through from Porter. He just goes down. Just seen a replay of it.
He's in again to bowl. It's pitched up and defended by Webster. And it's the end of the over. Porter keeping it tight. Essex looking for the last 4 wickets, 145 for 6. Webster on 75. Thompson yet to score.
130 ahead Warwickshire are. The run rate's been good. Hovered around the sort of 3.5 runs per over. It's just below that at the second, 3.4 it's dipped down to. There's still 26 overs to be bowled today, and the left-handed Thompson is on strike, so Harmer is continuing from the Birmingham end, and he's still operating round the wicket, aiming for that rough, and it's one that's left alone by Thompson to begin the over of spin. So another dot in the book, 145 for 6.
Lancashire will need 202 to beat Gloucestershire at Bristol.
Oh, this one was floated up outside the off stump, and Thompson went to play it, withdrew the bat at the last second, and for good measure Pepper behind the stumps whipped off the bails, but he was well back behind the line, was the Warwickshire batter. But another dot. Harmer in again, a straight one that's defended to the point fielder. It's Dean Elgar at point doing the fielding, no run.
Gloucestershire collapsed in that game at Bristol. They've done really well, battled the way to 283 for 4, but lost their last 6 wickets for just 22 runs.
A crouching Thompson waits and is forward defending on the front foot. It was a straighter one that time from Harmer, that much straighter line that was defended by Thompson.
Jimmy Anderson 4 for 51, prompting a debate on the live cricket page on BBC Online as to whether he should be brought back into the England setup.
Defended again by Thompson, again on the front foot, no run.
And George Balderson 4 for 75, but no one cares about that. They don't care about Jimmy Anderson, as we've been saying. So that's a good game. Lancashire, you'd think, would be favourites there. They obviously have no idea what the conditions are like.
Last ball of the Harmer over is solidly defended by Jordan Thompson, so another maiden is played out. 145 for 6 Warwickshire remain. Thompson still there on 0. Webster will have the strike at the start of the next over, which is going to be bowled by Jamie Porter. He's on 75 from 96. And the crucial number at the moment, Warwickshire lead the match in their second innings. Batting third, of course, 130 ahead.
And a good game at Southampton. Call this one if you can. Somerset chasing 287 to win, a 79 for 3 against Hampshire. So they need 208 more. We've seen the bowling change, and Akhtar comes in to bowl. So Akhtar yet to get a wicket in the second innings, a couple of times in the first. This is his Essex debut, having been signed from Gloucestershire for this season. It was announced back in August that he was joining. Signed on a 3-year contract. Showing a bit of confidence in him. He's coming into bowl to Webster. There's 2 slips. One is at the third slip, the other at slips. There's a gap between those two, and that's turned round towards square leg. Might have come off a thigh pad. It's a run, and Webster will be credited with that run, so he moves on to 76. 146 for 6. The lead 131. So 25 overs left in the day. If we get that far, might start getting a bit gloomy as the sun goes down.
Not seen him bat loads, but this is a very impressive knock from Bo Webster. He's really put his hand up, hasn't he? Coming in at, did he come in at number 5? I think he did, didn't he? And he's been playing well.
3 slips for Akhtar, bowling to the new batter, Jordan Thompson, saying he's faced 13 balls so far, yet to score. And he whips that one away to mid-on. It'll be another dot ball faced by him.
Bit of polishing done by your friend of mine, Charlie Allison, at mid-on, and then tosses the ball to mid-off. It is a bit more polishing before it'll no doubt head back. Here we go to Akhtar at the end of his mark to running again. He's bowling right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Jordan Thompson.
Comes into bowl to him. And just straight on the leg side, and Thompson takes advantage of that and steers it through mid-wicket. It's cut off. He'll get 2 runs. 148 for 6. The lead 133.
I love these low-scoring games, Clive. They keep everything interested, don't they? It's the ball's just in favour, and you have to bat well for your runs and still bowl well. It's one of my finest sort of scenarios, I guess, in red ball cricket.
That one's going down the leg side. Thompson wafts the bat at it. There's no run. So I had some discussion after the last round of matches about the 8 points for a draw, which I've always said I'm not keen on. It seems too many, because you get a low-scoring game like this. Whoever wins this match, assuming someone does win it, will get 19 points. And yet Warwickshire, yeah, they did bat very positively in the first innings to get maximum batting points, but it was a high-scoring draw. They ended up with 16 points against Surrey. Only a 3 points difference between win and a draw, which doesn't seem right. But anyway, that one's clipped off his toes by Thompson, and he is going to get runs here. He's going to get 4. Well-timed shot from Jordan Thompson. 4 valuable runs for Warwickshire, brings up 150, 152 for 6.
Yeah, lovely shot from the Warwickshire number 8, Jordan Thompson. Whipped it off his toes. I thought for a moment that Allison, at a very wide-ish actually mid-on, was going to cut that off with ease, but it just seemed to gather a bit of pace as it headed towards the rope, and wouldn't say trickled over to the fence. It got there quite comfortably in the end.
And this one again, he punches into a similar sort of area. He'll only get 1. They ran the first one quickly in the hopes that they might be able to get back for a second, but it wasn't to be. They made that decision fairly early. So the 150 came in 270 balls, so the third 50 took 92. Actually, the slowest 50 of the innings. So, well, I'll correct myself now. It matches the first 50. First 50 and third 50 both took 92 balls. They're a little bit quicker in between. Webster hit a few shots early on. That came in 96 balls, but it's been played at around about the same sort of pace all along, is what I'm trying to say in my long-winded way. 153 for 6. The lead is 138.
Yeah, partnership might just be 9, but they're looking good together, are these two, as Harmer continues to the left-handed Thompson, and there's a wicket that goes down. Just as I say, they were looking good. He sort of left the bat dangling outside of the round 5th stump. It took the edge, and there at the first slip position to take the catch was Paul Water. He took it sort of chest height with ease, and Thompson has to go for 7, which means the 7th wicket falls for the Bears on 153, just 138 ahead.
Yeah, I think it came off the wicketkeeper's glove and then deflected to slip, was my impression, but Thompson was annoyed with himself. He was perhaps a little bit tentative, prodding at it, and Harmer finds the edge. Thompson goes for 7, and Warwickshire will feel they're still well short of where they need to be. They're not, if they get skittled out now, they'll still believe they have a chance, but they'll also feel that they need more runs. And especially when you've got a player like Bo Webster then looking in such good nick, someone needs to stay with him, as Yates, Barnard and Malik did to a point, but he needs more batters to stay with him and allow him to continue to prosper. Oh, for an Ollie Hallen-Dolby in the team, batting at number 11.
You say that though, but Gilchrist did a stellar job for the last wicket with Sam Hain yesterday in the first innings. We're not at that stage yet, as Keith Barker strolls out at number 9, getting the knees going and doing a few side-to-side steps to get the blood flowing around the body. Warwickshire 138 ahead. Still 23 overs after this one to be bowled today. It's a little bit darker, but I don't think they're going to be coming off at the moment. The floodlights aren't on. Big sort of blanket of cloud over the far end and towards the city of Birmingham, but on this side of the ground there's lots of blue sky. So
second catch of the innings for Paul Walter. That's very early days in the season, but he's posting himself as top Essex catch at the moment, from excluding the wicketkeeper. That's his 5th of the season.
Keith Barker takes his guard. It looks like he's middle, maybe middle and off, and Harmer's going to continue bowling to him, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Barker, and he's going to get runs straight off the bat. 4 of them, it looks like. Yep, skirts away to the fence, and they've been given as byes, so there was no contact made, but it went down the leg side. I thought the wicket-keeper did a bit of an ooh and an ah, as if to say there was an edge on that, but no, it was that he probably missed it. Down it went, so 4 byes go against Essex on that occasion. Barker standing tall, waits for Harmer, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. No run.
Well, this one's great received by Warwickshire, but they're still a long way from getting a target of 200. 142 the lead.
3 second innings wickets remained as Harmer's in again, and once again left alone by Barker. Quite confident leave there from the Warwickshire number 9. Harmer just takes a second to collect his thoughts and turns and now bowls, and this is into the leg side. There'll be runs here for Barker, might be 4 of them. He makes the ball go to the fence. He timed that one really nicely, clipped it away just behind square, and it's skated away towards the boundary. So 4 runs to Barker. He's up and running. The Bears move on to 161 for 7.
Yeah, Simon Harmer just trying to bowl the quicker ball, but just a little bit off target, just straight down the leg side, and Barker's able to help it on his way.
Last ball of Harmer's over is cut away on the front foot. In fact, it's played just in front of square on the offside, but extra cover does the fielding. So a dot to finish the 46th over of the Warwickshire innings. They're 146 ahead. Bo Webster will be on strike on 76 not out for the start of the next over. Barker is alongside him on 4. And Warwickshire in the second innings at the moment find themselves on 161 for 7.
So Warwickshire prospering in that over. 8 runs added, the 4 byes and the 4 to Keith Barker. But success of Simon Harmer dismissing Jordan Thompson. And Simon Akhtar to continue from the pavilion. Oh, that's a bit of an inside edge, almost got through. It's just about keeps it out there, does Bo Webster.
Yeah, it took some quite decisive action to make sure it didn't go onto the stumps there, did the Warwickshire batter, but manages to keep the ball away from the 3 bits of wood at the far end, and with it his wicket intact.
32nd first class game of Simon Akhtar's career as he comes into bowl to Webster, who steers that, and it's very well fielded by Paul Walter, diving at almost a gully position. It might not have gone to the boundary if he'd missed it, because there's a fielder at wide third, but it would certainly have been runs, but very cleanly stopped.
I think it was Harmer actually that's fielding. I think Walter is at first slip. It's
Yeah, sorry, you're right, it's Simon Harmer.
It's Harmer that's in that sort of
Delaying his 37 years of that stop. Akhtar into bowl. Oh, and Webster plays and misses at that one, outside off stump. Tumbling stop by Michael Pepper.
Yeah, just caught on the crease there was Bo Webster, and didn't sort of fully commit either way in attack or defence, and was lucky that the ball didn't find the edge on the way through to Pepper behind the stumps.
So, Zaman Akhtar. Right arm over the wicket. Plays back to that Webster's got it away for a single. Moves on to 77. Keith Barker, of course, hugely experienced cricketer, capable batter. Not sure how capable a centre forward he was. Played about a dozen games for Rochdale and ended up with no goals. So that's probably why he chose cricket. Which originally signed in front of the noses of Lancashire when he was first recruited. part of that 2012 championship winning team we were talking about earlier. Ice cream van driving somewhere around the ground. Actor in the bowl, and that's guided by Barker down to wide third for a single. Some lights have come on in the stands, but not the floodlights. As Warwickshire move on to 163 for 7, that gives them a lead of 148. Webster back on strike on 77. Slip and a gully as he clips that one off his toes. It's only half stopped at mid-wicket, so Webster's able to go through for his 78th run. Warwickshire 164 for 7. They lead by 149 here at Edgbaston. And coming to the commentary. Are you ready to come in, Don? Don Topley will pop in now.
Dean Algar looks in a bit of trouble here. He keeps looking at that finger. He was the guy at mid-wicket that just did the fielding off Bo Webster. He's still looking at his finger as he moves to mid-off for the... It'll be mid-on actually, because it'll be Barker that's on strike, but... No, in fact it will be Webster on strike. And Dean Algar, who's fielding behind square on the leg side, is still looking at his finger at the moment. Anyway, it's in comes Harmer to begin a new over, and it's a reverse sweep by Webster through to the fielder Benkenstein at fairly sort of squarish backward point, so no run. Algar has stopped looking at his finger, so I think he's alright as Harmer comes in again. A fuller one that's just defended into the leg side for no run. Harmer just taking a second to collect his thoughts, as is Bo Webster actually. He now takes his guard once more. Warwickshire 149 ahead, and there should be a couple of runs here for Bo Webster. It'll just be one. Dean Argyle moves round fairly quickly to do the fielding. Just in behind the wicket keeper, trots through for a single. In fact, Webster remains on strike. So did he not play a shot? Does it hit him?
Oh, I didn't quite see.
Anyway, it
Has
is
the
Webster.
score changed, or?
No, still 164 for 7. So this time Webster makes sure he hits the bat on that one, and he plays it just behind square on the leg side. They're coming back for 2. Good running this by the Warwickshire pair as the ball gets fizzed in from the boundary. And the wicket-keeper, Pepper, takes one glove off to send it back to Harmer at the bowler's end. 166 for 4. Sorry, 166. I'll start with that again. 166 for 7, Warwickshire are. They lead by 151. 4 balls gone in the over. Back this time is Webster to a delivery from Harmer that's slightly straighter. And it's fielded for no run. It's moved on to where 80 now. It's Bo Webster with those 2 runs on the leg side. Last ball of the Harmer over is bowled now, and it's cut off the back foot. Lovely shot that by Bo Webster. They'll get through for a single and will keep the strike. It's Allison that does the fielding at deep backward on the offside in front of the Hollies stand. So another over ticks by. 48 have been bowled now in this Warwickshire second innings. They find themselves 152 ahead. Bo Webster has played really well for his 81 off 108 balls. Keith Barker alongside him on 5. And with 21 overs that can still be bowled this evening, Warwickshire find themselves on 167 for 7. And it's a very good evening to Don Topley.
Good evening, Adam. Great to be with you. Great to be in Birmingham. Evening sunshine. Adkar is on his way in, away from us. Oh, and there's quite a wideish delivery which Webster's gone after, but it's gone quite wide through to the keeper, who took it almost in front of first slip. Big tall pool water. No run. 167 for 5. It's 5:30. sorry, 167 for 7. It was 5 down when I was last on comms, and the 2 men to fall since then was Malik and Thompson. Well bowled by Akhtar, who bowls particularly straight, and Webster looks to drive him, but he drives him back towards the bowler, and there is no run.
I was saying to Clive in the stint that we've just done together, I love these low-scoring games. Something about it, isn't it, where the ball is just dominating the bat. You know, you don't want 600 plays 600 and it's a draw by lunch on the 3rd day, do you really? You want to know that all results could be possible.
Akhtar in bowls, played off the back foot by the tall Webster, who plays it into the offside. Benkenstein does the fielding, no run.
Batted well as Bo Webster.
He has.
He's really looked the part today at number 5. Those wickets that fell very quickly to bring him to the wicket. I suspect it was one of those scenes in the dressing room of kit flying everywhere, people looking for pads and gloves and helmets. And he's looked good at the crease so far as the Australian.
Slip in the gully. He's gone it into the offside, and it's going to run away quickly, powerfully hit square of the wicket on the front foot on the offside as it travelled like a tracer bullet over the old wicket ends or netting areas. Good shot there, 4 runs importantly to Warwickshire. Webster moves to 85, just 15 short of a century. He will be thinking about it, and this is a most important knock by the Australian overseas player for Warwickshire. This time it's a push drive with a full face of the bat, but he finds a fielder, Sam Cook, at mid-off. We're trying to think of some other Essex Warwickshire cricketers who have played for both counties. We came across Nick Knight, Moran Chopra. Thinking of others, please get in touch either by Twitter or via the email I can use, which is essexcricket@bbc.co.uk, and the one you can?
It's wm.sport@bbc.co.uk.
This time driven out to the squarish 3rd man. Critley does the fielding in the sun, adjacent to a hugely long shadow from one of the E floodlights, the impressive E floodlights here at Edgbaston. End of the over, 172 for 7, which importantly tells us that there is a Warwickshire lead of 157.
Not enough at the moment.
No, I would tend to agree, but there were many journalists who said with Essex 110 for 3 against Warwickshire's 190 all out, Essex were in the ascendancy, and I actually said I think it's fairly 50-50.
I think I'd rather be Essex than Warwickshire at the moment.
Harmer. And this clip round the corner where it goes to the fine leg, which is pretty fine. Dean Elgar. They take a single, which brings the left-hander on, which is what Harmer wants. You've got the left-handed veteran Keith Barker now facing Harmer, who's turning the ball away. The previous man batting was Jordan Thompson before he was dismissed by Harmer. This time played off the back foot by Barker sensibly. Harmer wants to get him coming forward, and you could see with the dismissal of Jordan Thompson, he went at it with the spin. I thought it was a good bit of bowling, could have played it a bit better. This time it's a bit quicker. There's an LBW shout. It was decidedly quicker by Harmer. Good bit of bowling, fooling the or tricking the number 9 batsman Keith Barker, who played very well for his 22 in the first innings. Tickled round the corner, but Porter is up on the one, saving one at 45. There is no run.
Going back to your earlier point, I can't think that there'll be many players that have played for Warwickshire and Essex. Like you say, Nick Knight being the sort of the obvious candidate there.
Oh, he's gone for a mow there, but it turned outside the off stump, probably in some footholes, and Barker's played and missed. He was giving that a huge whack. It would have gone towards the scoreboard had he connected with it. They've sent a man out into the outfield on the offside to protect that boundary. Mid-off is 3/4 of the way back. Mid-on is halfway. Harmer in. He wants one to turn again, I suspect. Little bit quicker delivery, which Barker's been hit on the glove, but it goes behind square on the leg side, and there is no run. That was a pretty good over from Simon Harmer. I was quite impressed with that.
Yeah.
173 for 7. When you watch a skillsman like Simon Harmer, you sense that that one's given a bit of air, that's a little bit quicker. Sometimes you can see him trying to put more purchase on the turning of the ball. He's a really skilled performer. He's great to watch. It's great to watch a quality spinner. Change of bowling from our end, the pavilion end. Down beneath us, it's Sam Cook, the captain of Essex. He moves the marker for the bowler's run-up. He puts his into place. He bowls a practice delivery to his friend, colleague at mid-off, and he's on his way in.
He is, and it's played on the front foot by Webster, but it's fielded well by Benkenstein at extra cover for no run. So Warwickshire 158 ahead, 173 for 7. Bo Webster has batted really well for his 87, 116 deliveries he has faced so far. Barker, last over aside, has given him decent support in a partnership now worth 20. Cook turns and is in a game past the umpire and bowls, and it's defended this time by Webster, so front foot defence for no run. Still 18 overs to be bowled after this one today, so at 20-6 in the evening, it's going to be a late finish for us here in Birmingham this evening, but as long as there's cricket happening in front of us, we'll bring you it ball by ball commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also on Sports Extra, and if you're watching us with the pictures on the Warwickshire stream, it's lovely to have you here. Sam Cook in, and it's a full delivery that's played into the leg side for no run by Webster. The score stays 173 for 3.
A lady from Holland has contacted us, DB Kate, enjoying the cricket, but she's also taken up a bit of gardening as well, and listening to the cricket and learning about gardening, well, she's hooked. That's appropriate, isn't it? Hooker Holland.
Excellent one. Worked off the front foot into the offside by Webster. It sort of cramped him for room a little there, did Cook, but was valiantly defended by Webster for no run.
Have you ever visited many of the cricket societies that offer speeches and introductions?
No, not really. It's not something I've explored. I take it you've had one or two in your time?
Well, it was Gareth Copley Jones is going up to Norfolk, the Norfolk Cricket Society next week.
Down the leg side this one, and there's no bat involved or glove as it goes through to the keeper for no run.
There are many around, the Cricket Society in London, the West of England Cricket Society up at Manchester Cricket Society, all over the country. They do a sterling job, and they invite certain guests to come and speak for an evening. Quite often they're in the winter or early spring, obviously naturally not too many in the summer.
Again down the leg side, and no shot played by Webster for no run. So that concludes the Cook over. 51 of them been bowled now in Warwickshire's second innings. Still 18 to go tonight. 173 for 7 Warwickshire are. Keith Barker will have the strike at the start of the next over, which we think will be bowled by Simon Harmer. He's on 5. Bo Webster with 87 to his name off 121 deliveries. The lead currently, I assume that's water being cracked open somewhere and not a can of lager, is 158.
Harmer it is, who's bowled quite nicely, 12 overs, 2 maidens, only taken the 1 wicket. He's only come into the game quite late today really, but I think he bowled 1 over in Warwickshire's first innings. Well, he's on his way in round the wicket to the left-handed Barker, and they all go ooh and ah because that ball is carried on from around the wicket. Barker's left it, which he's happy to do, but it's kept coming in and only just missed his off stump, and even Pepper has watched that amazingly, just missed off stump. In comes Harmer, which is turned. It's a much slower delivery, which Barker is happy to leave because it's moving away from his off stump. It's not coming back this time. Slip and a back pad on his leg side. This one's a little bit quicker. It does grip a little bit, but Barker plays and goes with the spin and goes out to backward point. He's such a skillful operator. Round the wicket, Harmer bowls with his glasses on. This is lapped, swept by Barker, but he finds the man up on the 1 at 45, Jamie Porter. So it's a safe shot. He could even play it, elevate it, go over the infield. It's a safe shot. There is no fielder back on the boundary. Harmer in, bowls. This one's a little bit leg side, which has gone down the leg side. Michael Pepper stops it, and there is no run. So here Essex decide to put the offside back on the boundary there, so allowing them to have the one because they are happy to bowl at Keith Barker outside off stump, and Barker leaves it. Sensible play by him, not a bad over from Harmer. You can see what he's trying to do, and it's going to be Sam Cook again, I think, for the next over. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 38, 173 for 7, and Warwickshire lead by 158. Clearly that's not enough at the moment, one would imagine, but they're fighting, and in particular Bo Webster, who's played really well for 87, which is the Australians' 13. They feel it's the unlucky number, is 87. Bo Webster, that was also played for Essex, so there's our third one of the day. 3 chaps that have played for both counties: Nick Knight, Farhan Chopra and Bo Webster.
So Cook begins a new over from the pavilion end, and it's going to start probably with a 4. Yes, it is. A lovely off drive by Bo Webster that moves him into the 90s. A slightly fuller ball that's worked just sort of through extra cover, really, as we welcome listeners once again to Sports Extra. I thought I had another name for you, but my gut is that he grew up in Essex and didn't actually play for the county. Ricky Clark.
Didn't play for Essex.
No, but
played for Surrey, Derbyshire and Warwickshire.
But grew up in that part of the world, I think
I think you're right, Adam. I think you're genuinely right.
Cook in again to Webster. Oh, it's clean bowled. Middle stump sent cartwheeling out of the ground. Bo Webster will not reach 3 figures. He'll fall 9 short. He was trying to whip one into the leg side, but it was too straight to do that. And his middle stump is castled. Cook gets the breakthrough. Essex needed that. Warwickshire nowhere near enough, with only a lead of 162 runs, find themselves teetering on 177 for 8.
Huge wicket that was. Huge wicket by the captain, Sam Cook. Oh my word, we've just seen Bo Webster. There's generous applause here for the highest score of the game so far with 91. But Bo Webster has just caressed a beautiful shot through the offside, through extra cover. Beautiful shot. And then with the very next ball, great reply from Sam Cook. He's kept it pitched up, he's bowled it a little bit straighter, and he's been castled. And I do believe that ball, it looked to me as if it's just angled in and came in, but that is a cracking wicket by the captain of Essex in this game, Sam Cook. He's collected his fourth wicket, and deservedly so, because he has bowled terrifically well throughout this game. In the first innings he only picked up 2. Porter had 4. Porter got the rewards, but Cook has bowled brilliantly throughout the 3 days so far. Well bowled Sam Cook. Essex take their 8th Warwickshire wicket, and the score is 177.
Real late swing from Sam Cook there. It was probably on about 4th or 5th stump, and then it angled back in and took out middle about halfway up. A beautiful delivery from the Essex captain. They needed that. It got a bit flat in the field for Essex, with Warwickshire just sort of accumulating runs, but they're only 162 ahead with 2 second innings wickets remaining as Bamber on strike is forward in defence, and Cook not getting through there. So he starts his second innings as Ethan Bamber with a dot. 177 for 8.
Now we've got Bamber left and Gilchrist. Now let's not forget, let's have a little look back at the first innings. Bamber got 0 and Gilchrist got 7, but he got 7 in a partnership that was worth 45 for the 10th wicket. How significant was that?
Bamber waits, and this is into the leg side. Dean Algar goes for the catch, but it's over the top of him at mid-wicket. It might get away for 4. It does. It makes the rope. 4 very useful runs for Ethan Bamber there and for Warwickshire. In fact, the Essex man is still down on the AstroTurf as he dived for that one at the far end in front of the Hollies. I think he's going to be all right.
Allison?
Is it Charlie Allison? Has he done his ankle? Is he? No, he's all right. He's up. Oh, he's hobbling a bit.
A little bit.
I think he's all right.
Well, the AstroTurf beyond the boundary is going to be quite hard, isn't it? He might have given himself a little bit of a AstroTurf burn.
Yeah, ooh. There was a bit of late swing on that one as well, just seeing a replay from Cook. 2 balls to go in his 11th over. He's in and he bowls, and there's a genuine play and a miss there from Bamber as it flies through. Again, a bit of late swing, I think, looking at that one to the keeper, Pepper. So a dot in the book this time round, 181 for 8. Warwickshire. Essex 166 behind. Warwickshire still have 2 second innings wickets. It's been an interesting afternoon here. It went 2 pace for quite a while, the strip in the middle that they're playing on. It seems to have sort of flattened out a little as we've gone into the evening session, as Cook comes in and bowls the last ball of his over, which is defended by Bamber into the offside. Benkenstein trots round to backward point to pick up the ball, tosses it in. No run to end the over. Sam Cook takes his hat and his jumper from umpire Richard Kettleborough. And the 2 not out batters for the Bears at the moment. To Keith Barker, he'll have the strike at the start of the next over. He's on 5. 4 to Ethan Bamber with that boundary in the last over for him. Partnership worth just 4 at the moment. 16 overs still to be bowled here in Birmingham this evening at Edgbaston as we move towards 6 o'clock, nearly 10 to 6. And Warwickshire are in front. They're in their second innings at the moment by 166.
What a game of cricket we've got. It was exhilarating on day 1 and on day 2, even when we had those rain intervals, and we've had no interruptions today. Harmer commences another over outside off stump, looking to bring it back. Barker looking to leave, which Jordan Thompson, the previous left-hander, didn't always look to leave. He went with the ball on a couple of occasions. Barker is happy to leave, but he's played that into the leg side in the air. I think it's going to be safe as it drops halfway towards the boundary. Barker takes 2. He's played against the spin, but he got enough on it to go over the outfield for 2 runs. 183 for 8. 2 men around the bat slip, Paul Water and Luke Benkenstein under the lid on the leg side for Barker. Harmer in again. This is down the leg side. There's an attempted sweep. He's a tallish man, Barker, powerful man, but he's probably stood up to try and play the sweep. You need to get lower. He's missed it. Pepper stops it. There is no run. Harmer again bowls. Gives it a little bit of air there. He's been kicked away. No shot. He quickly goes down and rebows and ties up his shoelaces. Harmer's interested, but the umpire, and it was a half-hearted appeal, Adam.
Yeah, there was no real chance of that being given out RBW, I don't think. I know he wasn't offering a shot there, Keith Barker, but I don't think that was going on to hit the stumps.
You're not missing any play. Harmer's having to wait because Barker is down on one knee. He tied his shoelaces up, and I think he's doing the other one now. He's stood up now, putting his gloves on, waiting. Essex are waiting. 183 for 8. 168 lead. 2 wickets left for the home team. Harmer in. Played into the leg side. That's going to run away for 4. Good shot. Timed nicely. It really was quite timed nicely behind square with a straight back. Clipped round the corner. Barker is on 11. He's made half as many as he made in the first innings. He made 22. And he played very nicely down at number 9 on his return to Warwickshire, to the ranks after an 8-year period at Hampshire. This time he plays with particularly soft hands. He slightly comes forward, he waits for the ball, he waits again, and he just plays with soft hands into the offside for the last ball of Harmer's over as Essex now move about. Cook takes his sweater off, and Bamber is going to face Cook.
Just looking at the social media messages that are coming in on the live stream at the moment. Another suggestion here for a player that represented both Warwickshire and Essex is Chris Wright.
Yes, we mentioned him earlier today. That's the 4th one.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
So he's made the list.
So we've got 4.
I don't think there's going to be many more than that. So
I've got another one.
Oh.
I've got another one, the 5th one after this.
Sam Cook starting a new over to Ethan Bamber, right arm over the wicket, defended off the back foot by Bamber, and they'll get through for a single, moves the score on to 188 for 8.
Well, it's come from a gentleman that is very well known to Essex County Cricket Club. He has been involved in beneficiaries, he's been involved on the committee. He is very much a huge club man for Essex County Cricket Club, and he heralds from just inside Suffolk. His name is Tony Debenham, and a very good evening to you, Tony. Hope you're well. Reaching back to the 1950s, Essex was looking for a slow bowler after this ball.
Round the wicket comes Cook to the left-handed Barker, and it looks like it's a wicket. Yes, it is. The finger goes up from the umpire. Keith Barker stands there in disbelief that he's been given out for that, but it does take the outside edge. Warwickshire are 9 down now, just 173 ahead. There's still 14 overs to be bowled after this one today. The lead 173. Barker has to go for 11 as Warwickshire move on to 188 for 9.
Well, he played quite well, and in fact he probably played Harmer better than some of his colleagues, but Harmer's only got the 1 wicket. This time it was Cook, and I've just got to tell you, looking at the scoreboard, 11.2 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 47. Do you think Sam Cook could get a recall from England? Well, he's got himself a 5 for Edgbaston. Well bowled, sir, but Barker has gone. Quick, going back to that email from Tony Debenham. In the 1950s, Essex were looking for a slow bowler and recruited this gentleman from Warwickshire. His name was Ian King. Maybe I should have a little look in a minute at the end of the over or something like that, to have a little look to see what he did for Essex or what he did for Warwickshire. He's not a name that quickly I can associate with, but Ian King played for both clubs, we believe. Thank you, Tony Debenham from near Ipswich. He lives just inside Suffolk, but he is a loyal and a fantastic supporter of Essex County Cricket Club.
Nathan Gilchrist marches to the middle at number 11 for Warwickshire, just took his guard from the umpire, and is rehearsing a few shots as he just takes a second to collect his thoughts, adjusts his pads. There's 2 slips in as Sam Cook continues from the pavilion end, right arm over the wicket. A bit of a wafty leave really from Gilchrist first off, but no contact made with the bat, and it goes through to the keeper for no run. Don frantically googling Ian King as we speak.
Oh, I've had a Warwickshire old player contact me.
Ooh.
I have. More about that in a minute, about a player that may have played for both teams. And he was a superstar.
2 slips in place for the number 11 Gilchrist. There's a catching mid-wicket and a forward defence this time by Gilchrist. There's a mid-off, a mid-on. Quite a close extra cover. Fairly wide-ish third, a fairly wide-ish fine leg. And a deep backward square on the leg side in front of the Hollies stand as well. 188 for 9 Warwickshire are. They lead Essex at the moment by 173. This is the 3rd innings of the match. Essex started this morning on 110 for 3. Warwickshire bowled them all out on the stroke of lunch. As Cook comes in again, and a very full ball that's defended on his toes by Gilchrist. Warwickshire at one point found themselves on 14 for 3. They lost 3 wickets, that of Alex Davis, Dan Mosley and Sam Hain, with the score on 14. Since then, wickets have fallen semi-regularly, I think it's fair to say. And Webster was valiant, one of the best performances I've seen with Webster since he's arrived at Edgbaston as the overseas player. But he had to go for 91, just 9 short of his century. Keith Barker's also departed since then, as Cook finishes the over with a bouncer that Gilchrist ducks underneath. So a dot to finish the 55th over of Warwickshire's 2nd innings. They're 173 ahead. We've still got 14 overs that can be bowled tonight. It'll be Ethan Bamber, the number 10, who's on 5 not out, that'll be on strike at the start of the next over, which will be bowled by Simon Harmer. And alongside him on North at the moment is Nathan Gilchrist.
Well, how about this? We've had a text from a gentleman that would have bowled quite nicely on here, very popular former Warwickshire player. His name is Dougie Brown. And he writes in to me, suggests that there was an overseas player, a superstar by the name of Dale Steyn.
Dale Steyn,
for
of
both
course.
counties. Thank you, Dougie. And, you know, I don't know if he's out in Dubai or local, but thank you for contacting us as Harmer comes in bowls. And this time Bamber plays the reverse sweep. At number 10 he does, and he finds Porter up on the 1 at backward point, so there is no run. Harmer over the wicket.
Great to hear from Dougie Brown.
This time bowls nicely, which they all look to see where the ball is. Will it roll back to the stumps? No, it doesn't, as Bamber walks away and allows Pepper to pick the ball up. Harmer over the wicket to the right-hander, slip and a bat pad in. Little bit quicker, little bit straighter. It's more or less like his straight or arm ball, which goes straight. And to be fair to the Warwickshire number 10, he leaves it alone and is watchful. And I would say that was skillful by the number 10. Did he pick it? I wonder. Harmer in. Little bit of air. This is lapped. And and Elgar dives over it and it runs away for 4. That's a good looking sweep shot, and to be fair to Bamber, what he did so well there, Clive, is he got low, he got down on one knee, and he paddled it. He didn't really try and whack it, he just made a good connection and made sure it went along the floor.
Good shot, should have been stopped though, but it does mean Warwickshire have done slightly better at least than they did in the first innings.
Oh yes, 190 all out is now 192 for 9. Harmer round the wicket because he's played that sweet shot, and it's gone into the leg side, where this time Dean Elgar will stop it. An easy stop there for the man at 45, saving 1.
It's not going to be a formality for Essex if they get the wicket now and have to chase 178. I won't say that will be easy for them.
A ball that's bowled, and he's played it on the back foot. He's played that quite well. He was also quite an interesting first ball, where the number 10 has gone to a reverse sweep, and he made a decent connection, but London with a lead of 100, and he is also the leader because he is Essex's captain in this game.
Bowling to Gilchrist. And Gilchrist defends that. Second fifer for Essex this season. Matt Critley having got 5 for 9. Of course, against Hampshire Southampton. Critley, the first player, and I think so far still the only player in the Championship this season to take a fifer and a century in the same game. Doesn't happen all that often, but he has done it. See how often it happened in 2025. There were 4 incidents of it in 2025 around the country. That one is an edge. It's going to go down for 4 valuable runs. He played it with soft hands, Gilchrist, so it was along the ground. There's only 2 slips in there. A third slip wouldn't have caught it, but could have stopped it. It'll go for 4 runs and takes Warwickshire to 196 for 9.
Good shot in many respects, you know. They don't want to, you know, you've got a chance here. You need a few more runs. Fortune favours the brave.
Every run will feel like a bonus now. It'll be down to the final wicket pairs. 182 will be the target now.
Bowl straight.
Cook comes into bowl, and Gilchrist opens the face of the bat. He runs that down to third, this time a bit wider, so the fielder down there is able to jog in and stop it. He just gets a single, Gilchrist, but he's on to 5.
Do you know, I think Essex could have a third man, which they've got a very square third man. Happy with that. Only 2 slips. I would put mid-wicket. I would take mid-wicket or mid-on, one of those 2, and I'll put him into backward point. I don't want him having an easy single on that offside. All right? I do think Essex could lose mid-on or mid-wicket.
Cook into Bamber, who works out onto the leg side. He's looking for a single there, but he's not going to get it. Numbers 10 and 11, of course, at the crease. They don't have to worry about who has the strike or anything like that. They'll just score whatever runs they can.
I don't want him to have an easy single. You're going to try and make him play a little bit just behind square on the offside, you know, with the way a tail ender, the line you're bowling, and more often than not, it's going to open the face of the bat. Don't give him an easy single there.
Cook to Bamber. It's a capable batter. That one beats him outside off stump. And there is no run. 197 for 9.
Dougie Brown says, yes, I'm still in Dubai. Could be a close finish, this. Yeah, it
could be.
Yeah, I genuinely thought Essex weren't too far in the ascendancy last night, but 1 or 2 journos did. But you would have bowled well on this wicket.
Oh, that's edged by Bamber, just short of slip, who fields it at second attempt and hurts his hand. That's Paul Walter there. I was forgetting, of course, Bamber's won first-class century. Will be familiar to Essex. It was against them last year. So, with 108 not out in the first innings in the drawn match, so they know that he can bat.
Yeah.
197 for 9. The lead is 182. It's going to be a good day tomorrow, one way or the other. It'll be an interesting game. 12 overs left today, and I suppose that's one thing for Essex. In an ideal world, I suppose, if they could stop any runs being scored, they could wait 10 overs to get the last wicket, so they don't have to bat today.
Yeah.
But equally, they don't want to concede any more runs, and they have to.
Harmer then bowling over the wicket to Gilchrist, the taller bowler here, who played so well in the first innings with just 7 runs, but it was a 45-run 10th wicket partnership, and he's survived the first ball, played out into the offside. Harmer in again, bowls, and this is tried to be tickled round the corner. It's cannoned off his pads into the offside. Pepper does the fielding, no run.
Next target is to try and match Essex's first innings total. They're only 8 runs shy of that now.
As Harmer's in, bowls a little bit fuller. This is driven down the ground. That's a cracking shot by a gentleman batting at number 11. That is a superb shot. Was that 4?
It was, straight down the ground 4.
Yeah, well, what was so good was he picked up the length. The length was quite full from Harmer, and he just bumped it straight back past the bowler, and it raced away towards the material sight screen beyond the bowler. Harmer round the wicket now. This is clipped into the leg side, where it is fielded by Snater at mid-wicket. No run, 200 201 for 9.
345 balls for the 200, so the 450 the fastest by some distance. 75 balls for the 450.
Harmer in bowls. This is clipped behind square, but Dean Elgar is fielding at 45, saving the 1, so there is no single. It's gone quite fine from Harmer, bowling around the wicket. He could lap it, but he's quite a tall batsman, really, is Nathan Gilchrist. Better hitting down the ground. There is no one back on the sweep, and this time a little bit quicker. Stays back in his crease, plays off the back foot where there is no run. End of the over for Harmer. Cook will continue from our end. 5 for 52 off 13 overs has the Essex captain, and he'll be chuffed with his rewards today, Clive.
Yeah, well, 13 out for the last wicket so far. The days when once you got the 8th wicket, the next 2 would follow for nothing have long since gone. The coaches tell us they're not tail enders anymore. They are lower order batters.
Yes.
And you rarely see these days a genuine number 11, a Chris Martin or Andrew Van Troost. Two that spring to mind.
Can I include Peter Such in that?
Yeah,
maybe David Ackfield. 2 off spinners that didn't enjoy their batting.
Devon Malcolm, of course, although he produced heroics at one Ashes series, didn't he? With the bat as Cook comes in to bowl to Bamber. Always gone right through him to the wicket keeper. Well, it seems to have hurt Michael Pepper's hand there. A bit of pace on that ball. Yeah. Misses the stumps, misses the bat. Wicket keeper takes it with some personal discomfort. The umpire's moving around from square leg to point. I'm guessing the sun might be in his eyes as it starts going low.
The shadows from the E floodlights are now stretching across the whole ground here at Edgbaston.
But he's still nice and bright, so we carry on. Cook comes into bowl, and that's worked onto the leg side by Bamber. He will certainly get 1. They think about 2. It's not going to be there. And it is fielded keenly from inside the boundary there by the inevitable Charlie Allison. And it's 202 for 9, so they are getting close now to Essex's first innings total of 205. Essex establishing a first innings lead of 15, which in the context of the matches is a half-decent lead. Get the wicket now, they'll be chasing 188 to win. Cook into bowl to Gilchrist, who just dabs a bat on that, wonders if there's a single. Bamber came quite a long way down before deciding no, there isn't one there. And it remains 202 for 9. Full day's play today. After we lost action the first 2 days, and we're a couple of overs away from getting into the little extra time we're having to make up just a little bit of what we lost in the first 2 days. Cook, with 5 wickets to his name, comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the onside. They're going to go for a quick single, and they get there. The throw is fielded in the deep. They did concede 4 overthrows in the first innings, Essex, but that was a slightly more controlled throw, and so it was easily backed up. 203 for 9. And Essex just trying to wrap this innings up, and then they will hope to be able to secure their second victory of the season. He's opened the face of the bat there. Bamber on it down to third, and there's a fielder there who's going to try and stop it, and does.
Wow.
Who's that down there? It's very good. He's only saved 1 run, but
Critley? I'm not 100% sure. It's so far away from where we are.
Well, he's only saved 1 run, but who knows? Could be the decisive run. Sam Cook's fifer in this match is 15th of his career. Of his first-class career. 96th first-class match for Sam Cook, including just the 1 test match so far. He comes into bowl, that's left outside off stump, there's no run. 5 for 37, 206 for 9. Gilchrist on 10, Bamber on 13. Warwickshire eking out some runs from the final wicket. They're now matched Essex's first innings 10th wicket pair, and in doing so have actually passed their first innings score. So 206 for 9. So Essex will have to make more than Warwickshire made first innings to win the game. Warwickshire's next target, I guess, is can they get another... Well, if they get another 14 runs, then Essex will have to make more than they made in the first innings to win.
Well, technically, there is 10 overs remaining of this evening. And if we lose 3 overs because of change of innings, there's going to be 7 overs, or maybe 6 if we get a wicket in this over. 6 overs remaining for Essex to bat. Harmer on his way in around the wicket, and this time it's played into the offside by Bamber, who looks to play the ball quite late. He does shuffle forward, but it's gone into the offside, but there is no run. The lights are on, it's quite bright, pale blue sky above us. This is a little bit of air here, and he's played the sweep shot as we talked about. It's available because there is no man back, and he's hit it behind square. That is a very good calculated shot by the Warwickshire number 10. That is a damn good shot. Crossbat, but safe.
Here's the thing about Simon Harmer. I've seen him before when playing against Warwickshire. Of course, he takes wickets. Brilliant county bowler now. Very fine test bowler as well. But he does go for runs a little bit, doesn't he?
Do you know what? Warwickshire at Edgbaston isn't one of his lucky grounds. Elgar's gone back, I think it is. Gone back on the sweep, 3/4 of the way back. This is played into the offside where Walter at first slip does the fielding, no run. Harmer in again, just the 1 wicket to show so far. This is a little off spinner which again has played by Bamber, the sweep shot, and it's gone, and he's just played it with control over the top of the ball, got down on 1 knee and simply got a single. Good cricket. Harmer again, this time to the taller Gilchrist, who comes forward with his big front leg and just plays with soft hands into the offside. Smart play by these two.
So Essex opening batters, are they muttering to themselves now, don't get a wicket now, don't get a wicket now. We don't have to come in for 6 overs.
They had to bat for a tricky 11 overs at 6:15 last night. This is well played. These two have played really well. They've put on a partnership of 23. This is 10 and 11, putting on 23, and it was Gilchrist with 7 in the first innings who put on 45 for that final 10th wicket partnership. This is good cricket from these two bowlers who are trying to dig the Warwickshire batsmen out of their hole. Cook hands his sweater to the umpire.
Yeah, the last wicket pairs in these 3 innings are now added 75 between them, so I won't attempt the calculation, but that's probably one of the highest among all the 10 wickets between them.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's a good stat.
Cook to Bamber, 2 slips in place, and that's pushed to point by Bamber, no run. An accurate delivery from Cook. That's a chance now to finish with a 6 for.
Sometime, Clive, the game is made complicated. You know, when you talk about the game, try and keep the game simple. It can be overly complicated and thought about. These guys have just hung in there, played a couple of sensible shots, but they've also had and relied on their solid defence as well.
Cook in to bowl. Oh, that's gone past the outside off stump, and a rather loose shot from Bamber, and it bounces in front of the wicket keeper, who takes it. There's no run. 2-11 for 9. Cook on 8 wickets in the, on 7 wickets in the match, looking for his 8th. Essex try and wrap it up. Looks like Shane Snater might be about to have a bowl. if the wicket isn't taking on the next 4 deliveries, because he's limbering up, doing a bit of knees up Mother Brown. That goes past the outside edge of Bamber, who falls forward. That was a lovely delivery, too good for Ethan Bamber.
Yep.
Decent the batter though he is, he couldn't get any bat on that. And it remains 2-11 for 9. Good bowling from Cook.
These 2 bowlers who are batting for Warwickshire, and the guys, their colleagues in the dressing room, home dressing room, will all be looking at this thinking, hey, listen, the odd ball's still happening.
Oh, definitely.
Still swinging, still maybe seaming. Come on, we can get these out.
I got the target close to 200 now. I guess that'll be the next target, to get the target to 200. It's now on to 198 as Bamber runs that down to 3rd for a single. He moves on to 19, 212 for 9.
I think you spotted it and called it right. Snater's loosening up. He's doing his hamstring, he's doing his lower backs. He's making me look tired, just loosening up.
It'll be a waste of time if Cook gets a wicket now. He won't be getting on. But he's going to be ready, should he be required. Cook to Gilchrist. Pitches it up. Gilchrist drives it to Snater, who stops that, and there's no run. Bamber's coming down the pitch. Just a little word to Gilchrist. I mean, Bamber is the senior batter of the 2. So you might be saying, just see this ball out and let me have the strike next over. There's no nonsense of turning runs down or anything like that, but Bamber will want the lion's share of the strike, I would have thought. In comes Cook. And he's flicked off his pads, and that Gilchrist looks like he's going to keep the strike because he's got a leg by. Bamber just turns to him and says, do you fancy a second? But he just didn't quite get there quickly enough and turn around quickly enough. So they do get a leg by. It's another run onto the total. 213 for 9. 198 is the lead. And Shane Snater will be required to have a bowl. Or will he? Simon Harmer is taking sweater off and everything, so maybe not yet. Maybe he's going to replace Sam Cook then, should Harmer not strike this over. Peeling off his sweater, Simon Harmer.
It may have been different if Bamber was facing than Gilchrist, maybe.
Yes.
Because Bamber has played Simon Harmer quite nicely as well. Played a couple of sweet shots and was productive for him. He even tried the reverse sweep. But the seamers are going to be pretty tired now. Harmer round the wicket to the taller Gilchrist, who plays with a full front leg out there, plays with the bat, full face of the bat, into the leg side, no run.
There'll be 19 overs before a new ball be due. Essex will be very disappointed if they have to take a new ball.
Harmer round the wicket, slip and a bat pad, outside off stump, which, to be fair to Gilchrist, he's very happy to leave, and he does so successfully through to the keeper, no run. Very quiet evening, the flags are limped, calm, and this has gone down the ground, and he's gone over the man who's halfway back at mid-on, and that has gone for 6. That's a cracking smack as he's played with a full willow. He's just gone straight back over the bowler's head from around the wicket, sailed over mid-on, who's halfway back, and it's gone towards the whale, the roller, where the ground staff are storing all their machinery because they can't do that square of the wicket where the building site is.
5th, 6th of the match. Sam Hain hit a couple, and who was it? It was Simon Harmer, of course, hit a couple. Gilchrist first 6 of the season. Warwickshire at the moment are in credit on 6s. That's their 9th of the season. They conceded 6.
You're not missing any play because the ball went to that concrete area.
Looks like it's damaged it, isn't it?
Yeah, the umpires have got together and they're looking to change the ball. It's one of the Essex 12th men have come out with a bag of balls and they're looking at it. Remember, it would be exchanged for like, and it's quite old. It's in its 62nd over.
31 now added for this last wicket. That means Warwickshire have added 76 across the 2 innings for the 10th wicket. Will that prove significant in the end. Essex now will be chasing 205 if they wrap this innings up now.
Charlie Bennett, who lives just inside Suffolk, is the Essex 12th man with his blue gilet over his whites. He's on the away trip, not playing in this game. Harmer in. This is bowled a little bit quicker, played on the back foot by Gilchrist, who has just smashed a fantastic straight six.
I think Harmer was saying, I dare you to do that again with a quicker ball there, but Gilchrist fended it away.
Harmer again. This time it's driven back powerfully to Harmer, who parries it but collects it just a yard away. These two look comfortable, don't they?
Yes, which I suppose Essex might comfort themselves and say maybe it's not that difficult to bat out there after all.
Harmer in. Little quicker, driven out towards mid-on. Mid-wicket dives, but he can't stop it. Deep mid-on does the fielding. And that is the end of the over. Gilchrist hogs the strike. He's on 17. Bamber's on 19. Scored 220 for 9, which is a lead of 205.
So we are now at the stage where Essex will have to score more than they did in the first innings if they're to win this match. So Warwickshire have ticked a few off during this partnership.
Most notably for me, Clive, Essex haven't had a gentleman who's made a 50 yet.
No, indeed.
Warwickshire have had two.
Yeah.
And if
Big
Essex are
50s
going
as
to,
well,
if
yeah.
Essex are going to win this, they're going to have somebody play responsibly and get past a 50 or 2.
Yeah. I hope it'll get a little easier maybe on the final day. But I think they'd still be favourites if the wicket fell now. But if Warwickshire had many more, it might start looking a little tougher for the away side. Shane Snater has got a couple of wickets already in this innings, 2 for 15 of his 9 overs. He's going to bowl 2 slips in place with bowling Nathan Gilchrist, who seems to be getting most of the strike at the moment. He's on 17. In comes Snater, right arm over, and Gilchrist drops a bat on that and defends it away into the offside. They'll be starting to think about closer play now. We've got 7 overs left in the day. Can they still be there and come out tomorrow?
Wow.
Now, time wouldn't really be a factor unless we had a little interruption at some stage tomorrow. Then it would start becoming
I think
a factor.
I'll be your Michael Fish and give you the weather forecast for tomorrow. We got today's right, didn't we?
Snater into bowl to Gilchrist. So he's bowled in. That's the end of the innings. Snater strikes. He finishes with 3 for 15. Gilchrist goes for 17. Ethan Bamber is 19 not out. Sam Cook 5 wickets in the innings. And Warwickshire are bowled out for 220. The highest score of the match so far. And Essex, well, if they score exactly the same as they did in the first innings, the match will be a tie. They will need 206 to win. Time not an issue, so unless the elements affect them. The only thing is they will have to face 4 overs rather awkwardly today, unless they can persuade the light to diminish somewhat in the next 10 minutes. Floodlights are on, so it'll be an awkward 4-over spell for Essex. They're chasing 206 to win. Warwickshire all out 220.
Well, the Essex boys are not rushing off the square there, apart from the opening batsman clearly, but from their point of view, they're just going around giving each other a high five. As they're now slowly walking off, they will have been absolutely chuffed with their bowlers' performances, who have done so well in bowling Warwickshire out for 220. A quick view of the bowling figures. Porter 13 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 31. Cook 15 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 58. Snater 9.2 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 15. Akhtar 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 41. And Harmer 18 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 65. They've taken the applause in. The 2 umpires are walking off, and that is a seriously good bit of work from the Essex bowlers. A quick look, if I may, at the BBC weather forecast for tomorrow here in Edgbaston, which is hugely important. BBC weather, I'm going to put in Edgbaston.
While you're doing that, just the point to make, 17 wickets have now fallen today. That's a lot of wickets in a day.
And tomorrow we have, well, it's going to be a cold night. Are you interested in seeds and plants, Clive?
No.
Well, don't leave them out tonight.
Okay.
It's going to be about 4 degrees in the morning, but it will get, at the start of play, it will be 11 degrees, sunshine and cloud. And then moving into the afternoon, we are looking at 12 degrees, maximum of 12, but there is no rain. There's a chance of a shower at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, so no chance. Done and dusted.
Assuming that's
accurate. If you're not doing anything tomorrow and you want to watch an exciting game, come down to the Oval.
Don't go to the Oval, no.
Edgbaston, because Essex are going to try and win a game, and Warwickshire are going to be desperately trying to stop them win this championship fixture.
Let's go through the Warwickshire card then. First out in the second innings, as he was in the first, was Alice Davis. He was out second ball the first innings, his first delivery, and he nearly got a pair. Very good delivery, which he played a miss at. Eventually, when he was out, he looked to have been very unlucky that he was given caught at slip by Simon Harmer off the bowling of Cook, but replay suggests the ball came off his thigh pad, not the bat. So he went for 5, 14 for 1, came 14 for 2 as Dan Mosley was quickly out, driving straight to Luke Baconstein in the covers off Cook, and Cook struck in his next over as well, and had Sam Hain caught by Harmer, no doubts about that one, and he went for a duck as well, and Warwickshire lost 3 wickets for 14 runs. Then got a bit of a partnership, managed to have 44 for the 4th wicket before Rob Yates, who had batted really well. He really worked hard to get to his 22, but then got out to a rather loose-looking shot, driving it straight to Charlie Allison in the covers of Shane Snater. He was gone for 22. Ed Barnard was caught in the slips by Paul Walter off Snater for 17. That was 94 for 5. Zen Malik played pretty well and shared in a 50 stand, the only 50 stand of the innings, before he was caught by Charlie Allison. He went for a big shot, actually. He was tempted with a short delivery and didn't quite beat the mid-wicket boundary fielder Allison, and was caught for 22. Jordan Thompson caught in the slips by Walter off Harmer for 7. That was 153 for 7. Bo Webster, who held things together for Warwickshire, playing with controlled aggression throughout his innings, but was eventually comprehensively bowled by Cook for 91. And Cook claimed his 5th wicket when he had Keith Barker caught behind for 11 at 188 for 9. And a bit of a last wicket cameo then, as Warwickshire added 32 runs for the last wicket, with numbers 10 and 11 at the crease, before Gilchrist was bowled by Snater. Snater's 3rd wicket to go for 17. Ethan Bamber finishing not out 19, and Warwickshire were all out for 220. If you care about the extras, I'll tell you those as well. There were 10 of them, 4 byes and 6 leg byes.
Last night, Clive, Essex had a tricky, 11 overs at 6:15, didn't we? Do you remember that?
Yeah, well, I wasn't here, but I was following it from home,
well,
yes.
How about this then? All right, how about this? Dougie Brown, all the way from Dubai, has sent me a text.
It's a bit warmer than we are.
Yes, it is, yeah. Quite late in the evening as well. He said, what about this? Declare now and give Essex a tricky 8 overs. How bold would that have been?
Well, it would have been, but it would have been very bold. But I suppose it's sort of worked out. They've got 4 overs, having been bowled out. I don't know how many runs they added in the final 4 overs. So I don't know how much of a difference it would have made, but there we are.
But they did bat well, the 10 and 11.
They did.
They look comfortable. They look comfortable. So well played to those guys. Well done to Essex. It is going to be how many overs are we going to have?
I think it's 4.
4. Okay.
Um,
Would Essex have a night watchman in?
Well, that's an interesting question. I'm not a great fan of them myself, but they did in the first innings, didn't they? Obviously in different circumstances,
yes.
but they did in the first innings.
I did see Paul Walter jogging off, so it should be Paul Walter and Dean Elgar. It could be Sam Cook after his 15th 5-wicket haul, or it could be Jamie Porter, who has done it occasionally.
Yeah.
We shall wait till see, but the Warwickshire players are down in a huddle to our left. We can see them, we can almost touch them, and looking at the 2 Essex batsmen, I don't know if that is Paul Walter. I think it's Dean Elgar, and I think it's Sam Cook.
Well, there we are. You'd think he's worked hard enough, wouldn't you? Bowling, I don't know. Look, if he sees it to the close, then they'll feel it's work clearly. But just think, hey, Warwickshire have a chance to get him out today, and that will give them a lift. And then they've got a chance to, if you don't get him out today, they've got a chance to get him out early tomorrow. That gives them a lift.
I don't reckon Sam Cook has batted twice in a day too often.
No.
And more importantly, in the top order.
Yeah.
Has he?
No, he batted all right in the first innings, didn't he? But I don't know. It always strikes me also that it's almost saying, oh, our batters don't really fancy it, and that's what the fielding side was saying. They'll probably be chipping away when Paul Walter comes out and says, well, didn't you fancy it then last night? You didn't bat yourself to be able to face 4 overs. They'll be on him, at him like that.
Dougie Brown's been in touch again. He said, for Warwickshire to win, I reckon they would have had to be bowling tonight.
Well, he started with a wide there. Ethan Bamber, a little bit of a wild delivery, overly eager maybe. That's Sam Cook.
Simon Harmer really doesn't have a great record here at Edgbaston. I can remember Yates scoring a great century, winning the game.
Bamber bowls of that. That's left by Cook. There's no run. So gifted their first run. Another 205 required to win, 1 without loss, Essex. But all they'll be thinking about now is just seeing these 4 overs out, and then they've got as long as they want tomorrow to get the runs and secure their 2nd win of the season. Warwickshire looking for their first win. Bamber into Cook, 4 slips in place. Cook leads that. Bamber's wasting this a little bit. Yep. Bowling at the night watcher, and he's not making him play.
Yep. If I remember rightly, I think on the first day, Bamber was a bit wayward with the new ball. You've got to make Essex play. You've got to make the night watchman play.
What happens if Cook gets out now, by the way? Does Paul Walter come out now?
Or
He'll get a lot
Porter.
of stick then. That's left, there's no run. 2 night watchers, is that not? I remember England did that once years ago, and they both got out, didn't they?
Was it Stuart Broad and they?
I was going back even further than that.
Yeah, that was. What was he called? Night
Hawk. Night Hawk. Yes.
Well,
I don't think Cook's going to play aggressively. At least not tonight. He might tomorrow.
he'll be a tired man, but he's leading his team with the ball and now with the bat.
That one's pushed out the offside, there's no run. The other thing is, and I think I'm right in saying this, has the rule not now changed? So they get to the final over, and in the past I might be thinking, well, we've got to the final over, so no problem. If I get out, the new batter doesn't have to come in. But he does now.
No, that's next season.
Is it next season?
I think it is next season. I think this season they still all walk off.
Okay.
I think it's 2027 that occurs.
Why are they waiting? Anyway, Bamber comes in to bowl the Cook, who plays that to point. There's no run. If you're going to change the rule, why not change it? It might take a year.
Yeah.
Anyway, so one without loss.
I think you're right. I agree with you. But, you know, it does sound a sensible rule. If you do well to get a wicket in the last over, why can't you have a go at the next batsman?
Last ball of the over, does Cook look to try and keep the strike and protect Dean Elgar?
He does.
Bamber comes in to bowl, and he's worked away to point. They're going over for a quick run. They get away with it. Zen Malik couldn't quite stop it clean. The ball's hit quite hard at him. He stopped it with his body. Elgar was very quick out of the traps, and they get the single. So clearly Elgar doesn't fancy facing tonight. And it's 2 without loss at the end of the first over. 204 more required by Essex. We have 3 overs left today, and then, well, it's 96 scheduled tomorrow, isn't it? They're not allowed the extra half hour, not that they're going to need it anyway.
Well, they answered your question, Clive. What will Sam Cook do? And he looked to get a single to hog the strike, because he is leading Essex County Cricket Club. He wants to win this game, and he's going to try it with the ball.
Sam Cook's been made to work hard. He's working on the chain gang as Sam Cook, a lot of the way they're working so hard.
As Barker starts from our end, there's a shout of an LBW, but Sam probably didn't play that delivery particularly well. He's going to have to start moving his feet. Come on.
Well, do you want a short leg in there, the way he played that? I'd be tempted.
Yes. Agree with you. It's an unfashionable position for a left armer who can swing the ball back in. Barker round the wicket, 4 slips waiting. This is pitched up and smothered with a straight back by Cook, back to the bowler who fields on his follow through. No run.
It's been a busy day for Sam Cook. And his loved ones asking what sort of day you had. Oh, worked quite hard. 5 wickets, batted the end. Batted twice in the day.
In the top order. Barker on his way in. Plays with a forward defensive. Out into the offside from a round off stump, maybe just outside. Sensibly played.
He's making a real bid for England, isn't he, as a bowling opening bat, Sam Cook.
Each a
So you're
heart
telling
out,
the
Mr.
selector
Botham.
something.
Yeah. Flintoff, Stokes. Bat like me at the top of the order. Bowl like me, top of the order. In comes Keith Barker from our end. This is played with an open face bat, soft hands, goes along the floor, and it goes out to backward point, and there is no run.
So still 4 slips in place. Warwickshire would love to get one, at least one, preferably 2 before the close. So really liven it up. They haven't got a lot to defend, so they want to strike now.
Barker round the wicket, bowls at the batsman with the angle from around the wicket. Cook is happy to play forward, play with the full face of the bat, and play a model forward defensive. No run.
Maybe a little concerning for Warwickshire how comfortable Cook's looking, but then as we get later in the day, it does tend to get easier. They'll come back tomorrow morning and hope that there's a bit of life there.
Richard Wilford is in tomorrow.
He is.
I don't think we have a third
Well,
voice.
Phil will be around for you.
As that's a good delivery, but he's going to get a run. He's going to run away for 2. He could have got 3, but they're only taking 1. The 2 fielders chasing after the ball are unaware that Essex would just walk through for a single, and the single reason they've walked through for a single is Cook is happy to take the strike, hog the strike, and face the next over.
Cricket's a bonkers game. You've got a specialist opening batter there,
Who hasn't
and he's
faced
not
the
going to
ball.
face, and rather you're going to get one of your lower order batters to face all the deliveries. Sometimes I do find it hard to explain cricket. It was then Malik who made the chase. He did save runs, because although they only ran 1, it could easily have gone for 4. He did well to drag it in. And they won't mind having Sam Cook on strike. Bamber comes in to bowl to him. Right, I'm over. Oh, he's clipped that round his pads. He's going to get 4 there, down to fine leg. Just straying down the leg side a little bit, Bamber. And it's 4 valuable runs for Essex. I got the target to less than 200 when they come back tomorrow. 9 without loss. Warwickshire do face a prospect potentially of a second defeat in the first 3 games of the season. Having drawn 1, that would make it a difficult start to the season for them. But there's still plenty of life left in this match. Bamber from the Birmingham end bowls and accurate delivery. Cook pushes it to the offside. Could have dashed through for a single there, but that would rather defeat the object of what they're trying to do. And it's 7 without loss. Cook's doing a very good job for his team, as he has done throughout the day with his 5 wickets with the ball. Bamber comes in to bowl, and that's left by Cook. Slightly late decision to leave it, but he got his bat out of the way. Alex Davies takes it behind the stumps. Cook goes on walkabout. Well, if he's going to face all the balls, he's got 10 more deliveries to see off today.
He must be so full of confidence with the ball. Bowled so well in the first innings. Pfeiffer in the second innings. Runs.
He's definitely earning his match fee at the moment. He leaves that one again, slightly belatedly, but leaves it okay. Who's an arse from Warwickshire, but Cook was fine. Just bat out of the way.
Clive, if an independent cricket fan looked at the scorecard today and they'll say, oh, Sam Cook got wickets, they'll look at the scorecard now and go, hey, Alistair Cook making a comeback. Alistair Cook batting at the top of the Essex order. No, it's that great all-rounder, Sam Cook.
Bamber in sunshine. Nice conditions now. Bowls, and that's played to mid-on. To Keith Barker, there's no run. So 1 more ball left this over. So again, is he going to go for a single? No adjustment to the Warwickshire field. They're not going to get uptight about this, but let's see. What they don't want to do is give away a run out in their anxiety to get Cook on strike.
Don't say that.
Of course, Warwickshire got the first wicket of the season. They are just in the field slightly. We're taking one that slips out and put him to save one in the offside just to make it harder for Cook. First wicket of the season anywhere in the Championship was Warwickshire running out Rory Burns. This season, this one is played. Oh, he's not going to get 1, he's going to get 4. He's played that through the offside, and a nice shot from Cook. So Dean Algo will have to face. It'd be somewhat ironic if he's out first ball now. 11 without loss. 1 over to go in the day, and Essex have already made inroads. So they need another 195 to win.
Well, he's in that good a nick and confidence is Sam Cook that he's caressed it powerfully, too powerfully, because it's gone to the Hollies boundary for 4. What a day for Sam Cook. What a leader, full of confidence. As he'll be watching Dean Elgar take his guard. First time he's faced a ball this evening. He'll be wanting to readdress what happened yesterday. He was caught at slip off Bamber for 7 to go with his previous scores so far. 2 in the first game in his only innings against Hampshire. 41 and 7 against Somerset.
Getting a leg slip in here.
As Keith Barker bowls to the left-hander, and that's a good delivery. Funny enough, I'm a little more comfortable seeing Keith Barker bowl over the wicket. I prefer that, not just to Dean Elgar, but also I would prefer that against Sam Cook because it brings an LBW into play, and I would hope that Keith Barker, like you just saw, could swing the ball back in to the Essex Night Watchman. Barker on his way in, he bowls. That's a good delivery, smothered on the front foot by Dean Elgar. Good for defensive, no run.
Good delivery. I think a bit of kidology going on from Warwickshire there, where they reacted in the field as if they can't believe it didn't get him out.
You've got to be noisy, you've got to try. As Clive Eatkin just said, kidology. Barker standing still at the top of his mark. He's on his way in, running away from us. Left arm over the wicket. Outside off stump, it swings and swings away. Shapes up to play, does Elgar, and then lifts his hands and lifts his bat high away as if his shoulders arms.
The 3 championship matches are all... So there's only one of the 4 that isn't. They're all finishing in a quite similar way. Somerset will come back tomorrow at Southampton, needing 148 more runs with 3 wickets down to beat Hampshire. And Lancashire at Bristol.
Barker on his way in, left arm over. That's a good delivery, well played by Elgar out to backward point. Good play from the opener.
Lancashire are currently 60 for 3, chasing 202 to beat Gloucestershire.
That was a great win last week. Was it against Derbyshire at Old Trafford? Yeah. Anderson got wickets today again, didn't he?
Yeah. We were saying earlier, the poor other Lancashire bowlers, no one cares what they get. It's only, it's only Jimmy Anderson we're interested in. But he did, he got 4 in the second innings.
Well bowled by Keith Barker, who makes sure Dean Elgar plays. Elgar comes forward, plays back to the bowler, who collects on his follow through.
Somerset's women have beaten Lancashire in the Women's One Day Cup at Southport with a bit to spare, just over 2 overs and 4 wickets to spare, chasing down 260. Last ball of the day then.
Elgar to face. Keith Barker moves away. Will Elgar be here in the morning? Barker bowls. There's an LBW shout, but not really genuinely interested. It's gone in to the offside, and Dean Elgar absolutely chuffed that he will be here tomorrow morning, together with his captain Sam Cook, who took 5 wickets. He's opening the batting. He's batted twice in the top order for Essex today, twice as a night watchman, and he will be so proud to be walking off with his international South African opening batsman, knowing that he will come out in the morning. Essex have had a cracking day. They're going to be disciplined, but tomorrow Warwickshire are going to have to come and fight hard where they can try and prevent Essex getting there a further 195 to win the second game of the season for the Essex County.
I've forgotten that Sam Cook was captain. That's why he's batting first. He's captain. I'll do it. Let me do it. But they've got through that 4 overs. That's good work by Essex. Even managed to add 11 runs tomorrow. Warwickshire will need early wickets tomorrow morning. I hope the ball does a bit. It's been a great day's cricket. 17 wickets falling in the day. 4. See, Hasty does his mathematics. Something